come save me.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Baby, I'm a fool for following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Switch it. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. down, down, down. Listen to this ultrasound, down, down, down. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this ultrasound. Listen to this. Listen to this ultrasound.
You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the 1v1 North American Regional Open Friday. We've got the action here, 16 of the best North American duelists on the pitch, and we'll narrow it down to 8 before the end of our broadcast. On the road to Championship Sunday and crowning the second ever North American 1v1 Regional Champ. They're heading to the World Championship to take on the best 3 other 1v1ers in the world. It's going to be a great weekend of Rocket League here, setting us up for a fantastic World Championship later. I got Fear and Johnny. Johnny, it's time again, the 1v1s. I mean, it has to be you two.
It's time, and this year's a bit different. We thought it would be more of the same, a lot more of the same names that we've seen before, but so far 2 out of the only 2 regions that have qualified for Worlds, not the players we expected, not exactly at least, and both new as well, so that's really cool.
I mean, Fear, there's this is always a possibility. There's a possibility we have 4 completely new names in the 1v1 bracket here for 2026.
Yeah, but now we're down to the 2 regions that have probably the strongest favorites that are playing over the course of this weekend. So it's really time to test whether or not the underdogs actually stand a chance with North America and Mena.
I'm excited to get into it. Folks, if you're picking right now to start watching Rocket League, you picked a great time to become a fan of the greatest esport of all time. Bottom left corner is where we're at in the season. We've completed the first and second splits of the season, and now it's just time to get our 2v2 champions lined up. We've already done that. It's time to get our 1v1 champions lined up. We're doing that right now. And then we'll have those last chance qualifiers. If you want to play at the Rocket League World Championship September 15th through 20th, you can do that. You just got to win an LCQ. You sign up with your friends, scan that QR code top right of your screen, and who knows, maybe you could hold the title of World Champion in Rocket League here, folks. It'll be an exciting time as we'll have lots of action going down there. We'll be crowning our first ever 2v2 World Champion as well as our second ever 1v1 champion and our 3v3 champions. It's going to be lots of fun, but we got a long road to get there, and this 1v1 is going to be a big part of it this weekend. $7,000, if I remember it correctly earlier, is going to be going to the top team on the day. That'll be handed out at Championship Sunday, and more importantly, they qualify for the Rocket League World Championship. No one else qualifies. You got to win the whole thing if you want to play for the title of World Champion. But we got 16 teams left. They've all already, or 16 players left. They've all already earned $700, and with each win, they'll get themselves closer and further deeper into the money. Every player that makes it to playoff Saturday will have earned themselves $1,200 as we move forward in our bracket. That 1v1 Worlds bracket, we were just talking about it here. Fear, 2 players already qualified, and neither of them were the representative last year.
Yeah, but both very strong 1v1ers. Don't get worried about their chances at Worlds. These are guys who have played for a long time. Nas, going into the RLCS 1v1 last year, might have been the favorite at the start of the event before, not really playing up to his ability. KV1, he's been a top 1v1er for a long time.
We'll see both of them play. We're going to find out who they're competing against this weekend as the Middle East is running their bracket right now. We should actually know much more about their bracket situation by the end of today, and tomorrow we'll get to tell you who the Mena 1v1 champion is. North American 1v1 champion will have to wait till Sunday. But that's what our bracket looks like. And hey, if you win your bracket today, I said it's $7,000. It's actually sort of $12,000. You win on Championship Sunday this weekend, you'll earn $7,000 immediately, and then you'll earn $5K just for showing up and losing at the bracket at the World Championship. If you win, though, you jump up to $25,000, $50,000, and most importantly, the title of 1v1 World Champion, going to the top player at the end of our World Championship in September. So if you want to be in the building when we crown not 1, not 2, but 3 different champions, actually kind of like 6 champions, though it could, there's a chance. There's still a chance, gentlemen, that it's just 3 players that win all 3 titles. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can be in the building when it happens. And I mean, Johnny, we were there when Nobu got it in season in 2025. It was quite the story.
It was. He had to go against the home fans. He had to go against Moxie, one of the best players in 1v1 historically. And really the only top player who's fully dedicating himself to the game mode between his content creation and 1v1. But it didn't matter. I mean, Middle East got a rich history of ones as well, so this didn't come as too much of a surprise. But I think the manner in which he won was outstanding. 4-1, absolute domination.
Yeah, and no matter what happens in the future of the game, no matter if he makes it this weekend to defend that title or not, he gets to say he was the first ever Rocket League 1v1 World Champion. What a title he earned, and it was incredible. If you want to see history made, make sure you get your tickets. It's going to be a great event. Let's talk about what's going to happen this weekend. Get you guys a little bit more caught up. We have a playoff bracket. You'll notice there's no teams in this bracket. How are we going to play any games? We don't have teams in the bracket or players in the bracket here. Well, that's because we're filling out the bracket today. This bracket will start tomorrow. We will play the 4 matches on the left side of your screen on playoff Saturday, and then the rest of the bracket on Championship Sunday. So who's going to be in these spots there for upper bracket rounds 1 and lower bracket round 1 there? They're going to be coming from these 2 groups. Lots of the best names you've ever seen pick up a controller in North America here still competing today. Cosmic versus Wavy, 5UP versus Zach, Forky versus Evo, and Knight versus Zapatos. Fear Zapatos coming out of retirement, trying to make the run again.
Yeah, Zapato's giving it one last go in the Sentio. You love to see it. It's an actual mix-up from what we normally see on the field. I think if you look at some other regions, you'll see a Dominus here and there. This is a whole new hitbox. The Sentio, the Plank. The Plank has had success in 1v1 a long time ago. Zapatos is trying to bring it back and put it in the meta.
We'll see. He made a very deep run last year in our North American bracket. We'll see if he can do that again. Lots of names to talk about. We'll be talking about them at the beginning of our show when the matches actually start, because we're going to start there with Group A. Let's talk a little bit about Group B here, Johnny. AJ taking on Chronic, First Killer taking on Cheese. We got Loxi from Canada, the lone Canadian representative, taking on Diaz, and Wiz down there. He's American today, but he also comes from Greece. That's what the flag's for. He's going to be taking on Bora.
Yeah, this is interesting because we look at Diaz as the favorite, just like we did Moxie in Europe, just like we did Yan in South America, but neither Moxie or Yan won in their respective regions. So Diaz, the favorite of NA, in the defending champion of NA, getting some real tests, I think, in this tournament. Already facing one against Chronic in the Swiss, where he took a Game 5 loss before qualifying in round 4.
We'll see if they can get it done there, folks. A lot of returning players from previous events here. Zapatos over there made it out of groups last time. Wiz made it out of his group. AJ made it out of his group in 2025, but so did Wavy, Evo, First Killer, and Chronic. So lots of big names from the playoff bracket of 2025 here in Group B. We'll see who's able to emerge. Only half the group is going to make it out here. Only top 4. So we've got these two groups to play through. We'll be playing through Group A and then Group B. If you want to keep track of a specific player's run through the tournament, there are streams live all across the Rocket League category. Dignitas, you'll notice, is on here twice. That's because 5UP's in Group A. Bora is in Group B. They both are playing for Dignitas, so just keep twitch.tv/Dignitas open if you want to watch first 5UP's run and then Bora's run. They'll be live all day, but you can see a few other the competitors here also going to have their own individual runs. Keep it locked right here. We'll keep you covered on all the action as much as we can, because we will be running for most of the day 4 matches simultaneously. So much action here. We'll be trying to put the best match on the screen for you at the time, whatever it turns out to be, as those matches are going down. Now, I will say, we've been talking about names here, Johnny, that we've not, that if you're watching 3v3s, if you're a 3v3 viewer, if this is not the first time you're watching RLCS, but you've watched a lot of our 3v3 action, you're used to seeing some of these names. You probably look at the names you're familiar with and think they're the favorites in this tournament, and the people I haven't heard of, those must be bubble players that aren't very good here, but they don't have a chance. That's not the case here with ones. Can you let's give a basic lay of the land here. In your mind, who are the favorites this weekend?
Well, you know, you've got to mention, like we said, Diaz already. He is the favorite, I think. But First Killer is going to be his biggest test. He was the grand final opponent for him last season, and he's the jack of all trades, good in every game mode. You know, Chronic is another one I'm going to put up there because he beat Diaz in Swiss, so I have to respect that. But Wavy as well, Evo, these guys, exceptional ones players. I mean, they've all had a bit of success in threes. It's only when you get to my number 6, the Patos, we've got a guy who doesn't have 3v3 success. Bora in the bubble scene, and then Zach, who's right now NA champion for 2v2. He's kind of newer to 1v1, that's why I've got him down there, but I do still think his exceptional play in 2s and 3s this season will give him a little bit of a boost in terms of the mental, I think, confidence that brings.
Okay. So, I mean, I will say these are a lot of, Zabatos is kind of the only name on that list, maybe Forky as well, that's like not super, I think, well known to the 3v3 fans here. Feared, is your list the same players just in a different order, or is it the exact same list, or do you have any new names? Who do you got?
It was pretty close to the exact same. I just got to look at Johnny's. The top 6 is going to be exactly the same as Johnny's.
Okay.
We didn't plan this.
Yeah, we did not. I just saw Johnny's list for the first time a second ago with you guys. Zach, I have at 7. He came in actually as the number 1 seed. He grinded ones ranked and got the 1 seed into this. He didn't, stick with that through the Swiss necessarily, but he could be of somebody who we haven't seen as much, but is a very talented player. You do see him a lot in 3s. I decided to give AJ the nod over Bora as the only difference between me and Johnny's. AJ, once upon a time, was up here with the Chronic's First Killers, has been playing ones for a long time. I don't know how much he's kept up, but he seems to be playing okay. He made it into the top 16. I went ahead and give AJ the nod because, that's the history of 1v1 right there.
Yeah, oh man, what a veteran player at this point too. AJ has been around for so long, and it's crazy he's still this good at the game, folks. Those are potentially give you a basic lay of the land for today. We'll see if those results pan out for us. And again, we're only getting it down to the top 8 here today. So let's talk also quickly here about Mena, Johnny, because this is, while we are doing the North American broadcast here today, Mena has the reigning defending Rocket League 1v1 champion of the world, and they are playing their tournament this weekend. It's so important for us to keep an eye on how this tournament's going. Here's how Group A went yesterday.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good for the defending world champion with the lovely Twisted Minds logo, just to make sure he stands out with if the 3-0-3-0 didn't do that already. But yeah, bit disappointed. Dark not showing up, losing to the check-in bot. So I was really excited to see Dark play. He didn't make it. Not sure why. Hope all is well with him. One of the most exciting players to watch. But yeah, Kalir is also going through the upper bracket. He's kind of overshadowed by his twin brother Rawas in 1v1 historically, but he is looking good in Group A.
And with his win here, he actually is one of 2 players remaining in the world with the possibility of getting a triple crown of winning the 1v1, the 2v2, and the 3v3 tournament, because his brother Roas, who overshadows him, as we take a look at Group B, somehow Fear did not make it out of the bracket. We thought Roas would be a shoo-in for playoff Saturday in Mena, and unfortunately, 2 5-0s in a row, or 2 Game 5 losses in a row. Roas makes an early exit here from the tournament.
Yeah, we're probably looking at about 5 or so names from ones. Nupo, Kilirs, TRK, Rawas, but then also Nush. Nush was that next guy up, so Rawas got the toughest game to play into the top 6, and he had a close series. He was actually up 2-1 in both of these best of 5s. Nush won 2 in a row, knocked him down, and then FBI, another player who maybe you guys haven't heard of as much if you've only been watching the LAN levels from Mena, but FBI, a very strong player. and he was able to take him to game 5 and win 2 in a row as well. So it's not easy. Mena's very strong. Mena's a very good ones region. There's a reason why, the world champion came from Mena. It's not free, maybe even less free than it is in threes, because there's just so many talented ones players. And
wow,
Rawas couldn't hold on.
Yeah, look at this. Dash absolutely bodying him in that 4th game, and he catches him out as well in game 5. Like you mentioned, he won games 4 and 5 to send Rawas to the lower bracket in the group, and it looks like it was mostly aerial offense there, taking down Rawas. And then FBI was able to do a similar thing, winning games 4 and 5 against Rawas.
Well, this is how the Mena playoff bracket has shaped up. We will have a Twisted Minds team kill in the upper bracket round 1 there, but that is not an elimination match. One of them will drop to the quarterfinals. The other gets to advance to top 4 right away. They'll be playing their bracket today and tomorrow, so we'll keep you updated on their scores once their broadcast goes live and they start getting those games underway. We're going to start to have our games here pretty quickly. The players are getting in the lobby, getting ready to go, and again, it's going to be 4 games at a time. We're going to play through all of Group A and then all of Group B, and we'll be playing as the matches as quickly as possible. It's going to be a very full day of Rocket League. I'm very excited to get into it, and I hope you guys are too. So big schedule coming down the pipe for us. All the Rocket League 1v1ers in North America live on the pitch. We can show you the schedule, show you just to keep if you're like a Group B upper semis lower quarters connoisseur, that's the only thing you like to watch, come back in like 4 hours. But if you just like Rocket League, just to keep your seats locked right here. We're gonna play through all of Group A first, then we'll play through all of Group B. Again, all of these players, not all of them, but a lot of these players have a broadcast covering their run individually. So if you're a huge 5UP fan, there was someone in my chat yesterday talking about 5UP, and they're excited for that match the most today. Go over to twitch.tv/Dignitas. Make sure you've got that up on the other monitor, and you can watch all of 5UP's games uninterrupted. We will be hopping around between different matches on our broadcast here, but we will do the best to give you the most interesting match that is happening at that moment. So team streams are going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have our round matchups here for round number 1 of Group A, the upper quarterfinals. All these matches happening simultaneously. It'll be Wavy versus Cosmic, 5UP versus Zach, Forky versus Evo, and Knight versus Zapatos here. Fear, which of these seems the most spicy to you off the bat?
I'm probably looking to Zach and 5UP because I want to find out just how good Zach is. I said before, he hasn't played as much 1v1 as the rest of these other favorites. I'd say Wavy, Evo, Zapatos probably favored in their games. Zach, we're finding out right now how he's going to play in a series format outside of just, grinding up ranked to get high. Could he be an actual contender if he's playing on his game, or is he going to struggle with somebody like 5UP, who's also a strong player? I'm probably mostly looking to see how that one goes.
I'm excited to see that. Zach, we were talking about Killers earlier here. Johnny is one of the only 2 players left who could possibly secure a triple crown here for the first year we ever have a possibility of a 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 champion. Zach is the other player that is still a technical possibility for.
Yeah, it's technically possible, like you said, but that's so difficult. Obviously, 3v3 is already hard enough to win. Just becoming a 3v3 world champion by itself is extremely hard to do. 2v2, they've got to beat Zen and Atto in that one, so yeah, pretty tough. And then you've got to win this 1v1 event and win 1v1 worlds against the best from EU and Mena. I mean, this is like the hardest task. If he does that, he'd be straight into GOAT conversations, I think.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's funny though, because like when we think about like everything you just said is also true about Killers in Mena, but if he comes out as the 1v1 Mena champion, he will have to have at some point or in some way taken out the reigning defending 1v1 champion of the world. He's twins with his duo in 2v2s, which makes it sense. Like if Killers and Roas win the 2s competition, that just seems like fate. That should happen. And he's coming off of a grand finals appearance in the 3v3s in 2025. So like, while for Zach, it's like, that's not going to happen. For Killers, Fear, I don't know. It sort of seems like the recipe's there.
It's fun to pretend. Listen, I'm in all season long from the beginning to the end. Let's talk about who has the best chance of winning a triple crown. Great thing to talk about. Instant GOAT status if it ever happens. It will probably never happen. It was actually a question I was going to maybe throw to you guys is, do we really think there will ever be a triple crown? I don't know if there will be in my lifetime.
If it happened here, if it happened in year 1, Johnny, I'd be genuinely disappointed. I was like, can we please talk about this for like a little bit longer, like than just one season?
Well, I'll tell you what, like, because Zen exists, I believe it's possible, because I think if Zen just next season has the GOAT squad threes dominating everything, 2v2, I could absolutely see him winning again. And then it really just comes down to, can he learn how to get kickoffs right in 1v1? And he can do it. So I think Zen is the guy with the biggest chance for me. But even then, it's insanely difficult. As you said, he's feeling the pressure and the intensity of having to play all 3 game modes this season.
Yeah, no, it is. I think I'm kind of with you, Fear, that it's probably. Obviously, it's not likely that it's ever going to happen. I think I can't say I don't think it's going to happen, because I so want to believe. There's too much hope in my heart to just come out on broadcast and be like, yeah, it's never going to happen. But Johnny raises a good point that, like, the 1v1 is probably the biggest limiting factor, because it's the only one person gets to be the Triple Crown there. And if you narrow the field only to the players who have a chance at winning the 1v1 World Championship.
Right, and it's such a different game mode too. It's not quite like the rest. I feel like we're going to see a double crown champion. Who knows? Maybe even as early as this year, because I think a lot of good 2s players are also have strong 3s teams. And Zen and Atto, it feels like they're locked. We haven't even played it yet, but it feels like they're 2v2 champs. So if Vitality can win, or KC can win the 3s, which we both know those teams making grand finals or winning events, I feel like we could see it there. It's just so tough to also round it out with a 1v1 as well. And I think you're right, that will limit it. There's a chance you get 3s and 1s, but I mean, all 3 of them is just too much. Double crown, very realistic.
Yes.
Could actually happen as soon as this year.
Johnny, I hadn't thought about it, but like, actually a double crown this year seems surprisingly likely, with Carmine Corp's performance in Paris and Zenonato's performance in the 2v2s.
Yeah, Atto is looking very good for that. And then you've got to give Nas a shout as well, because they won Boston and he's the EU Ones champion. So he'll play against North America's 1v1 champion in the semi-final at the 1v1 Worlds. And then the winner will play against most likely Mena, but maybe KV1 if he can get an upset. So it's not out of the question. I think Nas can definitely do that. He's in with a chance.
It'll be fun. Chad, if any of this conversation is interesting to you, make sure you get your tickets to Worlds. I'm just saying, you could be in the building when that history is made. Most likely, none of the scenarios we just laid out are actually going to happen, and it's going to be something completely different and so much more interesting. So I'm so excited for us to get there and to find out who's going to get to take on NAS. We're going to find that out this weekend with these competitors and the bracket as it's shaping up. I'm looking back a little bit on last year's bracket as we're thinking about these first matchups here. We have Wavy versus Cosmic for round number 1. Crazy. That is. I'm not crazy that is round number 1. I'm double checking it is. What is crazy is that was also the first upper quarterfinal of Group A in 2025. Wavy versus Cosmic. It went 3-0 in favor of Wavy. Cosmic eventually went up against First Killer in the lower bracket semifinals, where First Killer did advance. So Wavy versus Cosmic, a fascinating matchup for me to watch. Has a year of practice and improvement changed Cosmic's standings in this tournament?
I'm gonna predict that against Wavy, no, just because I think Wavy is too strong. So and even bolder prediction now that he's losing, so I'm gonna stick to that. Wavy's winning. I'm gonna stick to it. 'Cause it's very.
Okay.
I hate when I make a prediction in ones when the player I'm predicted to win is 1-0 ahead. It just feels weak.
For sure.
Now, I'm gonna say I think Wavy's gonna win this. He's got more experience now. He's had a pretty successful, I'll say, 3v3 season. And he is up against it. Okay, let's do it, Wavy. Let's see what you got.
Cosmic, I feel like had a pretty strong season last RLCS 1 season, but coming into this one, I hadn't seen as much results from him. He struggled through the Swiss and early stages a little bit more than I would have thought he would. Got 3-0 swept by Bora, and then a loss to Nightya. Bora might end up being a loss that you can understand, because like you had him in the top 8, and I think probably that makes a lot of sense. He's probably pushing up there. But Nightya is a player that Cosmic historically, I think, has had the edge against and wouldn't, drop down to. So Cosmic maybe not playing his top game, but there's nothing more you can ask for than a great start against Wavy, and he almost made it 3-0.
Well, a couple of interesting things early in this game. Cosmic hit Wavy with a delayed kickoff on the diagonal spawn to score his second goal of the game, so Wavy's going to need to be careful about that. Wavy also right there opted to not... Oh, Cosmic's just missed the ball. Okay, he got a tough read there and he decided to go for it. I think he did surprise Wavy by jumping, but you've got to obviously get the ball, or at least part of the ball. But yeah, Wavy opted to go infield dribble instead of wall play, which is not... I don't think that's something he has to do. He does have a very good aerial game. But when the ball's, rolling towards your back corner boost, you do expect players these days to just always take the chance to go up in the air for ceiling shot or flip reset.
Yeah, maybe feeling the moments of RLCS 1. Sometimes it switches up how people want to play, and they feel a little bit more comfortable there on the ground. But Wavy, wasn't expecting him to stay behind too long. He's already in a great position here with the possession as he's going to work and try and take Cosmic down. Cosmic did a pretty good job of stealing that boost and making sure he has some to make up that play right there. And that will push it out a little bit as Wavy continues this possession, but with a lot more space.
Okay, now here comes that aerial play. Was wondering if we're going to get to see one. Wavy reset fake. So yes, an aerial play, but not the most confident aerial play. He didn't get an early reset and use it there. Get in the reset, just kind of hoping the opponent outplays himself. A bit more of a safe option. So Wavy's playing this game one quite conservatively, it seems.
When Wavy joined the scene, he was a very conservative ones player. Garnered some comparisons to Moxie, who at the time was also playing a little bit more conservative away from the aerial game. But Wavy has improved that big time. Problem is Cosmic is not an easy person to get through. Wavy, this is just a bit of a misplay. Just threw it into the corner and just passed it to Cosmic for the finish.
Yeah, it's a really bad touch. Wavy needed to control that. Has to get it either up in the air if he wants to play off the wall or just try to get a softer touch on it. But okay, another aerial play. This will tell us how confident Wavy's feeling. I'll say honestly, he can't be feeling super confident. He might get a goal off this. He does. But so far we're seeing very, very safe play out of Wavy. We've had reset fake into now reset dunk. So if Cosmic clocks onto this, he's going to just start ball chasing every single challenge and ignore what Wavy's doing.
That's okay for now. Just halfway through game one, but over the course of a series, Cosmic will learn. His lefty will learn what's Wavy's going for every time. Got to be willing to do something else. We'll see if Cosmic can do anything else in the air. He actually got challenged by Wavy up high. Cosmic probably grabbing the reset. Oh my goodness, what a pop! Got there. That was almost insane.
I can't believe that. That was a great touch, but Wavy's come away with it. Boost advantage, delayed air roll shot, cracks the crossbar. Still recoveries are coming through for Wavy. Even though he's not scoring these shots, he's kind of keeping the pressure on. Looks like he might lose this one though. Going to try and go for the back wall bump. Cosmic saw it come in. He's very good at avoiding those kind of things, as all these expert ones players are.
Quick update on the rest of the scores. 5 up. It's like Nightya and Forky here. No, excuse me, Evo. All leading. 5 up. Nice solid lead.
Look at bottom right though. We got Nightya 7-2 up on Zapatos.
Zapatos.
That's not what I expected in that one at all.
Yeah, Nightya is a player who has been kind of, right on the edge of top 16. He's been, qualifying for events like this. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Not really a player to take down someone the likes of Zapatos, so that's definitely one to watch out for. Also, I noticed that Zach playing from behind against 5 up, so the #1 seed, maybe not holding it down as much as we might expect.
Oh, wow.
Gonna get some stuff going.
I mean, I was about to say again, I was about to make a Razier's comparison as Wavy just kind of missed this one. I was thinking, okay, he might really be feeling nervous today, as Razier's did in EU last weekend. And then he just full sends a goal line challenge, and Cosmic didn't see it coming. So he's within 1. Overall, so far, I think Wavy's playing it safe, and he's going to need to step up if he wants a chance to qualify today. Oh, Cosmic's missed this.
It's wide.
Worst possible bounce, too.
Yeah.
I think Wavy, if he wants to win this tournament, he'll have to start being confident with his aerial plays. Right now, I think he's given Cosmic too many chances to get back in this. Wavy's had the chances, he had the opportunities, but too many of them have just resulted in nothing going his favor, and eventually Cosmic grinds his way to another goal.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's maybe playing an intentional safe style. This is to give him as much credit as possible, maybe, because he thinks he can handle Cosmic. I don't want to do anything crazy. I don't want to go for too many resets, give a bunch of free goals. The reality is, he's recognizing with a minute left to go, down 2, that you're going to have to play your full game. If it is true that it's an intentional, strategy to... Oh, my goodness, disaster. Needs to clean up the mechanics a little bit.
Yeah, and now is the time where you need to be clipping, you need to be hitting your big shots that you're going to need later on, because I think Wavy, if that is his strategy here, I think he's right. He should be able to win this. without going 100%. But later on, you're going to need that 100%, and it's better to get the reps in at your expected mode you're going to need to play in before it's, you know, pressure on the line up against the higher level player. Cosmic's an experienced player, and he's had success in ones, a lot of success in ones in the past. Wavy has not looked confident here. Has he got the flick right this time? Yes, he does. Meanwhile, Evo's won. Naiya's all but won, and same for 5-Up.
Evo handling business. It's this close game, 31 seconds up in the top left. Cosmic and Wavy, really important kickoff here. With a good kickoff, we're talking this game is still interesting, and it's good enough. Wavy has control. Oh, Cosmic immediately to try and buy time. Just dives, gets demoed. Wavy's got time. He doesn't even necessarily need to score this obscenely fast.
He's trying.
Could try and fake here. Or just muscle it through.
I love the approach here from Wavy. He knows he's got space with the demo, so he takes the ball across the field. Actually anticipated where Cosmic would choose to spawn it and switch the play on him. Threatened a bunch of angles. Can he get the kickoff win though? It's going to go back corner. This is actually good for Wavy. It's near his goal, but it's not in, so it will be his ball.
Here's his chance. Prove that your AO game is on form today. You need it right now to force OT, and it's just a bit forced him high. He should be able to shift the ball.
Chance?
What? Wavy, you had that. I was about to commend him for how patient he was being. Like, yeah, you do have time. It's okay. You can take a second. You can't take that much time. You do have to get the ball eventually.
Wow. I can't believe that. I mean, my predictions in shambles already. I shouldn't have backed him. What was I thinking? I did this with Tempo last week as well. Just cursing players out here, but okay. I love the US flag next to Forky's name here. Very patriotic, as all the other org logos have been opted for most of the players. I think what else have we got? We've got Zapatos with the Mexico flag and Wiz with the Greece flag. I think that might be all of them. Oh no, we had Canada for Luxie as well.
Forky is a fun player to watch. He is a player who streams a bunch, and he definitely doesn't play it, you know, the conventional style. When he is trying to play his most, you know, his top game, he definitely moves unique and goes for some crazy shots. But the problem is he hasn't really been able to rise it up to a level to take down the likes of an Evo, and I think an Evo is pretty heavily favored here against a Forky, assuming he doesn't, you know, slip up. He is down right now. We can see a ton of his previous game, but he did end up winning it. It was fairly lower scoring, so it wasn't like domination from Evo. And Forky sticking it to him right now on offense. The majority of this time we've been watching him as well as having that first goal. Evo's chance though, Forky just kind of left that net open, and we're back to tie.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup early for Forky if Evo shows up well. And I do like Evo's ability in ones to just trust what he thinks he's going to be able to do. You know, we saw from Wavy there in game one, he's kind of pulling his punches a little bit. I don't think Evo has that same problem. He might trend too far in the opposite direction, in fact, where he's a bit too confident and going for things that are a bit too difficult and unnecessarily complicated. But yeah, you can definitely expect confidence from Evo with the mechanics.
And he's going to try right now. Forky pre-jumping. Oh, dangerous. Yeah, Evo doesn't even need to fake it. Sometimes you'll see players on the goal line try and add to it by having someone dive across because they have to, but now this is just really wide open. Evo won't pass it up. Talking about Evo and, you know, always pushing to the limits, I feel like there was a moment in time, maybe like a month or so, when Evo was playing, he just lost his kickoff heavy, so it's going to be easy Forky goal, where he was pushing his limits defensively. He was like only playing in net, and he would just send the ball away and see how many saves can I get? How many tough saves can I get? It's like, you have to play some offense at some point. So Evo, he's mixed it up, and after that, I feel like his defense has been improved. So I don't know, maybe he was just trying to work it out. He's had pretty strong defense as far as 1v1ers go. Right now, though, he's allowed Forky to get two. Forky is also a player who's down to go crazy in the air, but this time no reset. Evo just dunks it, takes it away, back in the lead.
Yeah, this is a good matchup for Evo to test out the defensive end of his game, isn't it? Because Forky's a bit of a tricky player, so if Evo does want to do that and try that defensive style in one of these games, he could really get a good guess on how that's working out for him. And what we mean by that is just more of a back-off style like he's doing here. So full-on shadow, but great play by Forky actually countering Evo's shadow defense with the pop bump. One of the best things you could do against a shadowing defender.
Yeah, and we were just watching. I hate to bring him up because he's unfortunately no longer in the Mena bracket, but Rawas is probably the best at stopping those bumps, and he loves to take a side-on approach in order to try and challenge. Whereas Evo directly, shadowing in front of the ball can be so tough to get up and get around. So one of the things Evo will need to switch if Forky makes a habit of going for those bumps to get his goals. He was able to read a big challenge.
Wow.
Evo turned away and then was going to try and backflip, but Forky read it and launched it over him.
And that is a really instructive moment for all of you watching. If you want to get better at flicks in 1s and 2s, or just any game mode, even 3s and 4s, when your opponent goes out of your vision like that, it's almost never a bad idea to flick the ball straight at where you think they might be. Because if you think about the options, what could be happening next? Well, if they have challenged you, you've just flicked it over them and scored, like Forky did there. And if they've not challenged you, you've just flicked the ball awkwardly over them, and you can look for a demo on them, a bump. You can try to play off at their next touch. You can even beat them to the ball if they don't jump. So it's almost never a bad idea if you're not sure. Forky there is thinking, okay, Evo might be challenging me here. I'm just going to flick the ball in case he is. And in that case, he was.
5 up, continuing to bring the pressure to Zach here. Zapatos does seem to have stabilized his matchup against Nightya. Wavy trying to bounce back here. A quick update also from Mena. We saw the score bug pop up for a moment ago. Willie was 2-0 up on Ops. Ops managed to score a buzzer beater in game 3 to win that one 7-6. So they are now in game 4. Those broadcasts happening all over the twitch.tv/Rocket League directory here, or browse/Rocket League. Anyways, a lot of different channels covering those matchups. No one official broadcast. Willie's covering it. Locust is covering it. Go check it out. Make sure you watch the Mena broadcast.
Yeah, tough bracket there for Ops and Willie. The winner of that plays the loser of Nightport TRK, so it's not going to get any easier for them moving on through the bracket. But yeah, you can't cut out these Mena underdogs, especially this season where 1v1's been full of surprises. No less, or most of all, I think Europe last weekend. Ozaf beating Zen. We had Maddie beating Jack. We even had Braziers dropping a series to Mozzarella. So anything can happen this year in 1s, it seems.
And you can even see Ascentio on your screen. Anything can really happen. We're over watching Zapatos and Nightya. He had a really tough time. I think Nightya won by many, many goals when we were checking in last time. But Zapatos has it figured out. He's a really fun player to watch. There's just so many different ways you have to play, really, when you have this Ascentio. You can't be going for the kind of 50s you'll see an Octane or a Fennec go for, because that ball's headed right over the top of your car and into your net. So Zapatos playing it, just a unique way. He likes to play towards his flicks. He likes to play towards his mechanics. At times, he's almost looked like a freestyler out there on the field. So we'll see if we can pick up any of that in these moments you watch this game. It's a really aggressive challenge. I like to see that from Zapatos. Another thing he loves to do is just stay on the ball constantly. He likes to stay in with 0 boost. He'll use his dashing to make up for the fact that he doesn't have any. And he will find a way to get you annoyed and get this goal in your net. And we'll see if he proves me right here while he tries to extend this possession against Nightya, who is totally starved out and is not picking up pads. Oh, play on 0 boost. It's going to be way too tough to do.
A good pepper into the net with shots there from Zapatos. Never giving Nightya an angle out, but look at how he's also given himself space to work with every single time he shoots the ball. He's making sure not to flip towards the net, at least not overly towards the net, because a lot of players who are less experienced in those positions will give away the possession by taking a bad shot. Oh, hold on, bottom left, we got 0 second attempt. It's going to go into overtime. Look like both players might have had a chance at that one.
Forky let it slip here because he had the lead for the majority of the game. While we weren't watching, Evo's creeped it back. Can Forky clutch it up, or Evo steal this game as well? This is a decent flick. Evo has the save. Now he's very low on boost. We just saw Zapatos score in this position, but that shot is not going to cut it right at the defender. Is going to give Evo a chance to breathe.
Yeah, unfortunately for Evo, he has given the ball right back, and he's got to look out for the demo here. Forky gets it. Huge play by Forky. Spotted the angle for the demo, and Evo did not make necessary evasive maneuvers. He maybe could, he definitely could have done a little bit more there, had boost to try to fly into an awkward angle. Forky tying the series. Great stuff from the underdog.
Zapatos confirming his win in the bottom right. Up in the top left, we've got Wavy bouncing back after, Johnny doesn't watch him all game. The curse is not there. He can play, completely on his own, and He's got a 4-goal lead with 25 seconds, very likely to hold on to that. But we kind of have every game wrapping up right now as 5-Up continuing in the top right his potential sweep against Zach. Zach, you know, I've seen Zach, or Scribbles at the time is what he was when he was playing in the show matches. You know, he looked good. He looked good in a couple matches that he has played. Pair that with his rank, and then he must have forfeit because they just paused the game over there. So Zach's had enough. He 5-Up, just looking like the better player, as we are going to pretty much have to wait here for these games to wrap up and get into another one.
I'm very curious just to take a closer look at that 5-Up versus Zach game, because that's not what we expected. We thought that would be a closer one, and I was leaning towards Zach to win it after, yeah, like you said, seeing his ladder MMR. He's clearly putting the time in, and also just knowing how effective of an RLCS player he's been this season in 2s and 3s. I thought that would maybe translate a little bit, but 1v1 being such a unique game mode is clearly evened it out and maybe swung it obviously in 5-Up's favor. We'll have to take a closer look at it and see if is it kickoffs, is it midfield play, you know, where are these goals coming from? Is it counter-attacking gameplay? Well, game 3 is about to start up there, so we'll check it out in a bit. First of all, look at the Porky trying to navigate his 3 parking maneuvers. Has he passed the driving test? Looks like he might have. He knows what he's doing.
This is the bread and butter for Evo. He loves himself. Nice air dribble.
Wow.
She only barely kept it underneath the crossbar, but North America, you know, at one point in time, was just trading wall to air dribbles back and forth. You know, there was no midfield fighting for possession. It was just your turn, my turn. Evo was one of the kings of that game. They don't really do that as bad as they used to anymore over here in North America, but it does result in a lot of the players definitely being able to hang when it comes to wall to air dribbles. Evo this time just going to punish Forky. And even though Forky got a touch, Evo seems to have, you know, reestablished himself here in this series.
Yeah, Forky was looking to pop that ball awkwardly, out of reach, but he really only set Evo up perfectly in his stride. Yeah, Evo with a nice kickoff is going to go up by 3 here as well. He's off to a flying start. Yeah, I wonder if we can take a look at that Zach versus 5-Up at some point here. See if Zach is going to make it into a series. He is 1 goal ahead. 5-Up's coming back at himself, right? And scores. Okay, so 1 minute in. The match is still not looking too comfortable for Zach.
5-Up is, you know, a strong player. I think there was a lot of hype around 5-Up for a while as he's been getting established here in the RLCS scene. Now he gets to play on the field all by himself. Could be the biggest moment to really show off what he can do. And any win against an SSG player is a good one with how SSG has been playing recently. 5-Up in control ever since tuning in. He scored right in that moment. He's going to pick up a demo, so maybe it is
he missed the boost.
That's been 5-Up's way. He's going to back all the way up. He's going to give the ball away, too. I don't know if he necessarily needed to do that. He's just going to let Zach have everything after he got the demo.
It was, oh, what a save. Yeah, he missed the boost, so he had to back off. And now here he comes again after a great save the other way. Reset secured. Absolutely slams the crossbar. He went for that one, though. I like the confidence. The accuracy needs some work.
Yeah, he was trying to get perfect placements. That's just the respect he must have for Zach defensively. Zach's gonna have to back up. 5-Up's just gonna launch it down the field. The question is, can 5-Up get boost, or will Zach be able to punish? He does try and force the issue quickly, and it doesn't even need to be a bouncing dribble. You can just roll it down the field and hook shot it if that player leaves and rushes away for boost.
Yeah, showing that you don't need ball carries to be a good ground gamer. In 1s, the rolling ball dribble is more than fine if you can line up your hook shot, if you can threaten those angles. Now, looking at the kickoff, Zach's coming out on top of this one. Did see 5-Up trying for a wave dash recovery there. That would explain the success he's had in the matchup, to be honest. If Zach's been spamming standards against a wave dash recovery kickoff, and Zach's nowhere near that. Luckily for him, it's off the post. It looks like that is going to be too much for 5-Up. Zach up by 2.
Bounce.
This is just so unfortunate for 5-Up. That is the worst possible bounce you could ever hope for. I barely even blame him for kind of sticking around and seeing if there's something he could do. If you prep for that bounce every time, you're going to be in big trouble. So
Zapatos holding a firm lead here overnight in game number 3. With Evo trying to put the distance on the series against Forky, but close one, Cosmic versus Wavy. As they are a little bit behind. Looks like maybe they had a restart for game number 2. Or is this, no, this is game number 3, they just didn't switch maps.
Oh, Wavy just peached a flick top left. That was beautiful. It looks like he's sticking to the ground game like we saw very early in the match as his preferred method of attacking against Cosmic. As we've seen recently, you do need to have a full all-rounded aerial game as well in ones, which Wavy does have, but the flicks are excellent. I mean, he's so consistent with these. Boost advantage, strong possession, and another goal.
Wavy's not going to learn his lesson if he just gets to keep playing this ground game all the way through and get a win against Cosmic. He needs to start expanding his game. Diaz has had some slight struggling so far, but he is somebody that you will not get away with, you know, not playing everything you've got in your bag, and you'll absolutely need to probably play Diaz if you want to win. You got to expect to have to beat Diaz if you want to be the representative for NA.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's the final boss. Somebody's going to need to take him down. Will it be an upset? Will it be one of the other favorites who's able to do it? Wavy's really started to warm up here, at least in terms of possession. Kickoffs are consecutively going his way. He's got Cosmic dead to rights here. This should be a goal eventually. He's going to go straight for it. Ooh. And he doesn't quite get it, but still a good position. He's able to turn these attacks into more attacks, which is really the key here to keep in control of the match.
Lobbing the ball up because he knows he's got boost advantage. He's hoping that would just be enough, but Cosmic had enough to clear it away. Maybe, you know, a bouncing ball that a lot of players would take into an air dribble if they could, but instead he plays it slow, tries to get a carry, and Cosmic has recognized he is playing scared. He's just going to turn and dunk him.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about in game one. You know, if Cosmic clocks onto the fact that Wavy is deviating away from wall plays, he's just going for the ground game, he's going for a lot of 50s, a lot of mind games. Yeah, you can just go for the ball at that point. You don't need to worry too much about what your opponent is doing. Now, Wavy's got to stop Cosmic from gaining confidence in his defensive game by flicking the ball past him in those positions. We saw that in the Forky Evo match. Forky anticipated that early challenge, flicked the ball past it to Wavy here. I wouldn't mind us seeing him move the ball quickly in some direction. He does go for that, just to try to stop Cosmic from getting in his face.
Nice demo. Not an easy one to pick up. Cosmic now is trying to go for a dribble with 36 boosts. Not gonna have a ton left over, and we'll have to kind of fully retreat here to see if he can maintain possession. Was hoping to maybe chip the ball, but does not get it. So now in defense, forcing this one up high, immediately looking to see what's Wavy up to. Do I have to rush to this ball? Has he recovered really well? Or can I actually take a second to breathe? Which was what he did. Ooh, didn't get the undercut perfect like he wanted, and now he's going to die because of it. So 30 seconds left to go. We'll see if Wavy forces the issue here, or if he tries to maybe bait in a bad challenge, considering he does have the lead. He's going to go double jump hope. That is not the best attempt. He separated from the ball so much. Saved by bumping Cosmic, but it's still not out of it.
Cosmic trying to get a fancy flick on the end of that one, but it's not worked out in his favor. He's managed to demo Wavy though, a bit careless from Wavy. And now Cosmic, full pitch air dribble up, starting in his back corner, reset secured. Wavy standing off for now. Cosmic lets it bounce one more time. I don't think that's going to have a chance of going past him though. No, it's going to be Wavy for game 3. And Evo, Zapatos have secured wins as well. It looks like Zach also got one.
He did, yeah. He got his win there. I think they said it was 5-4. So now trying to find Champions Field. Willie also got the win in game 4. He's now into game 5. It's tied 3-3. It's been a very close series over there in the Mena upper round 1.
Yes, that's an elimination match as well in Mena. They're a day ahead in their playoffs. It's a triple match point against Ops. Does Willie to go top 6 in Mena. I mean, that's a great result for any player in Mena to be top 6 1v1 in your region, a region containing, of course, Rawas, the 1v1 world champion, Kalirs, so many other, TRK, so many other players as well. Very good stuff out of Willie.
No question. Zach, we've seen a lot of goals here between Zach and 5UP. It has been a kickoff fest back and forth since tuning in. 5UP going for the standard kickoff and Zach winning, still going for the standard. We'll see if this develops anymore. If 5UP goes back to that wave dash. I don't know if we've seen a ton of mix-up from Zach. He is the player, kind of player that you could expect to maybe not have the mix-ups, who doesn't really want to, play the 1v1 kickoff game because he doesn't play 1v1 as much. but right now he's been able to get away with it. The standards keep working, and the aerial game is something we know he has. He gets that, you know, a 2v2 champion from NA, a strong 3v3 player. He definitely has the aerial game. He's using that to his advantage.
Yeah, this is where he, I think, should be focusing most of his offense if he can steer the ball in that direction. It's not that he's got a bad ground game by any means, but I think that's where he's going to strike the most fear into his opposition. I think this is going to go in, isn't it? Yeah, Zach's not even bothered to try to get back. As 5UP sees the early challenge from Zach coming. It doesn't necessarily make it a bad challenge, though, by Zach. You know, sometimes you'll see challenges like this and think, well, what was he doing? That's so obvious. But very often the fact that the challenge is obvious is what the pro is going for in ones. It's so dumb that they're not going to see it coming is kind of the logic. And I love to use that in my games. Not sure about you guys.
It's a little bit less effective, I think, for us. But you got to assume a lot of smart plays are happening against your opponents here in the top 16 of NA. So it's interesting how skill can wrap back around in that way. You know, doing nothing at all is actually sometimes very effective and almost a tough skill to recognize at this highest level, whereas I do nothing at all the time.
I fear I also go for delayed kickoffs almost exclusively because it's the only thing that's within my speed capacity.
I used to be able to be, you know, somewhat close to the speed of everyone in my rank, but over the years, everyone just gets faster and I stay exactly the same speed. So we've gotten to the point where I'm slower than everybody else guaranteed, so might as well just delay.
Delay, fake, drive kickoff. You know, there's a lot of different variety when it comes to kickoffs. We'll be looking throughout the day for any other strategies, anything that we didn't see in EU last weekend. Oh, what a save by 5UP. He's recovered as well. Oh, nearly tripped up Zach to get the goal. Yeah, for the most part today, we are seeing delayed kickoffs, we're seeing standard kickoffs, we're seeing wave dash recovery kickoffs. Those are the main three.
Zapatos did secure his 10-5 win overnight. Yeah, so they are on to game 4, still tied up. Forky and Evo staying tied at 1 apiece. Wavy looking like he might be able to secure this after dropping game number 1. Maybe the fears that were struck into us by game number 1 all unfounded there. And Zach also writing the story here. Favorites starting to come out on top in all the matches.
That's, you know, simultaneously good to see. Also missed opportunity for some of the underdogs here. I think Wavy especially has looked a little bit nervous. And Forky obviously had a good start against Evo. Very close games there. 5UP at the best of the lot, though. He's had the best start out of all the underdogs, and it's starting to slip slightly against Zach. He's got to keep this game close, I feel. If he lets Zach storm to a 10-goal game, then it's going to be very hard to win that game 5.
We've seen 9 goals in 2 minutes, and he let Zach score 6 times. Definitely means something's going on at the kickoff. You know, we don't necessarily know what it is. We've been jumping in and out. Somebody has something to fix if we've already seen this many goals. But we have a little bit of midfield play now, and Zach got really greedy in the air. So 5UP's going to get to walk one that even I could score in.
What are you thinking, Waypunk? Are we going to let him have that one? Do you think Fear can score this?
Surely.
He could also miss it. Let's just be real. He could also totally miss.
You're playing golf with the boys, and you've got a half a foot putt, and you say, nah, prove it.
Prove it, yeah.
Prove it. Not going to give you that one. No gimmies. Yeah, no gimmies out here. We want to see it for real with our own eyes, especially when it comes to open nets in Rocket League. That's a really great shot. I mean, he had to manage his boost perfectly here to reach that. Solid contact as well with no boost on the final flick. So, well done, Zach. Starting to warm up and starting to take over the series.
The way he has to get the reset too, because he's kind of attacking the ball almost the wrong way, and he's just gonna roll around it while getting the reset, and he just does that like it's no big deal at all. He's back up to the air again, trying to get a double reset in your top right corner. Okay, he did. That is Zach playing his game finally.
Okay, yeah, this is getting dangerous for 5UP. It's also one of the reasons we had Zach in the top 8, even though he's not known for his 1v1 as much. We know what he can do in Rocket League in general. We know how much that mechanical ability translates to 1v1 these days. Look at Forky, though, giving Evo a tough run for his money. Bad touch in the back corner will concede, however. That see opposite of what he needed to do here. I mean, that's just a free ball, but he's completely missed the ball and the boost. And it's a free goal for Evo.
Yeah, it's a crucial moment too. This is, I think, the first of our series that could wrap up here if Evo holds on. He's got a 1-goal lead. These guys have kept it much lower scoring than some of the other games we have been watching. Nice recovery save from Forky. There's a mistake to give him that opportunity in the first place. Doesn't have boost now, and he's not. Oh, he just got a respawn perfectly timed, but he's so awkward because he was trying to pick it up. I mean, can Evo just hold on to this possession for 35 seconds? Even though Forky has, a couple touches in a row, they're all awkward and they're all attempts to try and actually get something going. The speed is first. Well, he missed the dash and had no boost anyways. So Evo could take this. Yep, he's gonna take it back corner. He doesn't need to bring it to Forky. He could just hold on to it, try and make Forky dive in. Taking it in front of his net is also an interesting choice.
Forky, yeah, looking for a demo it seems, because he was out of view for a long time there, so you can guarantee he was underneath Evo trying to demo him. Still has a chance, but he's dropped the ball, and that's killed all of his opportunities. It's going to be game to Evo if he can just dribble this back one more time. He does. Evo 3-1 over Forky.
Evo will advance in Group A's bracket. We'll see Forky drop to the lowers there. As Zach is putting the hurt on, got 10 goals, and he's going to be forcing Champions Field. Meanwhile, Wavy with 1 minute away from also securing his match in 4 games.
Looks like he's cured the early jitters. Top 16, always just a little bit different than any other moments during. Cosmic almost got a nice bounce there. Wait, he still might get back to it. Save from Wavy. This could be a counter. He's really trying to force it with both of them on low boost. And even though he doesn't score, he gets Cosmic on the back wall now without even a pad to his name. And he should be a good spot, except Cosmic somehow gets such a good 50 that he escapes immediately from the worst possible spot you could be in. But, I mean, he needs 4 goals, 30 seconds. If Wavy's in control of the ball at all for any part of the rest of this game, then it is over for Cosmic, and Wavy is clearly in control right now. He's going to just play a little ring around the rosy as he swings around the map and should be securing his first round as well, except, of course, he does that.
It should still be fine. I think, the fact that Wavy's mentality in this entire play is not to overextend too much, it tells me he's going to be fine. He should be able to get his hands on the ball one more time, and that's it. So Cosmic, good start. I think largely due to Wavy's nerves early, if I had to guess. But Wavy's fixed that and comfortably won in 4. Looks like we might not be having the same story between Zapatos and Nightya, though.
Yeah. I mean, they may be forcing a game 5 there, but also 5 up. 37 seconds left, 2-goal game.
Oh, go on, another 10-10-10. Can we get another 10-10-10? 2 more goals for 5 up in 25 seconds would do it. Had that in Europe already this season, so it would be a scorigami.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, it did end 12-10, to be fair. Well,
it did end 12-10.
But
it was 10-10-10 for a while, which is spectacular. Still could happen. Oh, we've got to get a move on, no 5 up. Surely.
Come on, right?
No. Yeah.
11-11.
11-11. That could be a unique scoreline.
Oh, there's GGs. He called it.
Unique scoreboard states. Don't be going to game 5. Looks like this one's also going to be going to game 5. Nightya, look at him rallying here against Zapatos.
Impressive stuff from Nightya. I thought he might be completely out of this one when Zapatos started to take control. But going to game 5 in round 1, Zapatos. One of the, I think he's not a contender, but he's one of the gatekeepers, I'll say, of the NA1 scene. He's struggling early, a little bit.
I love seeing him. Love seeing him still here. Love seeing anybody not driving Octane and Fennec doing anything good at this level of Rocket League. And the Sentio's a great car. Also, quick update: Ops did force Game 6. It's 3-3 with 149. Every time I give you guys an update, they're tied. It's crazy how close this series has been, and they are 1 minute 42 away from seeing Champions Field if Ops is able to get this lead back. So close series over there as we are waiting on 2 Game 5s, 2 Champions Fields to get underway here for our North American matches. Fear.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we saw as many Game 5s on the Fridays of EU, so a little bit closer matchups, ones that we maybe didn't expect. I think Zach 5-up is kind of a toss-up going into this, so maybe that one could have gone to 5, but Zapatos is that gatekeeper, like you said, and Naya is on the outside of the gate. If Zapatos is the gatekeeper, Naya is on the outside. He's the one blocking him from getting in. And he still has an opportunity to block him. It's not like the series is over, but it's a good start from Naya. He's going to have to deal with the dashing Sentio just a little bit more, but looks like we got a game going, and Zach off to the right start.
Zach is reverse sweeping here. That's a really nice play. 5UP thought that the fight was for the mid boost. Zach fakes it, cuts infield for the direct shot. That's a large part of 1v1 immediately after kickoffs, is keeping your eyes on the straight shot as long as possible. Very often the boost will suck the opponent away and the net's wide open for you.
Wow, I'm surprised Zach got so much off of that instant side flip reset that he actually missed it wide. Not sure he thought that he was going to be able to do that as he was trying to find that near post. See if he couldn't surprise 5UP. Can he get an undercut here? He's got enough boost to be a pest, though. He's going to stick around and see if he can't worsen 5UP's position before 5UP eventually does get his possession. Or maybe he won't even get a possession. He's going to hand it over to Zach with a bit of a mistouch on the wall, and then Zach's going to beat him to make it 2-0.
Yeah, not the most height on this reset, but still enough. 5UP was trying to lean back, it seems, so maybe expecting an air dribble bump. I think if he'd just gone for the ball, then he would have been fine. Chance for Zach to completely shatter 5UP's mental with a reverse sweep. 5UP already looks like he's second-guessing himself in defense.
And he's having to play a decent amount of it here. Zach,
oh no,
that was it. He just watched it go in. I mean, he was ready to react if it doesn't, but such a tough position. Even forced 5UP to be the last one to touch it. But hey, you tap it in order to really establish dominance here. Zapatos just got demoed though over on this other side. The screen, Naya gonna equalize.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Naya missed a flick and he just rolled through for the demo. I don't think he meant that at all, but Zapatos got punished for shadowing as close as he did. He's had some problems in Naya today. Who's, like I said, a player who's been in and around the one scene in NA for a long time. But so is Zapatos. This isn't a matchup where the underdog's got more 1v1 experience. I think they both have plenty. Zapatos has more 1v1 tournament experience.
Yeah, no question. As he swings around this one and just, oh my goodness, so much heat. Sometimes I swear the plank just gets a little bit extra. Zapatos sees Naya waiting in net and says, I'm just going to beat you to the ball. I'm going to rocket it so you still don't have a chance. Zapatos, very highly mechanical player too in the air, and I want to see him go to the air right now while we have him on the mainstream. Gets his reset over the top. Hey, proving me right. Thank you, Zapatos. Reset to backboard double.
There's no delay on this, no hesitation. Immediately uses the reset for the double tap. That is supreme aerial confidence out of Zapatos. That's just the kind of confidence we want to see from anyone who's intended to make a run in this tournament. You've got to be hitting those shots today in round one, or else we will simply not believe in you. If EU's anything to go by, that's a great flick. Zapatos takes it back. It's not a good outcome though for Naya. Zapatos has so much space. Another reset, and perfectly puts the top in. He got a couple touches on that one, and he's starting to flex aerial max.
You know, I love what I'm seeing from Zapatos, which is interesting because the scoreline is not something I would love. We haven't been able to watch it all. You know, if Zapatos is playing his best game, I don't think he's going game 5 with Naya, but I watch him right now and I'm like, he's playing everything he needs to. He's playing super confident. I don't know if it maybe helps that he kind of cap retired and now is back. He is a guy who I think struggled a little bit with nerves, and now maybe he feels he's got less pressure. Like, you know, I'm retired, so if I beat them, you know, it's their loss. I should lose anyways, so maybe that's going to help him be confident. He definitely has confidence right now in this game 5.
Quick update. The final scoreline of Game 6 was 6-5. Ops does force Game 7 against Willie in the Mena bracket.
So that's Game 7, you say, going into Game 7 right now?
Going to say right now.
Wow. So it's Ops from behind against Willie. Zapatos, no reset in this one. Oh, it doesn't matter though. He just dunked it through. Now, maybe that might have been a mistake by Naya. Did he think? No, there's no way he thought that Zapatos had a reset. He should have known that this was a dunk, but difficulty of the ball around that wide plank that Zapatos says behind the ball.
Yeah, the ground 50s are maybe not great. That ball goes soaring over the top of you, but if you can maneuver that big old plank the right way, then you can get yourself some solid 50s in the air. Zapatos, did he just forget he was dribbling for a second there? He just stopped moving. But I guess he decided there was nothing else to do with that dribble. He just stopped for a second and didn't work out. Now he takes it away and counters.
I think he was trying to fake it, to be honest. I think he wanted to leave the option of diving into a reset and then using it straight away. But that only works if Naya jumps, and Naya didn't jump, so then Zapatos is just looking a bit silly behind the ball, hoping the 50 goes well. You can't do that shot twice in a row these days in ones. It's a bit too obvious. Much better game from Zach. He really turned this series around. He was down 2-0, and now he's comfortably reverse sweeping. We've already seen a ton of impressive goals from him in this game. Going for another one here. Double tap. Misses, but still looking pretty good in game 5.
Yeah, we have an almost perfectly synced set of games here. Nice air dribble bomb. 5 up, bringing within 3. So 3-goal leads at around the same. Oh, Zapatos going to ruin that 4-goal lead for Zapatos. So I guess we might as well hop over to Zach and 5 up and see if Zach can't finish off the reverse sweep. He's going to delay this kickoff very heavy again on the diagonal, which is something we don't see very often. We've seen a few different times now in NA as 5 up in control with a chance to bring it back. Nice wave dash through in order to take Zach out.
It's a huge play. 5 up still fighting. He's still very much in this. We know that 1v1 can be explosive towards the end of the game, but it really depends on the kickoff game. We always talk about it. 5 up needs possession if he's going to stay in control here, and he's just going to get beat to this one. Zach loses the ball territorially, but wins the possession, so that's the far more important of the two.
Oh, I like this cut from Zach. That was such a good mix-up. He pretended like he was going to go to this back corner, which a lot of players do and dribble. Instead, he cuts it in, gets 5 up to swing wide like that, and then one last final touch, too, to make sure it pushes out away from 5 up. That was a really smart 1v1 play.
The last touch as well was ginormous from him. 5 up's going to try to fight back with a delayed kickoff. He's got the boost advantage, needs a demo here, and he doesn't get it, so Zach's going to be just fine. Slightly mistimed demo attempt by 5 up. Those are the small margins that 1v1 could be. Mind game from Zach, reset into the wave dash shot, just toe pokes at top bins.
This is great from Zach. This is potentially... Is the other game also, one-sided, or we potentially have a closer one over there? Because I think Zach might be wrapping this one up.
This is GG. Call it early, put it on the overlay.
Oh, the other one is worse.
It's Patos. I mean, I'm with you here. In the games we have seen from him, and when we've been paying attention, he looks so good. I don't know how this has gone to game 5 because he's been dominant. He's looked extremely confident, extremely mechanical in the air, but clearly inconsistent, which could be as a result of his fake retirement. Actually, both the players who are currently winning on your screen right now have faked us all out by pretending to retire.
Maybe that's a strat.
We didn't believe Scribbleson. Nobody believed you when you retired. You can't just come. You can't change your name, come back, and pretend we're not going to notice.
He faked his death. Didn't work.
Well, the underdogs did a really good job of convincing us for a bit here.
Yeah.
It looks like the favorites are going to win across the board in this first round of Group A.
Just to remind you, Naya won game 1 10-4. It felt like he was coming to play, but this will be Zapatos' second game getting over 10 goals in this series. So bouncing well back.
What a dunk that was by 5 up, by the way, to make it just a 3-goal game. You know, it's technically possible. 3 feels a lot better than 4 as a deficit, but Zach confirms the reverse sweep, and that's the end of 5 up's upper bracket.
And that'll be the end of round 1 of Group A. Zach will secure. Zapatos will also secure. Game's ending nice and succinctly there at the same time, and that concludes us here. Everybody's still alive. Everyone that lost drops to a lower bracket round, but as we head into round number 2, we will have tournament lives on the line, and we will start to eliminate players from the North American 1v1 regional. Keeping an eye on the game 7 happening on the other side. Ops actually has the biggest lead I've seen of the match at 2 goals with 5-3, 1:21 left to go. The referee just paused the match. I don't know, maybe some drama happening over there in game 7.
Nice.
But we'll see. We'll wait for them to solve things. It's probably just fine. But yeah, intense competition happening all the way around here today.
Yeah, you can expect to get a pause in Mena at some point. It's a pretty standard thing to occur. Yeah, all of the underdogs, like I said, showing up well early with Cosmic taking game 1 against Wavy. Forky took an early game against Evo. 5up took 2. And Nightya went toe-to-toe right down to the wire with Zapatos. But eventually all the favorites emerge victorious.
Yeah, we see Wavy here. Saw a couple aerial plays, but maybe not as much as we would have liked from him in this one. And then Zach, the non-1v1, that's a great pre-flip. We didn't get to see that earlier. I love to go back and watch all the highlights we missed, but Zach clearly got going. Just his offense and everything that we did expect from him in ones is here, and he is moving on to play Wavy. So Wavy is going to get tested. Wavy, you're going to have to bring real game if you're playing against a guy who's on form like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think Wavy's got to step it up a little. He's taking Cosmic down, but he didn't look like he was fully unleashed. It didn't look like he was going 100%. And Zach has absolutely warmed up into that series. The 3-2 scoreline is a bit misleading. He completely took control. Forky was there or thereabouts with Evo. A couple of mistakes down the stretch cost him an attempt of a game 5. And this was probably the most confusing series of the round. Zapatos, oh wow, Zapatos nearly blundered that open net. But yeah, he won the games he won heavily, and he still somehow ended up in game 5.
Yeah, he in his 3 wins, 9, 10, and 11. So he's averaging 10 when he wins. So he is putting up big numbers when he's in the zone. But he had a 4-3 goal game. Those are the ones, of course, that he lost. So if Zapatos, clearly he wants a kickoff game. He wants a high volume game. He seems to play better than that.
Yeah, and he has a matchup in the upper bracket semifinals against Evo, who in 2025 had his upper bracket match against First Killer, the eventual 1v1 world champion. Evo won that matchup though. First Killer had to go through the lower bracket of Group A. So we'll see if Evo can continue that success here against Zapatos, keep that streak going there. Zach versus Wavy will be our other upper semifinal matchup, with 5up taking on Cosmic and Nightya taking on Forky there for Group A. So those matches, we're going to give the players just a small window of break to get those matches set up, and we'll play them here momentarily. The Mena bracket, though, we can show you that. It is, again, the only real update is what we've been giving it to you the whole time. They're in 3-3 there. FBI did take out Fahad actually before that, so that one is taken down in 4 games. Fahad makes an exit from the tournament. FBI advances to championship Saturday. We'll see. They are just now getting the play resumed between Willie and Ops. And again, Ops up 5-3 in game 7. You can check that out on a few different broadcasts live on Twitch right now. So lots of action happening here, and coming off of the spawn, Willie gets a kickoff goal. 1-goal game again. It's gonna stay. You gotta have the match pulled up, folks. Okay, I can't just keep telling you what's going on. You gotta watch it going on for yourself. So that's the matchups we've got for you coming up here for Group A. We'll be playing Group B after that. If you're a big fan of Bora or any of the big dogs that are over there in Group B, don't worry, that action is happening here today. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, the 1v1 action continues here from North America. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the RLCS.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Beneath the weight of an untold design, the hand of fate, broken lives intertwined. Buried our youth, crossed our hearts, wiped the tears from our misty eyes. In a world unkind, with the left behind, holding hands makes the blood in a bond divine. Sworn to be losers for life, but this time we won't hide. We stand on the line, against our whispers and against all odds now. Face our own path through the darkness below, facing the mirror of reality. We turn nightmares into bright flames so cold. We're the children of the shadows, bound together by disgrace. Heavy hearts burn winds of fire, but as fire lights up our face, the weight is heavy on our shoulders, yet we still won't let skin deep cuts and words that sting bring us down and make our world cave in. We're the children of forever, held together by our dreams, chasing group of sped up paper, worn out shoes and torn out jeans, building cities of tomorrow on scars of yesterday. Imagination feeds on minds, bleeding color in these black deadlights. Against our whispers and against all odds now. Face our own path through the darkness below, facing the mirror of reality. We turn nightmares into bright flames so cold. We're the losers. We're the We're the children of the shadows, bound together by disgrace. Against our whispers and against all odds now. Heavy hearts burn winds of fire, but as fire lights up our facing the mirror of
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you.
The action continues for the North American 1v1 Regional Open. All favorites finding their way to the W in round number 1. What a great warm-up for all of their opponents. And how do they handle these lower bracket elimination matches that now they are faced down with? Qualification matches for our upper bracket teams. Everybody who won, they are 1 win away from being done on the day and through to playoff Saturday. We'll see if they can get it done. I'm Wave Punk, joined by Fear still. CJ, how'd you enjoy round 1 there?
It's great to be here. We didn't get any upsets in round 1 here for North America, but we were close. As you said, 5 up, 2-0 up over Zach. That would have blown up the bracket, but alas, I think we have our 4 favorites. Fear, you're the guru though, not me. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I think coming into this, those are the 4 favorites. Zach was the question mark, and it took 2 games to figure out the question mark. He did figure it out eventually, though. Swept him, and now is on form. He's looking really hot. He could be a trouble for Wavy.
We'll be taking on Wavy there in the upper semifinal. Winner of that advances to tomorrow's bracket. Zapatos has Evo to contend with. One of them will play on playoff Saturday, guaranteed. And then the losers drop to those lower semifinals. They'll have one more chance to punch their ticket to the bracket. Meanwhile, 5UP and Cosmic playing for their tournament lives, as are Nightya and Forky. We'll see which of those two gets to advance to round number 3, where there will only be 2 matches being played. We're just talking about like how crazy the goals were there in that first game, or that first round. I did the math after Europe's Friday broadcast. We had, I think there was like 70 games played, and the average amount of goals scored by a losing player was like 5. It was just crazy. You could score 5 goals and lose, right? And the winning was like 8. It was like the average was like 8. We had one match, I think it was like a 17-5 NAS put on some poor soul over there in Europe. Fear, in your mind, is there a number of like a goal margin where you start to go, okay, this match is over in ones?
You know, it's tough because nothing before the first half, I like to say, it can't just be repeated. And you can see 7-goal leads sometimes in the first half. I think the real thing is that people will change the way they play that second half to make it not possible. But it's just kind of a feel thing. Sometimes I feel like I can tell when certain players are going to forfeit, and it depends by player. Some players will never forfeit. We see Evo, he is kind of like the #1 forfeiter, man. He will hop out of a game fast and just try and get into the next one, and he'll end up winning series too. He'll like get out of a game quick with only a 4-goal lead or something like that, just because he doesn't like how it's been playing. Then he still brings it back by winning the next few.
Well, it is an interesting kind of like tactical, interesting choice of whether you stick around in a match and continue to try and feel out your opponent in some way, or just bail and go next. CJ, I mean, you have the most competitive experience by far out of any of us here. Like it's a mental thing, right? Whether you forfeit or not. What do you feel like about that situation? Do you feel like forfeiting is some players should do more, or should they stick around?
I thought you were gonna go with the classic, your experience at losing a lot. So what do you do in this situation? I think there's a bit of a reverse mental psychology though of staying in a lobby when you're getting absolutely belted and tilting your opponent because they think, why are you still here? I think there's a bit in that. Maybe if you just stay in there and you go, you know what? My mental is so great, I'm happy to lose 10-0. I'm just gonna keep sticking it out. So maybe this, can go either way.
I feel like I've had this thought a few times, Fear, when people ask me to forfeit in ranked if I'm playing a game and the game's just not going my way. They've got a large lead and they say, please forfeit. I'm like, that's weakness. That's weakness from you, that you don't feel like you can secure this. You'd like me just to hand it to you. No. You have to earn the rest of this, right? I'm going to keep on trying to the end here. I agree. There's maybe some sort of like reverse tilt mechanic there.
Oh, definitely. I feel like my win percentage in opponent just forfeit games is maybe like 30%, which you might think is, oh, that's low, you're losing. No, they think it's so secure we need to end it. I feel like we can still pull out like a third of those at the time, especially because we lock in and our teammates realize like, all right, we need to teach them a lesson.
Sometimes,
and then they're always quickly out.
If your teammate votes to forfeit, I often like scoring a goal, making it look like we can come back, and then accepting the forfeit, just to put him in his place and say, we could have done it, but this is your fault.
Oh, that's so funny. I will say, for an argument in favor of forfeiting, I have found that sometimes to compare a tournament play to a ranked experience. These are two obviously very different competitive environments here, but there's sort of a mentality, especially in Korean competitive gaming culture, culture, especially where it's related to kind of PC bang culture, where your amount of games you get to play is proportional to the amount of money you have spent to have access to a computer to play. So like you're trying to maximize the amount of games you get to play in that hour you have that PC for. They will forfeit games very early to be like, you know what? We are statistically less likely to win this match already. Let's just go next. Let's just get to the next one and let's maintain a stronger mental. Let's not sit here and get tilted losing this game, trying to hold on to a game that I knew early on I was already going to lose. Let's just go next. Let's get to the next matchup here. It sounds like maybe that's sort of where Evo's striking the balance and saying, look, I could stick around and try and win this, but I might lose more trying to wrestle for this match that's already statistically over. It might lose more mentally than if I were to just to say, let's go to the next one and see if we can win it there.
Yeah, I think that in ones, you know, you don't see forfeits in any other game mode. It's not allowed, but also there's almost never a time to do it. I think in a lot of different 1v1 modes, not just Rocket League, it's a lot more accepted. It makes sense. At some point, you truly have just lost the game, and it is just time to go next. You'll see some games almost never reach the true end because they just, you know, get so one-sided enough that it's almost respectable to forfeit, or you know, like you should be forfeiting. You shouldn't be wasting our time. That doesn't really exist in Rocket League. You can always just go down to 5 minutes. At the end of the day, we got 5 minutes. We can wait 5 minutes for the game to end. But it's definitely something that you'll see more often, and it's not necessarily a sign of weakness. We saw in the last round, people just recognizing it's over. Let's save both of our 30 seconds. Let's just get to the next one.
Yeah, I still feel like there's stuff to be learnt by, you know, especially in a professional tournament in this 1v1 setting, by not forfeiting and just, you know, adapting, whether it's kickoffs, things like that. We saw obviously last weekend for EU, Zen just couldn't figure out NASA's kickoff in that grand final. You know, maybe, I don't think he forfeited in any game, but yeah, I feel like the more time you get against a certain player, the more time you get to figure them out, if you would. I know Johnny hates that saying, but it is, in 1v1, it's probably the most relevant discussion of, like, you know, actually working out tendencies, what they like to do on kickoff and things like that. So yeah, in saying that, if I'm playing and I'm tilted, I just want to get into the next game. So I fully understand Evo's thought process as well. Yeah, but there's also the experience of, we're talking about like finding a way to clutch up, right? If you always are a player who quickly is willing to forfeit, quickly willing to move on to the next match, you don't ever get that experience when you are finally on that match point, and a forfeit would mean you're just voluntarily losing. You haven't taken the time to practice playing from behind. So I hear you on the tournament experience. There's not many times you get to play these players. You don't get, how many times you get in a lobby against Zen with money on the line? That doesn't happen very often for most of these players. So why forfeit? Why play that match less than you could? I think there's definitely an argument to be seen on both sides there, folks. We do have our 1v1 brackets continuing on here. The players are going to be getting ready. The Mena bracket has also been developing. Nush took game number 1 against Killers. Killers, though, is leading by 1 goal. A small margin there in game number 2. So they are continuing on with their matchups. Loser will be dropping to play FBI. The winner will jump to the upper semifinals there to be played, I believe, tomorrow. So their bracket continuing to develop. TRK and Noble going to be the last match of the day, because of course it will be. It'll be an exciting one. For our matches here, we have Group A continuing on with those upper semis and lower quarters, and then we'll play the final 2 matches of Group A after that before resetting everything and doing it all again for Group B. New competitors. Should be a great matchup. Here are the team streams. Again, lots of broadcasts happening for individual tournament runs. Dignitas covering both their players, one from Group A and one from Group B there. Nightya is streaming as well. You can go over to Rocket Yoda to see Zapatos' run if you want to just watch their matches in full, but we will be covering all the matches intermittently here, jumping back and forth, keeping you updated on the highlights as we move on. It will be Zach versus Wavy, Zapatos versus Evo, 5UP versus Cosmic, and Nightya versus Forky here. Fear, which ones seem the most spicy here for round 2?
Well, I'm going to be, you know, repeating myself a little bit because I'm interested in Zach versus Wavy. I've seen a lot of the ones players who have played for a long time. That would be like in a Zapatos Evo type matchup. Those ones I've seen before. I've seen them happen a lot. I don't expect to be too surprised by them. Zach is the question mark. He hasn't played as much ones outside of the RLCS as these other guys have, and he has that capability to play at the highest level that we've seen in his other game modes that he plays. So can he keep that up? Can he take down a tournament favorite? I think we had Wavy at number 4 both me and Johnny, so he's up there high. If he could take him down, he shows that he's a contender with the rest of them, and he needs to be taken seriously for the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, and CJ, still taking a look at Wavy versus Zach, obviously two very strong competitors, as Kira was just outlining here. But Wavy in particular here, representing Virtus Pro, a roster we had a lot of high expectations about, especially coming out of the Copenhagen lane at the very, very beginning of the season. It seemed like they were to be one of the hottest squads, and it's just not quite panned out in the 3v3 or the 2v2 sphere. This is kind of the last big stand for them. Could Wavy be that Virtus Pro representative at the World Championship?
Yeah, well, this is his game mode 1v1. He's certainly one of the favorites here for North America. So this is it for him. You mentioned it, you know, the way they started the season, Virtus Pro looked fantastic. I thought Torque looked incredible as well. And he was creating upsets, obviously, in the 2v2, the Cheese Torque combination, Wavy 2-peak as well, obviously. 2-piece, I'm so used to calling him 2-peak, but great start here for Zach with his first goal. And I fear he's only getting better in the 1v1 scene. We saw him drop the first 2 games against 5-up. We thought he was going to be down and out, and he's 1-3 on the bounce, just keeps on getting better.
Yeah. We'll see if Wavy can get going or if it's going to take him too long. I don't expect him to be able to claw back from a series if he takes a big hole against Zach. Zach will be able to close it out and has looked strong in the first goal that he scored. I don't think he's going to be playing afraid. You know, we've seen Wavy maybe playing slightly afraid. Zach, not afraid at all. Great save from Wavy, though. Good placement as Zach tries to get the aerial game continuing here. He'll try and go the distance. Diaz made this full field air dribble popular, but it doesn't mean he's the only one who can do it. Zach's going to try himself, and he gets it past Wavy.
Tell you what, I don't know about Wavy. He kind of reminds me of Day 1 Raziz from last week, where I feel like he's just pulling his punches a little bit. He looks a little timid to really go for his plays and opting for the kind of the safe, the low 50 and that ground game instead of taking it up the wall. So I'm interested to see if he builds in confidence, because he should be able to handle this matchup. But, you know, if this was on a 3v3 field, you'd be taking Zach every day of the week.
Yeah, but this is Wavy's zone. The player who's put in the most time. Wavy loves to play in tournaments. You'll see him playing in any tournament he can get his hands on to try and see if he can get his 1v1 skills warmed up, but maybe hasn't really gotten to play Zach. That's one of the benefits that Zach has. These top players, they're playing each other almost exclusively in ranked, in tournaments. They're just playing each other over and over again because they're the only people who can, you know, sharpen the blade of each other's sword. And now Zach, who is kind of on the outside looking in, gets to come in, and Wavy has no game plan. He probably has a game plan against every other player in this bracket. Maybe not so much for Zach, who's a tougher read. Zach gonna pick the demo far away from his net. Might just be able to score here. Great saves from Wavy, but he's gonna need more than that if he wants to win the series.
A counter-attack here, Wavy looking for that first goal on the board, has the reset, Zach under there, and he just sent it to the moon. I think he was passing that to 2-piece. He's forgotten the game mode, and now he's tracking back, and he can't make the save. Fear, talk me through that play. What is he doing?
What do you mean? You've set me up for failure. I don't know what he's doing either. You never want to launch the ball as much as you did. He obviously thought he was going to be getting a softer touch and maybe be able to double it or something off the backboard, but he absolutely sailed it. He has an opportunity to try and fix it here, but Zach has actually started up in the air to take his air dribble away. Double reset. Wow. Zach is in the zone. 4-0. He is cooking, and it is just continuing over from the 3 straight games that he took against 5-up.
That's how you get a reset. That's how you do a little double reset there, Wave. We said to Wavy, stop pulling your punches. We didn't mean like that. He threw a haymaker to the backboard. Maybe just somewhere in between. Somewhere in between, please.
Nightyell versus Forky, nice and close. Both players with 4 goals apiece right there around the halfway point. Evo holding on to the lead against Zapatos and 5-up. Finding the win right now against Cosmic, but Cosmic running one back there. Close game.
My eyes are trending towards top right here. Zapatos and Evo. For some reason, Zach is dominating Wavy. We weren't expecting that. This is another upper bracket matchup here that we have in the upper half of your screen as Zapatos looks to get some use out of that Sentio little front flip flick. It is so much easier to get low boost flicks on that Sentio. So you'll see Zapatos carrying the ball with 0. And if you're going up against an Octane, you're not even really worried. You're like, oh, there's only so much you can do. But the Sentio can launch it out at like 100 kilometers per hour. I guess we're actually back on Freedom units over here in NA. So probably like 60 miles an hour, something like that. I don't know, my game's in kilometers per hour, to be honest. So I'm not exactly sure, but you can find some serious power out of nothing with that Sentio.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, Fee, you had a 1 in 4 chance of picking one of the featured series, and you picked the only one that's not nearly tied up right now. Zach is 6-0 up. But yeah, who would have expected that against Wavy, one of the tournament favourites? But yeah, the other 3 matches, very close. Evo should be able to get an open net, and we'll grab the lead back. Yeah, Wave, are we looking pretty even across the board, apart from Zach just running it down?
I believe so. I believe so right now, Evo. This one as close as any of the rest of them, for sure. And again, Evo made it through the upper bracket of Group A in 2025, so Zapato's trying to change that story here, force Evo to play at least one more round.
Zapatos is very confident in his aerial game. We saw him get scored on because of it last time around, but it's clear he's not backing down. He's willing to go right back up to it. He's trying to force Evo into the air and get the boost steal, but I don't think he did. Evo's the one who gets the 100, so that's the end of the attack, and maybe an important attack here as we wind down. If Evo gets one more goal, he gets to play from the lead. Really aggressive pre-jump though from Zapatos. He's looking at an open net and he will finish it.
I mean, you're just not popping it over the plank. And I think that's a step 1 alteration. You have to make Evo try to rip it, and Zap has not only covered it, but dunked it down the other end, open net 5-5. He just brings something else, and I think that if you're a player playing Zap, it just must be so frustrating because you don't get practice against the Sentio at this level with anyone else, and he just hits flicks he can't hit with any other hitbox.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This zero boost flick, you shouldn't have to be worried about it. 52 mile per hour top right flick out of nothing, so you cannot let that Sentio approach.
I gotta ask a follow up on the forfeit conversation we were just having. Wavy just forfeited game 1 to go next, but it was a Brazil. Do you not at least score on yourself or something to like end the? You don't forfeit on a Brazil.
Yeah, it's like not breaking rule 1 though. I like that. End on a 7-1. That's very respectful. Very respectful from Wavy. It's a great start. I think he'll get the revenge in game 2 just based on that. That's good karma for him.
I like it.
Zapatos still playing the lead up in the top right. Let's head back there and see if Evo can't bring it back. Zapatos tried to pre-jump this aerial. Evo's actually headed away from the net, has to get around the ball to bring it back. And Zapatos, somehow he jumped early to cover all the angles and yet still got back to stop that one. Although he's not out of the woods yet. Evo stealing reset. Great placement from Evo to equalize.
Timely as well, 22 seconds left. He just grabbed the boost and caught Zap a little bit out of position, tracking in back post, but that's a beautiful shot. As soon as he saw that Sentio, just kind of tracking towards the middle of the net, shoots it in behind top right corner, and that's pretty clutch there from Evo, but this kickoff is everything, and Zap will win boost and control. What a first touch as well, takes it straight up. Can he steal this game 1? Gets the reset. Evo's in a lot of trouble. I mean, how many options does a man have? 7-6.
It's so beautiful. It's off the back of a wave dash kickoff to get this possession in the first place, something he's known for, and it's so threatening. And you actually see Evo recognizing after jumping early that that's where the ball was headed, did his best to try and stop his momentum and see if he could get back to it. Wasn't able to. If Zapatos get one more kickoff win, he could secure it. He actually goes through this and bumps Evo off the delay. Evo is going to get the 100, dodge the demo attempt, so Zapatos truly on 0, needs to make that big old plank as big as possible. Good dive. It's going to be one last chance. Evo has 18 boosts to work with. He needs to be so efficient here, and he pretty much was, but Zapatos able to take it away.
Good start.
Yeah, Zapatos benefiting from the boost conveniently spawning directly under him, so he suddenly had a full tank to handle that final moment there, and he will secure game number 1. Close games here for game number 2 as they've all just begun. And Wavy already a much better start against Zach here. I think he was already losing by 3 at this point. Game number 1.
He scored already, so that's a positive. But maybe we need to just hop off this as a featured match, because I've only seen Zach score on screen. As soon as we full screen, Wavy's losing. For the benefit of that series, I think we need to go somewhere else here.
Well, I was looking down at these bottom rounds. Cosmic actually ended up stealing one away. I thought every time we checked in,
wow,
5-up in Cosmic, the 5-up was on track to winning, but Cosmic ultimately getting that game. Forky holding out against Naya. I think Cosmic is the favorite down there in the bottom left, as 5-up is going to make it 3 now in this game. So he is working to survive, even though Cosmic stole that one away.
I mean, he tried.
That's crazy.
He tried his mightiest to get that ball out and nearly pinched himself in the process, but that's a hot start there for 5-up. 3-0, 36 seconds in. Cosmic as you said, this is a matchup that we have seen quite often in 1v1. It's nice to see some different matches as well, obviously with Zach kind of an untested, unproven 1v1 player, but it's also nice to see some of the older guard getting to work. Nice fake coming through, the reset giving you so many options. And nice goal there from Cosmic. A goal fest over in NA as well today.
Yeah, Cosmic was playing the Octane earlier, and now he's decided to switch into the same exact Fennec that everyone in the entire game is using. And I don't know, I can't remember if he was, I didn't check to see if he was in that Fennec already. I think he played the whole series in Octane previously. Maybe he switched over and decided if you can't beat him, join him. And clearly he's been working it in this Fennec.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I know, Wave, did you pick it up? I like the fact that they went for the Sky Blue Affluent to drop, and if you didn't get it, we'll just put it in the store as well. So just to make sure that 100% of the Rocket League population have it on.
Let's stop the people complaining about this. You've had all the opportunities, and now you can stop thinking that this decal is the reason you're not as good as Drawley.
True. Oh, nice
so
cuts.
close.
Is he gonna score it though, or is it gonna take him too long? Oh,
the bump.
Played a bit safe, didn't he? Just had probably time to go for the first time shot. Instead, he took the touch, and Cosmic's done a lot of work with low boost, and he gets the mid as well. Looks for the instant turn. Defense being played, but 5 up just didn't want to go for that killing blow. Maybe a little too safe.
now he's shooting the ball away when he just needed to shoot it earlier. Oh, good demo pickup. Should be able to score that. Oh, he sailed it. Oh, the double is saved! I can't believe it. Cosmic respawns. Thank goodness Cosmic stayed locked in. I mean, there was a chance he'd save it, but not a great one. But he found a way to do so. 5-up playing keep away. 5-up's been in control of the ball for so long. He's finally going to get that goal.
Or two. 5-up off that hot start. And you mentioned the early forfeits. Probably the good thing about Rocket League is you can only forfeit after 90 seconds. So you still
even
get
longer.
a chance. You don't,
Hey.
yeah. Well, even longer. Yeah,
2/3.
half the game today. So yeah, you still get that chance. Even if your mental's in the bin wave, maybe you make that comeback. Bit of divine intervention.
Force you to try a little bit.
Or you just take that ban and really take a break because you're not playing well.
You know what? It's time to get off the game. Today's not my day.
5-up stays looking pretty good. What else we got over here? Forkies handling business, and Wavy's decided to show up for this game.
Go nice close one. I will
still losing.
The Forky Nightya one was pretty close all through game number 1, if I remember correctly. So that's been a pretty competitive series.
I'm nervous, but I would like to go top left. But I'm nervous.
I think it's the right way to go. With a minute 13, it's the lowest clock as well.
True.
Use that as our excuse. It's not. We're not going here because it's the featured match. It's just the closest one to ending.
Oh, there we go.
There we go, Wavy.
But now he's done it while it's at 4 box. Can he do it while it's 4 screen? Or full screen, I should say.
Full screen.
He's clearly got stream up, and now he's a little nervous. The heart rate's just gone up a little bit on the full screen. But 5-5, he's scored 4 more goals in the previous game, and looks like he's warmed up a little bit. Perhaps it just takes a little to get used to Zach. We mentioned it before. He doesn't have the 1v1 experience, and sometimes playing someone who doesn't have as many tendencies or habits is quite jarring. But Wavy looks like he's starting to adapt. He's getting involved in this game. That's a great catch as well. As Zach tracking back, not able to grab any boost at all on the way back. So surely Wavy scores a lovely low 50.
Yeah, it's great punish. Zach just threw on a shot that is not good enough. And shots that are not good enough, you know, they're not own goals. At least this one wasn't direct own goal. Some are. Some I consider own goals if it's a bad enough shot. But this one was definitely a just complete handover of possession, something that Wavy recognized, got up into the air quickly, and forced Zach to play on pads, rotating back. It's just so tough to stop a full boost player. But Zach might be able to correct for that here after winning possession on the kickoff. And he's going to put us right back to equal.
Yeah, he got a little too aggressive there, Wavy, as he just kind of went for it all or nothing. If you miss the boost, you're hoping for a dunk. Give yourself time to grab boost and reset. But Zach was aware 40 seconds. This is a big game as well for Wavy. He wants to make it through the upper bracket. I say that, and I think we mentioned it for Europe as well, that no player had won on LAN, or no team, should I say, from the lower bracket. But last week it was all lower bracket action, Zen and Nas. That's a great play from Zach to make it 7-6. He is reminding me a little bit, obviously he doesn't have the 1v1 experience of Zanfir, but just getting through on pure mechanics. When he takes to the sky, it doesn't matter what game mode he's in, because he just gets to work. It's the same thing as threes. Gets the reset, gives himself options, and he might have got another goal with no boost.
And I mean, he's getting kickoff goals as well. He's not just losing every kickoff and having to play from there. He's got a couple kickoff goals. The reason why he's in the lead, and now might be able to secure it as well. We could see a fake kickoff here. I don't think we've seen it from Zach at all. He has intentionally delayed, it seems like, every time. Even here, wave dash kickoff. It seems like he's arriving to it slightly late on purpose, and that's resulting in him getting possession, rolling this up the sidewall. He's going to leave, but this is going to waste very valuable seconds. Wavy going to have to clutch this. Probably going to go, I was going to say going to go bump, but no, he actually takes a reset shot and misses because of it, sends it too high, and Zach will win 2-0 up. Now we'll see if Zach can get reverse swept after he just did a reverse sweep. It's 5 straight wins for Zach. Looks like in the bottom left. 5 up is probably going to secure a little game win against Cosmic, make that one 1-1. We just saw Evo. Evo's been playing some low-scoring games. That was 4-2 in the top right to equalize that series. And Orky's 10 seconds away from going up 2-0 as well. If you just hold on to this here in the bottom right. 5 more seconds. He's in control. Doesn't get the other goal. Just needs to find anywhere on the ground, and he gets the win.
Madman, he's done it.
That'll work.
6-5. Good start there from Forky Wave.
He's had a very strong start there. Again, that's an elimination match, so playing when the pressure is on, that's when you, if you can pick a time to play your best, that's the time. This 5 up will continue to run away with this one. Final 9 seconds will be a formality. I do think 7 goal lead with 9 seconds is, even in ones, a pretty sealed up game.
I think if you didn't play, if 5 up stopped playing and let Cosmic chip a ball straight to the net as hard as he could, as many times in a row, I don't think he gets there. I don't think he gets like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So if 5 up has fully secured it.
I want to see if you can tie this up. I'm not going to move it. Let's test it. But 9-2, good result there. Yeah, top left is interesting. A 2-0 for Zach. Wavy was the, I'd say, clear favorite just based on pure 1v1 experience. But Zach, maybe just with, is he winning on talent fear? What are you kind of assessing from Zach's 1v1 ability?
You know, Zach has dabbled here and there, and it's clear that he's in his game right now. You know, Zach, if Zach were to play just a little bit more, get a little bit more experience in ones, I would have him up here with all the best players in the game mode, and it's clear that that's where he's at right now. He's got everything. He's got good kickoffs. He's been winning what feels like the majority of the kickoffs when we've been tuning in recently against Wavy. He just got a kickoff goal. He's got kickoff possession again, and he is such a good, mechanical player. He's going to be able to hold on to possessions and convert them more often than not. What he needs to avoid is plays that you'll see players like Zach take. Oh, wait, is he going to get back to this and make the save? That's the kind of stuff that Zach can do. What he needs to not do is take weak shots. There's lots of shots that are taken sometimes in other game modes, 2s and 3s, that are good enough. Your teammate will handle it afterwards, and you're just kind of throwing it towards their net. Can't get away with that in ones. You'll get countered way too often if your shots aren't great. But man, Zach is showing everything else right now.
And he's got boost too. He's completely gotten out of danger. Found the demo. We'll have to track back. Won't be a goal straight away, but yeah, even the last 2 kickoffs he did, he was looking like Moxie out there with his wave dash kickoffs, just a go-to that's beating Wavy. Now he gets space. This is where he looks the most comfortable, and he's done it again. Thought Wavy might have had the save, but just overcommitted to that left side.
Yeah, he's just gotten so much sideways movement. You need to get a bit of direction change, or really a lot of direction change, to make a defender miss, and Zach has found ways to get resets and fall to one side of the ball, get a ton of movement, and when you have a ton of movement too, you can also start to, condition your defender to expect that, then just do nothing, and the ball will just fall in as they, whoa, this is what Zach needs to clean up. I think Zach's expected an aerial.
Unnecessary, just a little when you're 2-0 up, and the pre-jump's interesting. Just thought Wavy's going to take it first time. He's forgotten how Wavy, he loves being on the ground. He loves his ground game. Doesn't take this guy's there, plays safe, gets a freebie.
Yeah, Zach, from what we saw before, he should know Wavy's going to play the ground when he can. Lots of players there on that bounce will start an air dribble with it, which is what Zach was trying to stop. And he's probably used to seeing that more often than not. But whether this is nervous Wavy or whatever Wavy thinks is, the right play, he's definitely preferring the ground game whenever possible. Zach gets pressure to go up for this early by Wavy, and yet still gets a pretty decent shot out of it. Has boost to work with, and is electing to stay on the ball. It's not going to be easy to do. Wavy's just trying to stay patient and see if he can't get control. Great save, not to put that into his net, but over the top. 10 boost, and still Zach is turning on it. Surely this has got to be the end of his possession, and Wavy should get something going. But I don't like that from Wavy. So every other player in that spot will go to the wall for an air dribble. They'll kill the ball, get it rolling, go up the sidewall, and air dribble. Wavy, very intentionally, he wants to play ground game, so he smacked it against the wall so it would bounce back out to him in the midfield where he could play it. And that's just a sign that he is not willing to take what the play gives him. Like, that's what the right play was, probably an air dribble, and he's forcing the issue to try and play more on the ground, which I do not like to see.
Yeah, you can see, that's a nice shot. He does catch that. Wow. I mean, Zach is going for absolutely everything. But you're perfectly right that you could just see the mindset of both players. Wavy's first instinct is always delay or hesitate and just allow Zach to go, whereas Zach is going at absolutely everything. So it's a nice contrast of play styles as we get the 4-box again, just to see some more close games coming up. Evo's getting ahead, and even Cosmic.
Forky with the biggest lead of his series here, despite having not gotten a game yet. Looks like game 3 might be the one here, but as I say that, Forky will score 1 as well, make it a 2-goal game. Also, updates from Mena, Killers and Nush. They are into game 5, 2 games apiece here. It was a 9-6 game number 4. Before that was trading blows. Nush 1-1, 7-1. I think Killers 1-1, 6-2. Game 1 was really close. Back and forth series there from the Mena boys.
That is such an exciting series over in Mena, and they get to be one step ahead. They're into the best of 7s. That seems like that's going to go the full distance, whereas this one seems like maybe we're in danger of it not going the full distance. Wavy should try and bring it back, but he's going to do that right here. Nice aerial challenge leads to an open opportunity, but the weird thing is going to a kickoff feels like it doesn't favor Wavy. Normally, I feel like that's going to help out even more, but I'm almost scared for Wavy here in the kickoff because Zach has gotten so many free goals.
I don't know if he's just downloaded the Moxie strats or something from when he was just winning every single possible kickoff, even back against Yan in London. But my goodness, that wave dash kickoff is working for Zach. He's found a strat and he's stuck to it.
They switched off, and you're actually going to be switched up. Wavy's the one who gets the wave dash versus Zach's standard and gets the possession because of it. That I like from Wavy. I feel like even earlier we were seeing him take this to the ground and try and shoot low and try and do some sort of 50 or patient play. He's recognizing you got to take the aerial chances when you have them, and that's a great slot top right.
Yeah, beautiful finish. The reset giving him so much time. And yeah, it's still reminding me a little of Razir's last week. Just a little hesitant Wavy. I know he has been the favourite and has the 1v1 experience. Just want to see him pull the trigger and, well, not too much, not flip reset it to the absolute moon as we saw before, but starting to hit his straps, starting to find that top left, top right slot. He does have the lead here. Pressure on Zach. He's kind of just been preying on Zach's mistakes. Knows he's going to go at absolutely everything, but he's got him again there. Pure speed from Zach. He'll just keep pressing W.
Yeah, and Wavy is just trying to keep his wheels on the ground at all times. Sometimes it makes sense in 1v1 to try and let your opponent outplay themselves. You just wait it out and then see what you can do with the counter. But Zach is not going to outplay himself very often, if almost ever. So he's going to have to force the issue a little bit more. Let's see if he can work through that. He's trying to steal this possession away. He's on 0 boost, so he has to be careful not to get bumped. Now he's headed back to net. Zach just trying to place it. Instantly, Wavy just looks for the car and just tries to go for the bump. Zach actually able to cut it up a little bit in order to prevent a counter. Great flick position. We've actually seen some really strong flicks from Zach. Something you could be worried about if you were thinking, he hadn't practiced enough ones. He definitely has it. Wavy gets Zach to pre-jump early, and we'll just 50 it in.
And another safe dribble play coming through, but, I mean, he knows that Zach at some point is going to go for the pre-jump. He's going to go for the aggressive play, and that time was able to capitalize. His kickoffs, everything. Does he go back to the wave dash? Both been effective this time, just standard for both. As he will get boost. Wavy wants to stay on board with the flick. How dangerous will that be? He does grab corner boost. Zach has to go now. Wavy just trying to keep this series alive, trying to get his first one on the board. That should be a goal, and he tracks it through. He will get one on the board. Have I gone early?
Maybe. You maybe gone early, but I feel pretty good about that one. It looks like I feel better about Evo. So saying that, as Batos in the top right does score 11 seconds per goal, definitely more than enough, but Evo has shown he's already willing to waste out time. So my attention draws back to the top left. Make sure that Wavy can, in fact, end this with that save. He does. So Wavy on the board, going to extend that series just a little bit more. At bottom left, Cosmic is on the verge of securing game 3 and taking the edge. Up 1 with 22 seconds.
A wave dash kickoff again. No matter what game, seems like it's the go-to. You need a goal on the fly. More often than not, is that always the case? What a massive kickoff expert. Oh, hang on, 5-5. From 5 up. That's his favorite number.
Yeah, it's 5 up. I think that's how you could describe this score right now. 5 up makes it 5 up. And now it's a really important kickoff, potential game-winning kickoff here in the bottom left. I think Evo's probably winning that 10-5 in the top right, so I'm watching down here as Cosmic with an air dribble. He's won the kickoff into his own back corner. Chance to clutch it up, has the reset. Oh, 5 up just stole it clean. It's probably going to bounce on the ground. Wait, no. One more opportunity. Cosmic, can he get it down to the ground? Yes, he will. Like it's OT here in 5 up in Cosmic.
Here we go. 5-5 and a go-ahead game to move on to match point in this best of 5. As we are sitting at 5 apiece, almost the demo landing. This is a little bit of trouble here for 5 up. Won't be able to grab the 100 boost, just going to take it straight down the field. Nice challenge from him. Cosby tracks back. We'll get the first genuine attack here of overtime. He looks for the bum at 5 up and he hits the challenge. Will secure the game. That's brave.
He recognized that he was going to be in trouble, sitting around waiting, trying to shadow. Got up over the top. Great steal. Managed to get absolutely no contact on his own car. He's easily able to follow it up. So now we'll probably head, I would imagine, back to Zach and Wavy up in here in the top left as we get a couple new games started. Zach needs to, he has his win streak finished. He had 5 straight, but Wavy stopping him from getting 6 straight.
It's Wavy low boost. Just want to take one more look at that. Looked a little awkward. We're not going to actually take another look. We'll just keep through and just keep moving on. But a good start here for Zach, looking to bounce back. But Wavy, I mean, if you look at his game-to-game performance here, Wavepunk, he's improving exponentially.
His presence on the pitch against Zach and trying to secure that spot in the playoff bracket here in just 2 clean matches, but he's going to have to do it on Champions Field here, trailing in the series. Quick note from me. A 5-2 victory in Game 5 has match point 1 away from taking out Nush in the uppers.
Triple Crown still on.
I can't believe it. We're talking about the Triple Crown players right now. We got Zach, the potential Triple Clown. Not Triple Clown. The Triple Clown.
So if they lose all 3, if you have the chance at 3 championships and you lose all 3 of them, are you a Triple Clown?
The Triple Clown is making a grand final in all of them, but losing all of them. The Triple Clown and Crown are both still possible. But Killiers, that's a surprise over there. You know, I think everybody was expecting Rawas to be basically in the exact position that Killiers is in. So he has taken over, has less ones experience, but you know, it's kind of the end of the ones main eras. We see Moxie not represent EU. All of these players who are just good at Rocket League in general, the way the meta in ones has moved, it's allowed them to play much closer to how other game modes are played, and it's allowing them to take down these guys who are a little bit more focused on the one's game mode.
I feel like that's attributed to just how the aerial play has become so consistent as well. Because if you're a mechanical Rocket League player in today's world, and you have time on the ball, it doesn't matter, as I said, if it's 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3, you're going to be able to get that reset and get to work. And we saw that even with Nas. Obviously, he does have more of the 1v1 experience, but even Zach here just looking so comfortable, and he's starting to look like game 1 over here, Wavepunk. I'm a little worried.
Some great adjustments over the course of this tournament. I mean, we were talking about him in the first matchup, so it seemed like he was going for standard kickoffs the whole time, but now starting to mix it up. The wave dash kickoffs in particular, you were pointing out, being valuable for him here. Wow. Not quite sneaked under the bar there for Wavy.
Wow, Zach.
Oh. Caught him napping fear. He grabs the mid boost, and Zach just read him like a book.
And that save was absurd too right before this. Wavy thought that he was killing possession by sending that to the wall, but that was such a tough angle that Wavy found. And usually if you go for that extreme of an angle, you're gonna find a way through, but Zach still saved it. 5-0 lead. I don't think we're going to see Wavy. We talked a ton about forfeits today. I don't think Wavy forfeits this basically no matter what, because he's going to get sent to lowers. It's a huge deal in this bracket, and he needs to try and find a way. We haven't even crossed halftime yet, but man, it's looking about as bad as it could in this first half.
Wavy just thought he was going to air dribble that one, which is why he jumped for the dunk, and Zach Reddyman rips it on net. That's 6-0, and I'm going to say that is, it's early. It's only 2 minutes.
It's only halfway through.
It does feel over, though. He feels mentally broken with that dive right there.
Evo goes a sticky spot there in game 4. Might be looking at Champions Field, but with that goal, keeps it within reach. A pause there for between Zach and Wavy. So they'll be starting up.
What? Oh, a forfeit?
What, Fear? Did you just call no chance of a forfeit into a forfeit?
Into the earliest forfeit you could possibly do. He waited 1 second over the line in which you could forfeit and then forfeit. So I guess I was just saying theoretically, you should never forfeit. You're going to get sent to lowers, and Wavy should be able to bring that back.
I would think if the opponent can score 6 goals in half a game, so can I. Wait, that's got to be the mindset, doesn't it?
And to voluntarily lose, to decide. There's half a game left.
This is a crazy way to put it.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Wow. Yeah, that's unexpected. And maybe he's listening to the broadcast or something. Does he look nervous when we had him as the featured match game 1? And then as soon as Finn said he's definitely not going to forfeit, he forfeits at the earliest possible convenience.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're taking a look at Forky Nightya now. We haven't really checked in here, I don't think. Forky, I'm not sure who I would have in the favorite coming in this one. These guys, get similar tournament finishes, but it looks like Forky is 36 seconds away from advancing in the bracket.
So this is, where the 1v1 experience can absolutely pay dividends for someone like Forky, who's kind of been around the market in 3v3, making a few main events and whatnot, but 1v1 is where he loves to get to work and really shine. Looks like he can close the series out in 4. It's a nice reset, but he's overcommitted. He should be able to tie this up. And is that the play you want to be making for your upper goal? Do you really want to overcommit for a shot right there, or are you just going to take it back, run the clock?
Yeah, that's a reset. Fake down to the ground, wave dash every day of the week, but not if you're Forky. Forky's sticking to his game. He does love, his highly mechanical aerial game. Maybe he just refuses to go away from it ever. Maybe he hasn't practiced trying to secure a game. Oh, wait a second. Oh, still a chance. Getting it bounce in the corner. Ooh, Forky dove a bit deep. Can Nightya get this in? No, it's going to hit ground. We got OT.
I think he got confused by even Forky's antics. He was resetting onto that sidewall, and we do get overtime. Forky, you don't want to be losing this one after having the opportunity to close it out. And he basically went to secure it with that 2-goal lead, overcommitted. Has given Knight a chance to stay alive here in this lower quarterfinal. Forky on ball. Does he go for the shot? A bit of a safer play there. And it's nice off-ball work just to give himself space. Makes Knight land on him. Gets another crack on net. Looks for the bump or the early pop. Can he score from this? Knight recovers into the corner. Beautiful play.
A great defensive play from Nightya, who should have been out of it. He's not out of the woods yet. Waiting for Forky to pop this one up. Waited last second and manages to get the save. Forky needs to try and see if he can cut this back on as soon as possible. He is actually electing not to go for the wall to air dribble, even though it looked like he might have. Nightya was prepping on the back wall and missed that save. Now headed the other way. Has no choice but to pop it, and it's going to work out. Nightya is going to extend the series.
Looking like he might be able to secure it now. He's got that 1-goal lead, but also Cosmic trying to force Champions Field. Both of our lower bracket matches, elimination matches, looking likely.
Yeah, Evo, he's probably one of the dark horses. Where did you have Evo ranked in your 1v1 ranking?
Evo would be number 5, I believe. Actually, this is 5 versus 6 on both of our lists. Evo was ahead of Zapatos. I believe we had Diaz, First Killer, Chronic, Wavy, and then these two.
Yeah, these two are dark horses. On their day, can certainly create upsets. Evo, the The way Zap's been playing, I would have favoured him, and he has got an Evo to overcommit there for 5-5, trying to force game 5. We've had a lot of 5s. I'm seeing multiples of 5 everywhere, and 5 up as well.
Speaking of us going to game 5. It's looking like Champions Field and Mena as well.
V1 is a game mode.
Yeah, it's the content. The content is absolutely endless.
What content do we have in store right now?
Zap just using it, just turning himself into an absolute tree branch. That thing is just a plank. It's ridiculous. Has he overcommitted though?
Oh.
Has he overcommitted? It's got to be in, surely. Evo could steal it.
What was Zapato's going for? I mean, it looks so silly. I'd have to see his POV to get a good idea. But he was trying to maybe get a demo on the back wall. Maybe he thought Evo was going to go for those dribbles, for the full field dribble. And he wanted to demo him away from it. But Evo keeps on the ground and just plays keep away. Zapato flicks it up. But surely Evo, he's got boost in the tank. He's going to guide this to the ground. So Evo will hold our rankings to be true as 5 beats 6 up in that top left. We're in game 5. The rest of these, though.
Of game 5s. We've had close matches today. NA certainly treating us, as is Mena in the game 7s over there in their Super Saturday playoffs. 1-0 start here. Cosmic needs to get to work. 5 up, finding some bumps. Can you remind me of the rankings here? What were you favouring in this matchup? Because these guys have played each other many a time.
Yeah, I would favor Cosmic. Cosmic has had better tournament results historically. I think he's played the game mode a bit more than 5-Up, so I would have favored Cosmic coming into this. Cosmic was a name that, you know, is getting somewhat considered for that top 8 that we had at the beginning. I think ultimately neither of us decided to go with him. But historically, he's played to that level. He just hasn't played to it recently. And 5-Up going to punish him for potentially slipping off of his ability. A little bump, but he's not going to be able to quite control it. So Cosmic will get some physical play, force 5-Up back in. There's a reset here, but now he's got one. Just go for it a second time, but I think this is going to be counterattack from 5-Up.
Yeah, 5-Up's done well. And he has the form coming in. I mean, in the Swiss, he went 3-1. He only lost the first killer and actually swept Nightya as well. And Nightya beat Cosmic in 5. So there is kind of form lines around here. 5-Up does have the form over Cosmic, who did have to go 3-2 through the Swiss, beating Jacob, LJ, and Mech, who got swept by Bora and lost the night as well. So, yeah, 5-Up really hasn't done too much wrong. Maybe just is hitting his straps at the moment in 1v1.
Yeah, because he's now got losses to Wavy and First Killer then? Is that what you're telling me?
That's it.
Yeah, those are fine losses. You know, it's not the kind of performance you'll need to win an entire tournament, but it's definitely one that shows that you maybe are a top 8 player in NA 1v1.
Yeah, nice goal there from Cosmic. He just went for that little front flip off the hood, off the bonnet. Going around 5-Up, gets the first goal on the board for himself, champ field. He needs kickoff. A little double wave dash from both players. It's Cosmic. Just trying to see when 5-Up's going to commit, and he covers it. Just another beautiful counter-attack. Cosmic keeps overcommitting.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be able to get a bump. You even see the frustration from Cosmic that we get to see, you know, pretty much only in ones. Yeah, there it is again, just shaking his camera because he knows he needed to convert on that instead. Ball headed the other way. Forky up 2-0 on this other game against Nightya as he makes a miraculous save. My goodness, he's going to keep Nightya scoreless in this game 5, and this game's moving, man. They've got 1:40 left over here. It's approaching the end.
Should we wrap up the Forky game maybe with this last 90 seconds just to see if he gets the job done? I like his mindset as well, because he could have definitely closed it out. Or he's going to get the third goal. That's huge. He could have closed it out in 4-wave. He threw, but he has bounced back. So I like the mental just to stay in the pocket and secure this game 5 win if he keeps this up.
And it's beautiful momentum to carry into round number 3. A fantastic save on the other side as well here. Both these matches putting on a show for us, even if Forky does have it pretty cleanly one-sided at the moment. Gonna try and get a 4th one and doesn't quite sneak it around the post. Cosmic, though, tying it up.
Yeah, Cosmic needed this goal so bad. He just had a great reset. He had what I would almost call like a game-losing miss, where you're making a miraculous play, you get nothing from it, and you needed that mental boost so bad. Fortunately, he scored. You know, you have like a timer almost. You got 20 seconds to get that goal you deserve. Otherwise, the mental's completely chalked. Cosmic got the shot in quickly, so the mental's not chalked. Now he's got another one. Now he's actually leading over there, and Knight is actually creeping this one back on the red side.
I'm getting nervous for Forky. We saw this in Game 4. He had the lead. He had the series in his hands. He lost it. He's 3-0 up. 90 seconds left. He's conceded 2 goals in the matter of 15 seconds. Now it's only a 1-goal game. Knight with the momentum. But Forky needs to hang on. It's going to be a long 45 seconds for him, and he's been demoed again. Knight getting to work. Takes it up. With the reset. Oh, he's got this in a great spot. This could be a tie game. Oh, this is big trouble here. This is big trouble. We got goals across the board.
Perfectly timed. Great play from Naya. Tie game, 36 seconds. Loser eliminated. Both of these games are elimination games. Their run will end here. They get a decent chunk of prize. Don't get me wrong. One of the best prizes you'll get in any one's tournament, even if you finish here. But Forky gonna be the first to take the lead of these 2 games. 27 seconds, and we're headed right back to a kickoff.
Yeah, what a finish we've got here. 4-4, 2 minutes left. 5 up, Cosmic. Forky trying to close it out. So we're just gonna fix our eyeballs on the right side of the screen for now. With this last 20 seconds, as 5 up just does get the lead. Just under 2 minutes. Here goes Forky. Can he call game this time? He had a chance in Game 4. He didn't get it done. Another big save. Has he over?
Final 10.
Has to get back. He doesn't have the boost. Oh, strap yourself in, Fear. Talk me through it.
Oof, I love this from Forky. Immediately dives. Everyone's expecting him to leave, including Nightya, who just needs to secure this ball to the ground, but instead he turns and challenges immediately. He does not want to have to defend against the dribble. He wants to surprise him out. Bit of a risk. It can look silly if Nightya sees it coming and pops it early. Then Nightya gets to walk in with no defense into the net, but Forky took the gamble. It pays off. Now we're watching some 5-up and Cosmic. This one's been back and forth. We saw Cosmic was leading the last time I was focused on it, but 5-up, up 5-4 with about a minute 30.
Yeah, I think we were seeing 5-up's praises at the very start of this game as well, with the 2-0 lead right off the bat. But since then, Cosmic has been getting to work, and it's been back and forth. 5-4, minute 10. Cosmic with space. Can we see another 5-5 scoreline? It feels like it's been the most popular today in NA. Nice fake though coming through, and the boost secured. Cosmic has to be a little careful of 5-up here. He perhaps has a little more boost, I reckon, than 5-up realizes, because he did grab all that corner line, but Cosmic just doing well to conserve. Now he's looking for the flick. Goes early, probably the wrong option, but he'll be putting a lot of heat on these last 40 seconds.
I did not like his double jump bump earlier. Looked like a sign of weakness, like he had no other way to try and score, and the double jump bump never really stood a chance. Fortunately for him, though, he kept possession the whole time. Brought it back, took another chance, still didn't score it, kept possession, made 5-up play defense over and over and over again, and this flick will finally do it. 5-5. These guys' tournament lives on the line here for 33 seconds.
Another 5-5 scoreline. It just felt like 5-up kind of panicked there and completely backed off. It's Cosmic. Does he get the goal? He shot it on target. He's rolled it in. Is that the 2-point play?
It is. It is. But the way this series has been going, I feel like we could see it switch right back the other way. This is, probably the series, or at least the game with the most amount of lead changes of any other one this round. So 5-up gets a diagonal, very volatile kickoff. He has lost it into the blue half. He's going to do his best to try and gain control. Has an opportunity to pick up 100, and Cosmic, who's far away, is going to challenge from across the field. This is so hard to do from Cosmic. I don't know why he tried that.
Where is he
going to get the goal?
It is ridiculous when you're up a goal with 20 seconds left. He's jumped cross map, forgetting where his own goals are, and completely dusted. He's opened the gate back up 6-6.
Late kickoff from 5-up, and he's waiting this one out. He's letting the go. Late flick, Cosmic save, but in net. 5-up's going to pick up 100. Cosmic's going to do a little pad trip for a moment. 5-up get things going.
No way it happens here too. Okay, I'm losing my mind because Nush just hit a 0-second buzzer beater to win 7-6 in Game 7 over Killers. Oh. And now we're in overtime 6-6 here. It was the exact same game, back and forth between these two. I've been watching them side by side. And and 5 up! All the way down for the win.
What is Cosmic doing? He's trying to go back corner to grab Books. He's just completely missed the ball and thrown that lower quarter final. That means he's going home. Goodness me.
Oh, I was getting cross-eyed trying to look at all three matches happen at the same time. Every time I looked up at the Mena match, though, it was they were tied up. It was 1 goal, and it'd be a kickoff back the other way. It was 6-6. Go with 0 seconds on the clock. Nush carries it in to get the win. Killers drops to the lower bracket there, and then 5 up over here, managing to capitalize on the mistake from Cosmic and get the win as well. The drama continues. The drama continues. Fear, I feel like we should just be doing more 1v1s. It's just it's spectacular entertainment. All over the place.
No, this is what 1v1 does for you. It produces at this level, especially when you have such a big bracket like the RLCS. Everybody who didn't come to play on these big days, they've been eliminated. They're not here. So everybody who is here is some top dogs, and we're seeing that the best players in ones, maybe the window closing a little bit on them with people behind them, but it all starts with the example of that. Zach taking down Wavy here. Such a great start. #1 seed. He had the position in the bracket, and he's looking to back it up.
Yeah, Wavy got a little warmer as the series went on, but then, I mean, this game here was just completely over. And when Fear said there is 0 chance this guy forfeits, he did at the earliest possible time. Zach, good start. And then we had just pretty much close series across the board outside of that. Evo and Zap went 4 as well. Evo just got to work. It was tough against that Sentio. It's just a difficult matchup with just that different style hitbox and flicks like that are finding the top corner are absolutely ridiculous. But I think he had them ranked around that 5, 6, 7 sort of mark, and they could be dark horses if they keep that form up. And then we saw just the absolute shambles of that Game 5 coming through. It was almost crazy saves as well. But yeah, Cosmic, he'll be pretty upset with that finish there, Fit.
Yeah, I think Cosmic, you know, maybe he's not as in form. I actually haven't been up to date on just how much Cosmic has been locked into the one scene. Certainly the Cosmic of old was expecting, you know, maybe higher than a top 16 finish. But when you look at all their results so far, 5 Up has played a great set of 1v1s. Only losses to the big dogs. So he's going to advance and try and see just how far he can make it. And then in the other lower bracket match, we had Forky and Nightya. This is another one that wasn't clear which way it was going to go. Forky was off to the big lead, but it's a big lead he did not hold on to forever. Not just in the whole series, but also in games. He kind of let Nightya get back to involved, but ultimately Forky wins and advances.
Not to curse things, but we have yet to have a sweep in Group A. It has been game 4 or 5 every time. We've been to Champions Field 4 times here so far. Maybe we'll get 2 more here for the lower semifinals. Evo and Zach over there on the right side of your screen are going to represent North America in playoffs Saturday. They have made their way out of Group A. Evo out of the upper bracket 2 years in a row here for our 1v1 tournament. Last time, Zach, formerly known as Scribbles, went out in lower round 3. Did not make it to playoffs Saturday. What an improvement he's made in just a year of practicing here. He will now, under the name of Zach, be playing in that bracket. We'll see 5 Up and Zapatos taking on each other and then Forky versus Wavy as well. Those will be our final 2 matches of Group A here in just a moment. The players are going to have a little bit of time to get set up over there. The Mena bracket continues to be spectacular. They've gone to Game 7, both matches while we have been live alongside them here. And TRK versus Noble are getting ready to go right now. So we'll see that final match. We'll keep you updated on the scores. Again, those games are being covered by many channels. I believe Cresper is going live to cover it as well. So we'll see how they evolve and have their brackets set up for their championship Saturday. It'll be happening tomorrow. For our Group A matches, though, we have 4 of them done, or 6, 8 matches completed so far. 2 more matches left to go here. It'll be 5 Up versus Zapatos and Forky versus Wavy. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the 1v1 continues right here on the RLCS.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
Totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Part of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk, when we just talk. Let's talk. Baby, I'm not part of our God language. I ain't got no time to sit here angry. You know life is better when we just talk, when we just talk. Let's talk. When we just talk, let's talk. I know sometimes I can say the wrong thing. You won't get nowhere without responding. You know life is better when we just talk, when we just talk. Let's talk. When we just talk, just talk. When we just talk.
Four players remain here in Group A. Only 2 spots left from Group A in the bracket. Zapatos, 5 up. Wavy and Forky playing for their tournament lives. It is this one or nothing else, folks. 5 up had a good run there in round number 2 there, winning it on Champions Field. In overtime, got gifted one easy by Cosmic. And hey, when they gift you one on Champions Field, you got to take it. He did. He's earned himself a match with Zapatos. Zapatos made it out of this bracket in 2025. Can he make it 2 in a row here? Stacks, how you enjoying the competition so far?
Cosmic would.
Stacks is muted. So nobody heard him. His self-deprecating comments here, CJ. CJ, we're so happy to have Stacks on the broadcast. Everyone's so excited.
And he said that he's more knowledgeable in 1v1 than Fear, is what he was saying. So Stacks,
did.
Please
These are the things we heard.
Please continue what you were saying there.
Yeah, right. Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right, excellent.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really hoping Cosmic would come out on top there. Kind of looking for his way to break through. I thought this might have been his chance, but have to be another year for Cosmic.
He made it. This is a very similar story he had last time. He lost in round 1 to Wavy. He did beat Reddles in round 2 in 2025, but then ran into the first killer there, the eventual tournament winner in the lower. So he didn't make it out of groups in either 2025 or 2026, but we'll see how things continue on 1v1. Still a very evolving scene here for the RLCS. 5 up versus Zapatos will be one of our lower semifinals, with Forky versus Wavy on the other side. That's how things are shaping up in North America. Game 1 is getting underway between Nobu and TRK for the Mena region, it looks like. They had a pause. Yeah, this is a pretty solid matchup there. Looks like they had a pause in game number 1, but Nobu is up by 2-1 right now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to play, so that one just getting underway. Make sure you got it up on your second monitor here. But these are the big competitors, the big teams, again, trying to find, for North America, CJ, we're trying to find a competitor for NAS over in Europe. That'll be the round 1 semifinal at the World Championship.
Yeah, how incredible to have 4 contenders, 4 players at the World Championship this year, not just your grand final for the 1v1 at Worlds. But what an interesting bracket here over in Group A. I would say after that first round of matches, we said, well, all the favorites won. I think after the second round wave, you could argue that all the favorites lost. in that second round. We had 4 upsets. So I don't know what we're going to see here in the final round. Do we finally get a couple of sweeps? Not saying we want sweeps. We've got some close games. But Wavy, you'd fancy him over Forky Stacks. And then, well, Zap probably has a better 5-up, but 5-up's in form. I think they should be the 2 favorites, though.
Well, yeah, and that's just it, right? I mean, you know, 8 times out of 10 at least, I would back Zap and Wavy here. But, you know, Forky, I think we could say is... nothing lead. I was about to kind of tweet out, hey, Unk still got it. And then I look back and already it's 3-3. But, you know, ultimately he did come out overnight.
My hope here for this final round is we just get a few more spectacular goals. We've had a few good ones, but in general, we've seen a lot of stellar kickoffs, some pretty spectacular saves. We've seen some really smart reads that have led to open nets, but we haven't seen many outplays at the goal line from an offensive player. I would love to see a little bit more offensive spectacle, but from 5-up or Zapatos. I would love to see Zapatos give me a Zap Dash at least one time here before the tournament's over. We'll see Forky taking on Wavy as well. Again, final 2 matches here for Group A, and then we'll be setting up for Group B. Not all the players, excuse me, a number of the players having their tournament runs broadcast by somebody on Twitch. So make sure you're clicking around in the category. You can find some of the other tournaments. If you want to watch 5-up, you can head over to the Dignitas channel. You can watch all of his games uninterrupted by our Red Zone style coverage, which will be a little bit lighter now that we have just 2 matches to cover here for Group A. But then Group B coming up, a lot of the players who made it into the playoff bracket last year are in that Group B. It's a very stacked side of the tournament there, CJ, and that's what's coming up after the conclusion of these 2 matches.
Oh, Group B is absolutely stacked. We ran the predictions earlier on today with Johnny and Garrett, and my goodness, even like First Killer Cheese, Chronic AJ over there. You've got Diaz, obviously, and he's in NA, I believe. He's flown over just for this tournament to make sure he's got the best ping possible. So Group B is going to be stacked, but we're underway with the final round. 2 matches, as you said. Find out who our last 2 players get through into the playoffs.
Start things off with Zap versus 5 here. Looks like Zapatos will get the scoring started there, Vicentio.
This is, I think, you know, we were talking about how we hadn't had like a lot of, you know, big, heavy highlight reel plays. I feel like with these 2 matchups, we could get a couple on the highlight reel here, and I think especially out of a Zap here.
Yeah, Zap's, it's just the Sentio just provides a little different feel to these games. There's a great shot though, and it's going to be against that Sentio. 5-up getting to work, coming in confident off that Game 5 win over Cosmic, and Zap just went a little early. Wasn't quite covering all the net, but he had a lot of work to do. 1-1.
High risk, high reward play, and it worked out perfectly for 5-up there. And you know, of course, the inevitable thing here is, you know, you're going to have some number of goals off the kickoff. It's about keeping your composure now. Imagine Zap, well, it has an edge in that being more in tune with 1v1 play. 5-up, or just a pro who also happens to play 1v1s as Zap gets another freebie.
Yeah, Zap, this is what he made for, but we haven't seen the success of the 1v1 mains as of yet. Kind of across the board with other regions. Obviously looking at Moxie as a prime example, dropping out in that semi-final, but still putting in impressive performance. We are starting to see just the cream rising to the top in general from every region, and Zap, well, the favorite coming into this match. This is a strong start with the 3rd goal. He just has so much, once you get that reset, the options that he has on ball there, Stacks, and 5-up just got caught in a spin.
Yeah, and you talk about players from the various regions, and you know, more this year, of course, now with the addition of 2v2, we're starting to think about, you know, the possible triple crown. And I don't know that we ever necessarily thought about anybody winning both championships last year. I mean, Noble would have had the only opportunity, but even once you got down to your final 2 players at the majors, you're kind of looking going, I mean, maybe, but highly unlikely. Now, at least you're really thinking about it with the couple that are left. but nobody over here that you look at and go, yeah, we could ever see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, the way Zach's playing, though, is we kind of thought maybe Kalirs would be the most likely out of the last two Triple Crown contenders. Zach is improving at a rate of knots with that 3-1 win over Wavy. Wavy had probably coming into this tournament as a top 3, top 4 contender, and it's a very impressive performance. He's right there with your Diaz and First Killer types.
Oh.
Maybe Zap, if he keeps doing stuff like this, he could be a contender as well. He's a bit of a dark horse.
Oh, yeah, this is great. It's just like you're watching this and you're like, you're pretty sure he has it, and 5 up down there just has no chance.
Yeah, just gave him nothing to work with there. The Zap man, and he has been having a little trouble off kickoff. That's a huge demo. He did kind of lose the kickoff, but he might be able to score if he turns the corner. He's got 5 up in his spin, but yeah, that shot wasn't great. The recovery was even worse though from 5 up. He's gonna have to play a lot of defense. He's got a lot of work to do. The reset into the dunk, 5 up, nice save.
The reset's so smooth for Zap too, so far during this opening game. Really keeping 5 up off balance. Didn't have anything to work with there though. 5 up's got all the cards. Surely, yes sir.
He didn't get the reset either. That was the only option that 5 up had was the fake, and I think Zap thought he had it. Looks pretty convincing.
Yeah. It didn't look nearly as smooth as Zap, but you know, very few do.
Yeah, it's often I feel like you take it for granted watching high-level play just how easily these guys get their reset on command, but sometimes it just doesn't quite happen for you, but it can still work out. There's another kickoff goal. This is a high-scoring game. We're looking towards, once again, that magical 5-5 number, which feels like every single game we've seen today has hit that at some point.
That's part of the mental toll that these games take on players too, because you've got so many more goals than in any other format. Of course, there's 4 fewer defenders than you're used to having on either side, as Zap's starting to spread the gap just a little bit.
I mean, Wavepunk, that's called 8,000 hours straight of one car. He is a CTO main, and he ain't moving off it.
Yeah, and it's valuable too. You see, it carries him further in the tournament, not because there's something so amazing about the Sentio, but just because everybody else doesn't have the experience of playing against it. The more everybody is doing one thing, the more valuable it becomes to do almost anything else. And you're seeing it favor Zapdos here.
Yeah, let's just look at the flicks and the turn. It just that extra length, you just get the 50 that 5 I was not expecting that pre-flip with the plank hitbox as well, Stacks. It's catching out players. He's an awkward matchup.
Yeah, it's got an extra touch a lot sooner than you think as well. It's gonna, thought he was gonna win the race to the midfield boost there, but 5 up has about as free a look as you can ask for. Back within 2.
Back within 2 and a very high scoring game 1 here for our final, or one of our final matches of Group A. Zap, he won this kickoff. 5 up's very awkward. Zap wants boost, wins the race. 0 boost now for 5 up. Reset. Zap trying to get it back on target. Double reset. Give me a triple reset. Doesn't quite get that one on net, but he's looking quite nice and still finding these bumps, these off-ball plays. 5 up is in a world of hurt, and he's doing incredibly well with the boost that he has.
They're trying to set up the pop dribble. Just couldn't get any elevation behind the shot. Doesn't matter. If first you don't succeed, try again. Back up by 3.
Yeah, just turned straight on ball. He wants to give 5 up. No time to get set up. No time to feel comfortable in net, as we've got 8-5 scorelines across the board. Wavy as well, looking fairly comfortable, but still. Defense has been at a premium, that's for sure. 13 goals across the board, make it 14 for both of the same side. 6-8 scorelines. Then we have a game on the right side as well. 8 seconds. Forky has to go off this kickoff. It's now
tried to pump the brakes. No, sir.
He tried his best, but what are the chances we get back-to-back 6-8s?
Very minimal, considering there's still over a minute to go over here on the left side, and Zap's got another.
Yeah, you can just see the panic setting in. And this is
Hey, one for the road.
They're both at 15 goals. They're both at 15 goals.
15-goal games. This could be a 25-goal game if this keeps up. Zap is, as I said, kind of mentioning or recognizing, should I say, that 5-up is just starting to panic a little bit. He knows it. He needs to find three. He's getting desperate with these flicks, and there's the corner boost still that has just completely backfired for 5-up. He went into Zap's corner, went for the boost, and Zap took it straight down the middle.
Boost over ball while the ball just went absolutely nowhere. It just stayed right on Zap's hood like, all right, well, Merry Christmas.
6-10 does feel a long way away, but not when you really break it down with 16 goals already scored and 5-ups. Look, fantastic, but the reset's too far. He can't find the double. That would have been a timely goal for him to bring it back to 3. He has been flipped into the boost and completely overcommitted. Zap, what are we doing here? Okay,
what a recovery.
Yeah, what happened to Zap here? Did he get nudged at all? No, he just maybe spun out a little bit.
Missed the ball.
Ended up right up the wall, and he's going for 5-up. A little gift to get back in it.
41 seconds and a dream of the kickoff. Zap has had the advantage in the wave dash kickoff department.
Oh, he got a piece.
What are we doing?
I think 5-up gave up on the play.
And he's about to get the boost and a chance at this game. There's no way. If he has to score right here, it's still 3 behind, but it is now and ever. If he finds the bump, it's still game.
Oh, what a save. Oh, man. Hey, you know what? I mean, never give up on a play. Down to 8 seconds. Isn't this what Forky had? Down 2 with 8 seconds left? Just with, considerably fewer goals.
The symmetry is uncanny, but the kickoffs haven't been going in 5-up's favor. What has he got in store for us here?
Desperate times, desperate measures. I'll just go right at it.
Just gets bumped off it as well. That Sentio is an absolute nuisance. No boost, which means Zap will grab game 1. We got Wavy taking game 1. 18 goals, 19 goals on one side, 15 on the other. And a 1-1 scoreline as we kick off game 2.
Yeah, only 2 goals in a minute? That's boring. Come on, somebody do something.
Show us anything. Forky, though, putting up a stronger fight than I expected. I kind of probably would have penciled this in Wave Punk as, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I just would have thought Wavy as one of the tournament favourites should be able to lock in a sweep, but Forky's been so impressive to get to this point.
Any match that you feel like should have been a 3-0 is a fantastic opportunity for an upset, and Forky's looking to take advantage of the match he's earned.
Save.
Another save.
He's having to stand on his head to keep Wavy out of his net, though. That's a big relief for him there, but he didn't grab the midfield boost. Sure, they're going to grab his own there. He does, but kind of a missed opportunity, I think, for Forky.
Still moving forward, though, with boost. And 2 goals in 3 minutes, or 2 minutes, should I say. What has happened to the offense? Forky has an open net, and I was pinched out by Wavy, and he turned into a goal down the other end. Nice fake, recognizing the space, but no boost. Should be easy enough for Forky. He's actually pinched it. I don't think he was intending to, but he's having just a little bit of control. Wavy trying to play a little bit of cat and mouse. It's a great 50. He should be able to rip this straight on. Forky back in time, though. Both players have decided to play defense.
You sure have. I mean, Forky's done an exceptional job with very little to work with at any given time. Finally, Wavy beats him. But how about the stand by Forky? And how about the save by Wavy about a minute ago with the ball almost certainly in his net, able to pinch that out. Unreal.
Could have easily been 2-1 the other way. Wavy didn't make that save. Delay kickoff from Wavy is effective, but he's lost the mid boost. Just didn't have the momentum to carry it on. Walker has to get back in time. He's put it in. Well, already in. I'd say he put it in his own net, but it's a nice shot from Wavy. He had no boost, but he kept pushing forward and found a lot of power off the top of the car.
It's always crazy to me when a player manages to get a bumper on the ball like that and influence its direction, but not influence the vector into the goal enough to stop the goal from happening. He does get it back here on the kickoff, though.
Yeah, Wavy just failed his little wave dash recovery, but Forky throws that one on net to keep it close, and that's pretty much been the story of this game. It's either low scoring and close or high scoring and close. It looks like Forky has not moved at all. We might be having a pause right here.
Yeah, this is surely not a forfeit. So we'll see what they take care of as we hop over to the other game. 5 up. Dropped game 1. Remember, Zapatos put up 11 goals. But here, 3:17 left to go. Well into game number 2. 5 up's found the only one who's found the back of the net.
Maybe they're just giving the other match time to catch up. 5 up off to an explosive start. Again, he couldn't keep Zap out of his net at all, but at least from what we've seen, hasn't let Zap get anywhere near the net this time around. Sometimes best defense is good offense.
Oh, there you go. That's just hitbox difference right here. If Zap scores, this is just pure hitbox difference. It was just the length of the plank. Too good.
That extra vertical reach. And he'll secure finally his first goal of game number 2. Updates from Mena, by the way. Nobu was able to take game number 1, I think like 9-6. It was pretty in the lead the whole time. Game 2 though, 5-4 in favor of TRK. We got them tied up 1 apiece.
2 teammates going at it. It's good to see. And 2 quality 1v1 players at that as well. Obviously, you got the world champ, but TRK certainly no slouch and would know all the tricks that his teammate has in store. Oh my goodness, I don't know what Zap's doing there, but he's absolutely blasted the crossbar. Hasn't been punished for it just yet. There's the shot on. Nice spacing from Zap, and now 5 up, low boost, compromised position. His Stacks could be in a little bit of trouble if he sets up that flick.
I'm talking about having all the options covered. I mean, sometimes it's your day with it coming right off the crossbar. Great reaction to get back to it. He'll take those. Wasn't his finest shot.
I mean, if there was a charge meter in this game for power, he had that thing cranked for just the absolute max. And here he goes looking for an end-to-end again. So comfortable on ball, try to turn it into a little bit of a pogo. Plan B, but not to be this time. He has found 2 on the bounce since we've been watching, and this kind of felt like earlier on wave with Zap. He looked comfortable when we were looking at him, then you look away and all of a sudden he's in game 5. But like if he puts together a consistent performance, he should be handling it comfortably. But clearly he's bumps.
Hard to get comfortable when you're getting bumped out of the play. I mean, it's such elementary forms of like strategy here in Rocket League, but if you are able to remove the defender and the ball's on target, it will eventually score. And 5 up maintaining the 2-goal lead here with the aggressive physicality.
He's hanging in there, tough on kickoffs too. Not getting beat like he was in game 1. Oh, hello.
Ooh.
You're not used to seeing that. This slips us right on by.
Yeah, he's just... say that was just too close. That he had no room.
Did Fennec turn into a Batmobile there, or what?
I think Zap lost his line on goal as well. Usually you're trying to put the ball kind of between the ball and the net, and he wasn't covering anything.
He's too deep in the corner. Good recognition from 5 up to realize he had a shot there. Less experienced players would still think that Zapatos was had a stronger influence on the ball, and now a 3-goal lead. We came in, it was I believe a 2-goal lead with 3 minutes left to play, and now a 3-goal lead with 1 minute left to play. 5 up looking to secure game 2 here, tie up the series. Just crazy to be able to put up 11 goals in game number 1 and have the script flipped on your head here in game number 2. He's going to get another one here. The small ball plays. Zap seems very comfortable at speed in the air, looking for these long distance reaches, but 5 up slowing the pace down, and Zap's struggling to figure out what to do with it.
It was a nice reach, wasn't it? He just used the pre-flip to roll through that 50 that Zap was trying to set up. Even though he had the longer hitbox, he didn't have the momentum. So this is a great response here from 5 up. So that game 1 that didn't quite go his way. And Zap, he's just really struggled to put opponents away. I mean, his first round against Nightya went to 5, and obviously he just lost that match to Evo in 4, so nothing's coming easy here, and perhaps as not one of the tournament favorites, but certainly one of the 1v1 mains we have here in NA, he'd be hoping to come through a little bit more comfortable than what we're seeing so far.
I mean, this just trend's continuing, Stacks, from what we've seen all day. When Zapatos wins, he wins by, it feels like a league. He wins by 14 miles or something, you know. But when he loses, it is a much closer, shaky affair. And the consistency always going to be the greatest enemy in Rocket League.
Oh, and I love this from 5 up too. He realizes I don't actually need to score again. Just keep possession for the final 30 seconds. And Zap can't do anything, bringing that all the way back to his own end after Zap had set up to play defense. And now we're just playing keep away and tying up the series. Very disciplined play. I know it's not the flashy, really cool thing that everybody wants to see out of the 1v1. It's not the go up to the skies, get the ceiling reset musty or anything like that. Like Zap's trying to deliver something for the highlight reel here. But
narrating?
I know, right? I know it's not this, but 5-Up still wins the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. I mean, we've time and time again, the history of Rocket League, we've seen the Marky Doodah coined poo goals are worth just as many as the This Is Rocket League goals. So you don't gotta be flashy to win. And a big performance there.
We would prefer it though. We
prefer it though.
I mean,
it is the end of the show.
I mean, we did have that competition in Fort Worth once upon a time.
What, the poo goal competition? Oh, the flashy goal competition.
You are very right. As Stacks would know, as a keen golfer, there are no pictures on a scorecard, and Rocket League's the exact same.
Yeah. Well, Wavy here, 1 game away from securing playoff Saturday. Forky looking to have to reverse sweep if he wants to stay alive. It's a good start, though. Finds the top corner, finds Wavy slightly off that line you were talking about earlier, CJ. That's Forky with the lead.
Yeah, it's just a nice little pop coming through. Wavy with low boost. Just got a little tangled up front post, 1-0, 40 seconds in. Forky, if he finds the bump here, it could be 2-0. He just rips that one on net. He's gone for boost instead. Bit of a longer play. It's a beautiful follow-up shot. Forky back against the wall, 2 games down. He's found something.
Yeah, he's got Wavy twice, kind of very awkward on that post, and shots that you look at and go, all right, I guess if it's in, it's in. But Wavy's probably going to want those 2 back. Certainly very capable of getting them, and doesn't have any boost after Forky. Beat him to the punch, and then Forky trying to save it off his own frame. Instead puts it right under the corner. Oof.
What is he doing? He could have easily...
he could have easily caught up to it.
Easily got around it.
I think both players have been a little panicky here in this first minute of Game 3. You know, Wavy on that first goal, he's kind of getting bumped around a little by Forky and didn't quite get his bearings set.
Yeah,
baited him in.
Oh, lovely. This is a little bit of trouble catch for Forky, but got out of it, just keeping the ball high so he can grab the boost. Now he looks to keep it nice and close. Has a reset for his recovery and found Wavy actually with 0 boost trying to challenge. Forky in a decent spot, gets the reset and does absolutely nothing with it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Oh, can he? Or if he could get to that. Forky got the boost.
Well, they're in.
Free ball. There we go. So Forky scored all the goals here in Game 4, or Game 3.
It's just true. He is the only. His bumper has been the last to touch the ball for all 4 goals so far.
He's likes any net, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's a scoring machine.
Hasn't quite calibrated just to one end so far. He's Wavy though with a reset through that one on no power. He's in a bit of trouble here, Wavy. He has to track back, scoops up the mid boost, but Forky is setting up the flick. He's looking like Zap out there in the Sentio, but that one doesn't find the target.
Rounding back to the other end of the field. We'll just be doing a good NASCAR oval here. Doing laps around DFH, and the demo should secure another one here. Forky finds him in the corner, finds himself with the ball as well. No defender, free goal.
I mean, it is tough to sweep an opponent at this level in 1v1s. What works for 2 games, it's hard to keep that consistency game over game unless you are at the absolute top. Guys like TRK, like Dobo, as Wavy does get one back here, and Certainly not a foregone conclusion here in Game 3 at all.
Yeah, you just worry about, well, we have seen it before with Forky even, where he's looking comfortable. He's 3-0, 4-0 up, and all of a sudden, oh boy, could be big in trouble. But
I mean, CJ, you can speak from your tournament experience. I feel like these elimination matches where it is that you've been playing all day, you've had some long ones. I think both these players have been to Game 5 already and probably lost those Game 5s, given that they are at this spot in the tournament. Or I guess actually one of them had one of them, but here coming down the other end, Wavy's going to get another one. It feels like in this match, it's less decided by just mechanical skill, who's got it on paper, but who can keep up that consistency when the pressure's on here in a do-or-die situation.
Which is why it's so impressive what we saw from Zen and Nas because they both came through the lower bracket. 1v1, you don't get a break. I feel like in Rocket League in general, you don't really get a mental break. There's no downtime where you're just kind of waiting, watching your teammates and chilling. Apart from obviously in between each game, but during those 5 minutes, it is on. And then in 1v1, you have zero downtime at all. You're always on the ball. You're always thinking and processing and analyzing what your opponent's doing. So to win 4 best of 7s in a row, what we saw from Nas is so impressive. And even these tournaments, it's best of 5s. They still do take it out of you against the best. And you've got to stay locked in every single moment, because otherwise you might think you're comfortable. You might think you're 4-1 up. And then a minute later, Stacks, it's 4-4.
Yep, once again, Forky with a big lead, and it just disappears over time. This one not nearly as quickly as the last one, but now Forky finds himself in a battle, and I mean, give the guy credit. 24 years old, still hanging with all the young guns here. I know, for us to say 24.
It's just the way that we talk about age in esports. Like, oh,
no.
This ancient ent of a man, 24 eons. The arthritis is setting in, and yet he's still fighting. He's got the lead.
Sure does.
Minute 12. Pressure on Wavy. That's a 2-game block. That kickoff will be even better if he grabs the boost that bumps on. Forky's in a lot of trouble, Zero. Just hovering. It's got a nice flick, actually, but yeah, Wavy's gone for the physical play, and he has space. Stacks. Can he get to work?
I didn't get the launch he wanted at all there. Did Forky get the boost?
He did.
Oh, and that's a good recovery from Wavy, but I feel like Forky has kind of rushed it.
I mean, that's at this level of ones, like rushing it is oftentimes the difference between a goal or not. When you have a shot like that, he's going to get onto this one quickly enough. Rushes it well here, and now a game-securing goal possibly. 34 seconds left.
Yeah, it's just a nice little backflip coming through, a little half-flip action. And he's ripped that one on net. 34 seconds. Still time for Wavy, but the kickoffs haven't been going in his favor. Zap, this is what I'm saying. We look away from Zap. We go, okay, he's got a comfortable series, and then he'll drop the next game. Still a chance with the 4 goals. As soon as we look, Zap concedes. He's maybe a little bit camera shy on the mainstream here. Wavy has to score. He's looking for that low 50s. He's muscled his way through as well.
Oh my goodness.
He's got a chance.
There's, again, for players of this caliber, you expect something flashy. There's no mechanics here. I'm just going forward. You're in the way, that's fine. I'm through you.
As long as I am behind the ball and the goal is in front of me and nothing about that changes, I will score. Like, as long as I stay behind the ball, I'll get there. 5 up, getting another one back. Now a 3-goal game with 22 seconds left.
10 seconds. Wavy needs possession. That's step 1. Is Forky going to give it to him? He has flicked. Oh, he's found the bump, and he's kept it up. Forky's back. He's tracking back. Forky flipping everywhere. Wavy tries to flick, doesn't. Free flip on ball, doesn't make connection.
How many resets is this?
Zap's hit 18 resets in the Sentio, and he's looking like the best player in the world when we're not watching him. And he's going to get 2-1 up.
It is suspicious that every time we tuned into the match, immediately 5 up, gained control of the ball, was scoring the ball, even there at the last moment. Triple reset, gets denied, and he's drilling to the other end. Thank goodness the clock was at 0 for Zapdos' sake there. But Zapatos is advancing so far, 1 game away we'll see if he can secure it there on game number
No
4.
sweeps.
And what a battle.
Yeah,
no
no
sweeps. No sweeps in Group A. What a competitive. Well, the depth here in North America, Stacks, is just continuing to be so strong here. Is we cannot differentiate these competitors from each other.
No, I think it's more that in North America they can't put the other guy away.
Oh, I choose not to think about it that way. No. They're just such great competitors. Speaking of competitors that cannot, speaking of regions with depth here, Nobo is up 6-3 in game number 4. He did win game number 3 as well. So they are, TRK is with his back starting to become against the wall here. It is a best of 7 though. So they do have, this would be match point for Nobu if he was able to win it. TRK trying to get the work done. And again, neither player eliminated from this match as this is an upper bracket. Let's get back into our games.
Once again, the man who does not want to be on stream is 1-0 up. He is fantastic at scoring when we're not looking at him. But as soon as we do, watch 5 up get a kickoff goal right here, right now, Stacks. Have a look at this.
Yeah, here we go. What do you think? 5 seconds?
If that. He's going to grab this boost.
3,
He's going to get to work.
4. Taking his sweep time. Here we go. You still get possession. Zap hasn't really stopped doing much there. Look at that.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
All right, so let's go watch Forky and Wavy. There we go. Zap.
We know who production wants to win.
We have too much influence on that match. We have too much influence on that match. We can just decide who wins.
Oh, Forky's got the reset. Didn't do anything.
Should be a goal here as well for the counter-attack. Should be a goal for Wavy. It was a nice counter-attack. He just overcommitted a little bit, Forky. Get a little happy in the air. We know he has the mechanics when he gets space, but, I mean, that's the risk-reward you play.
It takes nearly a minute for our first goal there. Forky pushing it forward. Didn't really have kind of control he would have liked. Couldn't start a dribble at all. I mean, a lot of the goals that Forky scored, especially in that third game, he just had Wavy very awkward. And he doesn't have that at any point here from what little we've seen. Able to beat him there, though, on the wall.
I mean, it's similar to when Wavy played Zapway. Like, he just kept getting beaten with speed, and when Forky is changing up the speed, these little flicks, kind of just catching Wavy. He's a bit slow, kind of shadowing down the pitch, looking to grab.
No way!
Zap's done it again. He's done it again. Production knows what they're doing. They know what they. If they, this is
this is the right decision from production. Okay, anytime Zapatos has the lead, let's put it on stream, so 5 up can score, so that we can have a nice, even, close game.
Here we go again.
Manufactured drama.
It's gonna be a demo straight away or something. He's gonna find the bump. You just feel so not confident when you're watching Zap on this stream. He is so camera shy, it's ridiculous.
Can he overcome his greatest enemy, being on mainstream?
No, doesn't look like it because it's 2-2.
There it is. There it is.
Well, production, you know what you've done there. Shot on net. Wavy makes it 2-1. Okay, he's looking all right.
And then we come back to Wavy, and he just, again, just scores the most basic goals.
Forky thought he had more
press
space.
X to jump a little too late.
I mean, it really just gave the ball away on that one.
Well, we've avoided all sweeps, so now it could be business as usual, and Wavy's trying to make sure of that with a 2-goal lead now. Still obviously plenty of time, but Wavy, you'd expect, would be able to get the job done here on Utopia Stacks.
Watching Wavy win his matches today has been a lot like going to the NBA All-Star game, but they never actually dunk. It's all layups.
What a boring All-Star game.
Right?
Whoa,
whoa. That's not okay.
That's new. We haven't seen this timeline before.
Yeah. They're just going to give 5 up a goal here, put them on stream.
Oh.
Hang on. And maybe Zap's going to score on stream.
Monday.
Hey!
He's going on stream!
Huge for the program. 4 Zap, 3-3, and game on as well. Let's just stay over here. Why not?
Curse is broken. Unfortunately, he's got no boost. Oh, now he does. Gonna need it all. Well done.
Good turn. Oh, he went for the shot. Trying to catch 5 up out. Has grabbed the boost, which will be incredibly important for this next play. 5 up still low, but doing well to keep momentum and actually staying supersonic. Steals the mid as well. 5 up. Can he get the lead? Underneath, 50.
Whoa.
Both players facing the wrong way, and 5 up looks like he wants to retreat, and he's just given the ball to Zap, who gets the lead.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to bring it back to his own end and just kind of keep control, but he just got rid of it to the middle. Instead of staying behind and trying to roll it to the side, just didn't have the position he wanted.
Looks like he was like trying to back pass or something.
Yeah.
Ones, you can't do that.
Admin, where were you?
Okay.
Save from Zap backwards as well. Wavy with a 4-goal lead over there. It's death by 1,000 cuts for Wavy today. He hasn't really thrown the knockout blow, as Stacks mentioned, in any game, but just been doing enough. Just peppering away at his opposition. He has found his buffer over there, as looks like we'll be fixating on this side of things. Zap.
Oh.
It's a big mistake from 5 up as Wavy's hit
Okay, there's one Wavy.
well.
Little flip reset into the musty. Bar down.
I see that again. Nah, it's a pretty standard goal, to be honest. Don't care about seeing that again. Don't worry about it. It's 6-1. Maybe Brazil territory for Wavy.
Will Forky be honorable? Honestly, I feel like it is. If anime has taught me anything, it's that you should never do anyone the dishonor of not trying your hardest. And I just think there's something about forfeiting away a series that is just a little bit dishonorable.
What did you say? Voluntarily losing?
Yeah, voluntarily losing, I think, is you just don't. Just play it out at that point. Oh, Forky's gonna get a goal here.
Wavy tried to hit a psycho from the lowest angle I've ever seen and completely missed the ball. 5 up has to get busy right here. 50 seconds left. Throws it on net. It's a big mistake from Zap with 0 boost, but he doesn't get punished. Maybe it's going to be another swing down the other way. It's counter-attack city for Zap, who throws that one on net. 3-goal lead. It's looking ugly for 5 up.
Yeah, no boost, no problem. 5 up, who has been better on kickoffs as the series has gone on. Needs some to really go his way. And getting... Oh, that's a great move by Zap. And just all possession. Gotta be frustrating for 5 up, especially knowing this is your tournament life here. Gotta get up over him, that works.
Okay.
2 goals, 21 seconds. We've seen stranger things.
What are we doing here for Zap, though, surely? It's a very interesting pre-jump to throw himself out of position. There's 21 seconds. Everything on this kickoff. Does he go the single? I mean, the wave dash kickoff has been so effective. They both go for the standard, but Zap looks to recover. The boost is grabbed. Zap throws himself away. This could be trouble. Has to get going right here. 5 up. Takes it up top. 11 seconds. Needs to score now. Has the reset. Oh, now we've got a game.
Game on. Zap, a little too greedy, chasing him to the corner boost. Had to settle for midfield. 5 up, had him in the palm of his hand. What do you got? Dig into the bag of tricks.
Oh, delay kickoff.
The delay. No control. Oh, the lucky bounce. Can he make a delivery? He has no boost.
He's got the bump. Zap has put it on his head. Just no boost. It's going to be so tricky from this position. Where do you go from here? Where do you go from this angle? He's found a decent flick. Zap's got 1, got 2. 5 up doing everything he can. But Zap with boost.
Police have arrived.
Ends in 4 and moves on to the playoffs.
Wow. What a thrilling 0 seconds there. But Zap does secure his spot in the playoffs here, Stacks. And all the players who were in Group A who survived to playoff Saturday in 2025 survive again here, this time joined by Zach.
Yeah, and give 5 up a lot of credit for having no boost at all in the tank and just being completely dead to rights. He made a real honest go of it. I mean, this was a lot of fun to watch. His run through this 1v1 has been a lot of fun to watch, but so too has it been for the guy across the way, Zap, who, again, Absolute mastery of the Sentio, and so much power behind every single play.
Yeah, when he gets the ball, when he gets space and gets that thing in the right spot on top of his car, it is game over. Has the reset as well. He does it in the air and on the ground. Zappers. He looked comfortable when it was off stream. That's the thing. He just seemed to build these score lines, Wave, that we just tune out, tune back in, and he's 3-4 goals up. But finally gets the job done on the main broadcast there, and he'll be happy to make his way through to the playoffs.
We'll have at least one non-Fennec Octane representative in our bracket tomorrow. We'll see if the Sentio can get the work done again as the unretirement tour continues there. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Wavy up against Forky. It seemed pretty one-sided from beginning to end. Wavy really finding a way through. Forky gave it his absolute best effort, but ultimately Wavy will be playing in the playoffs.
That save was so sick too, and that might have been one that, as Forky went through this series, he's gone, well, if I can't put that one in the net, what am I going to do against this guy? The old guard against the new, and torch firmly passed as Wavy took charge at the end of the series. But again, give Forky a lot of credit. Hung around with him until kind of getting blown off the field here in Game 4. Able to battle back in Game 3, prevent the sweep. Then Wavy finally dug into the bag of tricks, a little musty off the crossbar, down and in. That is a pretty good field for your top 8 in North America.
So the good, strong results here from Group A as Evo, Zach, Wavy, and Zapatos will be playing on playoff Saturday. 5 up Forky, Cosmic, and Nighty gave it their best runs, but that will be the end of their tournaments here in Group A. All locked up. We're only halfway through our day, believe it or not, because Group A implies the existence of Group B, and Group B does in fact exist. We'll be playing through those matches next. So we'll be jumping back to the upper quarterfinals. 4 matches live on your screens again, and then we'll have the upper semis, lower quarters again. 4 matches in that round, with the final lower semifinals being just 2. So here are our upper round matches. The first quarterfinal matches we'll have for our next round here, Stacks. First Killer taking on Cheese, Loxi taking on Diaz, AJ taking on Chronic, and Wiz will be playing Bora.
Yeah, those are some real fun matches. Obviously, everybody's going to look at First Killer and Bora. I see this Loxi guy play, the lone Canadian in the group. I want to see what he's made out of. He's got a brutal bracket to go through, but could be a lot of fun over in Group B.
First Killer Diaz, a couple of favorites over there, Wave. So that's why I'll be obviously unbiased. Want to see some FK action as well. Hopefully he's in form. I think Group B, I think we'll see the winner of the event out of this group.
For sure. No, Diaz, reigning North American 1v1 regional champ. Going to be on your screen here in just a moment, folks. When we come back, the RLCS continues.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk.
3 hours into our group stage Friday, and would you believe it, we're only halfway through. Group A is done. We've got the 4 competitors through to playoff Saturday and have sent 4 home for the year. It's time to do it again with Group B. And I think we've saved the best for last. Some of the most fiercest competitors in the region here combined for the title of North American Regional Champion, including the reigning regional champion going up against, if I remember correctly, the runner-up here in round number 1. Group B is going to be stacked. Johnny Boy, how did you feel about, we talked at the very beginning of the show, how do you feel about the way that Group A panned out?
I think overall it went according to plan, with the one exception. Well, looking way back at the start of the day being Zach over Wavy. That was the one that we didn't think was going to be underdog favored. But honestly, after seeing round 1, Wavy looked a bit nervous against Cosmic. Zach reverse swept 5 up. So after that round 1 happened, it's a bit easier to see this one, knowing how good of a player Zach is right now in every single game mode.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all for anybody coming out of Group A, though, because I mean, I think on paper you look at this group coming up, this is where your tournament favorites are for your 1v1 NA champions. So everybody's got an uphill climb coming out of Group A. They're gonna have to step it up, I would think, because I think I don't think the quality of play necessarily met the expectations that we had coming into the day.
I mean, you had First Killer, Chronic, AJ, Wiz, and Diaz all made it to playoff Saturday in 2025. Only 4 of them are going to get to do that here today. 1 will not be able to repeat. So who will it be? Or potentially, no, I guess actually one of them has to repeat just mathematically here. But there's a potential we have a big change in the guard as well. If Loxi could get some work done here, if Bora could change some things up. Cheese trying to make a deep run of it as well. Cheese last time around did not make it into the group stage, so already here with a bigger performance, he's gonna have to go up against First Killer to start things off. So we actually do not get First Killer versus Diaz round 1, but assuming they get their wins over their opponents, they are definitely the favorites in their matchups. So we will have First Killer versus Diaz here in Group B for a qualification spot. Exciting stuff. It's hard to pick a matchup here to start things off that is the most exciting. AJ and Chronic, maybe, Johnny, is the one my eyes drawn to.
That's like the nostalgia in me as well. I'm thinking, looking at AJ Chronic, thinking, what year is this? But that's because these guys are kind of your evergreen ones players. They can just pull up any year they want, and they're still going to be at the top of the game. But yeah, out of these 4, I think the one that I'm least sure about the winner is the bottom one, Wiz Bora. I think you've got a big 3 in this group. First Killer, Diaz, Chronic. I'm very confident these guys make it. Wiz and Bora, I'm not sure. I'm leaning Bora, but Wiz has got tons of ones experience. So that's the one that I'm looking at. And I'm thinking, I don't know who comes out on top.
We'll see. Bora's going to be taking on Wiz there. I think he's over on the Dignitas channel. There might be Dignitas RL might be their channel there. They're going to be they're going to be a little bit in shambles after watching their boy 5 up not quite be able to finish it off there. So they're going to have to rebound here and rally their energy to support Bora. Again, these are the team streams if you want to go watch a specific player's run all the way through. I think Diaz is going to be being covered there on Firewall 154. And we'll see Bora up there as well. See First Killer over there at Redirect Esports. So lots of good coverage happening here that you can watch the action specifically as it goes through. Now, we've been covering North American action here mainly on the broadcast, but we've also been giving you updates of the Mena bracket. It was exciting games all up and down until Nobu found his pace, found his feet under him, and was able to pretty cleanly put away games 4 and 5 against TRK there. I think he won the last one by like 5 or 6 goals. So TRK will have a matchup against Ops tomorrow, as will Killers have a matchup against FBI. Nobu and Nush wait in the semifinals for the result of those quarterfinal matchups. And we will be playing the rest of that bracket tomorrow.
Killer's trying to avenge his brother. I think it was FBI that knocked Verwash out of the group.
Yeah, well, he's actually, it's a bit scary for him. He's on the same run as his twin brother Roas. They've both lost the last 2 games in their respective series against Nush to lose. It was in 5 for Roas and 7 for Killers. So now he's going up against FBI tomorrow. Look out for a game 7 maybe for FBI, and the whole family might be going out of the hands of the same 2 players.
Oh, the trash talk FBI could put up. I mean, what results it would be for FBI, the run he's had so far, if he was able to take out both Roas and Killers. How many people can say that they've done that in 2 separate matches? No one can say that. That's a thing that can only happen here in the 1v1. So we'll see if FBI can get the job done. But our players for Group B are locking it down. They're getting ready to go, and we'll be continuing the North American action over here. First Killer, Cheese, Diaz, Loxi. I'm excited to watch this Loxi player. This is not a player I'm as familiar with. He's the lone Canadian representative in our bracket, and he's got a big opportunity here coming out of the gates going up against Diaz.
Yeah, he's just joined a team last month, very late in the game there, and relative unknown. And here's your big opportunity. You're on the mainstream against the reigning region 1v1 champion. No big deal. And then if you beat him, you only have to beat the winner of First Killer and Cheese, and if that goes to plan, you have a feeling who that will be. So yeah, no pressure whatsoever. Actually, honestly, there probably isn't much pressure because the expectations going in are probably right about down here, and he has a chance to really exceed them.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, I feel like these sorts of matches, I agree that not only there's a lot of pressure here on Loxi, I think there's just a lot of opportunity. There's so few people that have ever earned the opportunity to take on a player like Diaz in a format like this. When Diaz is holding this title, we've seen Loxi now earn that opportunity. Can he live up to the moment?
Yeah, there's no pressure from the expectation standpoint, but there will be a lot of pressure in terms of who he's playing, because First Killer's going to put, Diaz, he's going to put a lot of pressure on him. Every single time Diaz gets the ball, you're stressed playing against him because you know what's going to happen. You know he's going up in the air, and you're going to need to defend against his aerial game. And his aerial offense is one of the best in the world. I think it's the best for 1v1 in North America. We're going to get to see a lot of that today.
Well, it looks like the matchup we were most excited about, AJ versus Chronic, is a little bit delayed getting started. So we'll take a look at the other 3 matches here, as Diaz will get goal number 1. But we can start out with Cheese versus FK. Cheese, probably the player we've talked about the least so far in this group, maybe Wiz as well. But Cheese making a deep run, wasn't in the group stage in 2025, and he's got an opportunity here against, I would say, probably the hungriest player in the bracket. First Killer really wanted to be that North American regional champion in 2025 and barely wasn't able to take out Diaz in the final. So this is his second opportunity. You know he wants it even more now.
Yeah, this is definitely on the cards for him. But as we've seen with a lot of the other regions, you've got to lock in against the players you're supposed to beat. The rest of the regions are getting a lot stronger now. And this is the kind of matchup where I don't think there's going to be too much of a banana peel for First Killer, but he wants to start off today with a nice 3-0. Just get as much momentum as possible into that potential Diaz match. If you're struggling against Cheese, you're not going to be feeling confident going up against the Brazilian superstar.
Yeah, I think this is the series that has a lot of importance for First Killer, because if he just kind of stumbles across the finish line like you said, Diaz is going to be a nightmare for him, assuming that he takes care of business against Loxi. But at least the first minute he was fully in control. Would have backed him to have a 3rd goal there, but instead playing very patiently, and that might also speak to some of the confidence he might have, realizing that Cheese wasn't going to beat him there at all. He does beat him here.
Okay.
Just a little lackadaisical there.
Okay, so he's obviously got the mechanics. We know what he can do in 3v3. We know what he can do in 2v2. For a lot of these players, it's about channeling the confidence, almost pretending like you've got a player behind you as you attack through the air. Because if you hesitate, if you doubt for a moment that you're going to score that top shelf right under the bar, you know you're going to hit the bar, or you're going to pull the punch and it's going to go straight to the goalie. So Cheese has got to play with confidence here if he's going to match First Killer in any aspect of the game.
Oh, that's a great job by First Killer, realizing that Cheese was going to be able to bump him out of the way if he stayed on the ball. Just bailed out of the play, but left his mark on it. Quick shot off the respawn. Good save.
It's on his own. I mean, we're over 2 minutes in and only 3 goals. It's a very low-scoring game for 1v1. I mean, I was going to take an early bet on it. I would predict that this is the lowest-scoring game of the 4 so far. Maybe still the case is, oh, geez, didn't get the tie game. I thought that was
gotta have that one. I mean, still, obviously, plenty of time to work with. It's an opportunity you can't leave on the table, though.
You got any updates for us? Wave from the across the board. Oh dear, it's not good. From Luxy.
Oh, Canada.
You know, if Canada do play Brazil in the World Cup, that might be a preview of what we get to see. Although I can't talk. Scotland just got completely destroyed by Brazil, so I can't say anything. It's not looking too good. Unfortunately for Luxy, he has run into the favorite, the tournament favorite in round 1, and it's a little bit lucky because usually his seeding coming out of Swiss would have been enough to avoid that, but Diaz didn't get first seed in Swiss. He lost to Chronic.
Maybe let's hop down and watch Bora versus Wiz here. The two kind of unlikely contenders we haven't been talking about as much, but Wiz, a returning player at this level of competition, made it into Group B in 2025, lost in 4 to AJ, then dropped down and beat Kevin in 4 before eventually dropping Game 5 in 7. There was 15 goals, lost at 8 to 7 to Reveal to not make it through to playoff Saturday. So, no, excuse me, he beat Reveal to make it through on playoff Saturday. No, I'm misreading this. Then he runs into First Killer in the lower bracket and loses in So, Wiz trying to repeat that success and make it through. See if he can make it a little bit farther this time in 2026.
Yeah, you know, Bora's got some sneaky 1v1 experience. He has been playing some show matches. He's been putting some time into the game mode. So, yeah, Wiz has got the experience edge on him. No doubt about it. But Bora does have some recent reps, and he's looking decent in Swiss as well. So, I think, yeah, for me, he was a slight favorite. I decided to put him in my top 8. Wiz was just, if I was going to extend that down, though, he would have been just on the outside of that top 8 looking in. And he is. He's looking that way right now. This has turned out to be the close match of the round, as expected.
I thought Wiz was going to be able to turn on that, too, and Bora takes him out. Really open things up here. Oh, come on. That's just not fair. None of this is fair at all. Are you kidding me?
That is unbelievable. I mean, that touch from Wiz, you've got to think that he meant that because he had time to react to the ball coming off the crossbar. I think he must have played for that touch. It's completely caught Bora by surprise, as has the demo. And the ball might have already been going in, but he's made sure of it. It's fantastic stuff by Wiz, who is he's got the Greek flag up there. Dual national, Greek-American, if I'm not mistaken. He's very proud of his heritage.
Apparently, Luxy forfeited game number 1 against Diaz after it got to 8-0.
Smart move.
See if he can bounce back in game number 2.
Keep Diaz in single figures.
By the way, Wiz's given name, Giannis.
Oh!
Hello. Cool. Top shelf again. Have a game, Wiz.
Well, great timing from Wiz on that play. He didn't immediately shoot that one. Just gave Bora a little bit of time to hesitate. Maybe overthink it. You know, actually, after the early lead for First Killer, Cheese has done very well to keep this one close in the top right. It looks like he is going to lose the game, but he's kept game one, you know, respectable at least. Only dropping by a few goals to First Killer. And Bora's meanwhile tied things up. And yeah, that bottom right game is definitely the one to watch right now. 18 seconds left, all square.
Yeah, what a battle. Bora. Magic could hold possession for the remainder of regulation here. Put it away. No, easy save.
That's such a strong position for him, though. He could win it right here. He's keeping the ball away from the wall. Tough to challenge. 50 down into the ground by Wiz, though. That's a perfect defense. Bora just needed a bit more height with his first touch. It would have made it harder for Wiz if he got the ball higher up into the air. It would have given Bora more time to threaten a shot on target. He's got an opportunity here. There's the threat. Paying dividends for him is Bora in overtime.
Yeah, Wiz, I think, was expecting him to just kind of try and flip, reset, carry that through, and once he brought it to ground, Wiz was completely dead.
due to Loxi's early forfeit, we now have a nice staggered matchups here. We'll get to watch here and see if we can get an idea of what Loxi is doing in this matchup. And if there's
playing Diaz
here, or is it just getting lucky there? Is Diaz getting another one?
Honestly, the thing is that, like, with Loxi, he's obviously a mechanical player. He's made it into the main event comfortably. He only lost to Bora in the Swiss stage. That was a sweep in round 1. But after that, as Diaz cracks the crossbar, Loxi 3-0'd LJ, who's not known as too much of a ones player, but still impressive. 3-2'd Life, and then 3-1'd AJ. So he won 3 consecutive series against top tier players. So he's definitely a respectable talent in the game mode. Yeah, this is better from him. This is much better for Loxi. Tying the game off from distance.
And important to note too, just like with Group A, it is double elim at this stage. So you have a little bit of a safety net.
Oh no, Loxi!
No!
I mean, it was awkward, but I think Loxi you'd want to have that one back because yeah, he just jumped a bit early here and he realized, oh, Diaz isn't coming at me quickly, he's coming at me slowly here. Diaz is so good at toying with his opponent in those ways. When he's got a boost advantage, he just puts the ball, hangs the ball in front of them, baiting the challenge, and then puts the ball past the challenge straight away. He's got perfect aerial control in that manner. When he can get into those positions, he's favored against just about anyone in the world.
He is nowhere in the frame.
Oh,
Diaz just had him on a string, right under the bar.
What shot Loxi had. Loxi covered a lot of the goal there with the pre-jump, but Diaz has found the top corner past him. And he's just so efficient attacking. The danger against Diaz is that he's not going all in with any of these moves. He's always got boost left over. It's what you really revolutionized with the long-range aerial game. Most of the time you think about full-pitch air dribbles as all-in moves where you're using all your boost, but Diaz always has some left over. He's always got a contingency plan. Oh, nice flick from Loxi though. Hold on a second here. Diaz got a no man's land and Loxi flicks it top shelf.
Yeah, he didn't do much wrong there other than he just got beat by a good shot. Came out to challenge him, forced him to make a play. Just couldn't get up in time to stop it.
Yeah, so very close game to game 2. You wonder, was Loxi just a little bit shell-shocked by Diaz in that first game? Oh, what's happening here? Diaz and Loxi again a bit tangled up, but Diaz comes away with the ball, and now he's back into his strongest spot. Nobody can really stop him from these positions, and that's why he can accelerate the play. If he sees you off your goal line, and even if you're on your goal line here, he'll just take his time. He'll always find the gap.
Take a look at the other matches.
I was gonna say, one thing I'd be curious to see is like actual time of counterattack. But it feels like Diaz gets down the field so fast.
Yeah. So that quick decision making, give your opponent as little time as possible to adjust and read the situation. It is the most one-sided match of the round at the moment. At 2 goals, which tells you we have nice close competition. We said there were all the heavy hitters here in Group B. First killer managed to take a 2-goal lead, as does Chronic. Pretty close succession there.
You know, AJ winning game 1 against Chronic is a surprise, I will say. You know, AJ's got the 1v on his history, and he's got all the experience dealing with this kind of pressure, but Chronic has got all of that plus recent relevant RLCS reps on the board. So this is a great showing for AJ early.
Chronic rocking the new foot anodized Fennec decal as well. The match the Sky Blue Zombas. Solid loadout here, and yeah, AJ is a player that you talk about like, oh, he's got like such a good history of, you could just kind of end the sentence there. He does have a good history. He's been around for so long, which in esports, as kind of alluded to earlier, not always like a positive. There's a point at which it starts to be like you're the new kids that have the new mechanics and the fresh nerves in their fingers still. It just becomes an insurmountable obstacle to overcome here. AJ continuing, though, to show that the knowledge of the game and experience does matter. And yeah, getting that first win, can he close out the series? Now trailing by 2, but with 120 left to go, he's going to get another one here, and it's a 1-goal game. Chronic just gave him space.
Yeah, it's all about the boost management here. Chronic's on the small pads. AJ manages to keep the pressure on. Chronic trying to get in and out of his own net quickly enough. AJ saw that and just accelerated the play. Look out for the kickoff here. AJ knows how to wave dash recover. He also has got the standard kickoff, as you saw there. Chronic protected that near wall. Did not want to concede directly. And he's got the ball past AJ. That should be one back for Chronic. Indeed it is. Nice final touch. I think it might have been hitting the post without that one.
I mean, at his peak, AJ was just a scoring machine. And kind of his accuracy, I felt like, betrayed him a little bit near the very tail end. And you know, just wouldn't convert a lot of opportunities that you think these are givens. And no, so to see him up on Chronic in the 1v1 where you have literally just yourself to rely on is a bit of a surprise. Oh, but boy, is he delivered here with the flip reset and everything.
Look at this. He's actually used the dodge to slam the ball into the back wall.
Incredible.
That's a fantastic shot by AJ. Back within a goal. He has really got the pressure on Chronic, one of the tournament favorites. You know, behind First Killer and Diaz, Chronic was their next in line for myself and for Fear as well, if I remember correctly. And AJ was Fear's honorable mention coming in at 8th. Well, it's looking like it's aging very well.
Well, once again, Diaz has 7 goals. The difference is that's only about half of the goals in the game. Loxi's actually putting up a fighting game too. Problem is he didn't have any possession.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to dispossess Diaz in these late exchanges. Diaz makes it 8-6, so it's still playable for Loxi. In some cases, you don't mind really conceding if you've got a good kickoff goal in mind. Very difficult to do that against Diaz, though. He's so mechanically sound. Chronic also ahead by 2 with a similar scoreline and time remaining. Both those games separated by 2. It's very much still game on in 1v1. Yeah, under these circumstances. Oh, not if you get a straight spawn kickoff, though. That's GG's, because you really don't get many kickoff goals off of this one. Even if the ball does go into a winning position, it just takes that little extra time to score it. So AJ not going to have a chance. And Loxi, Loxi actually did get one.
He did get one, all right.
He did get one back, so that's kind of what we're talking about here. Bora, similar situation. He's back, down by 1. Or, sorry, ahead by 1 on Wiz. There's 7 seconds left. Wait, is that 3-1? 3-1 from First Killer and Cheese? That is one of the lowest score lines you're going to see all day for 1v1. Only 4 goals is extremely
I don't think anything in Group A came anywhere close to that.
Interesting.
Bora's got everything.
They're pretty low scoring game 1 2, so that might be the lowest scoring series of the day by a mile. As soon as they get game 3 underway. And already FK has got a goal in the first 5 seconds, so surely this is the one where they're going to run the score.
Yeah, you think so, right? If only it were always that simple. But yeah, First Killer is looking very much in control this one. Even those, I mean, those low-scoring games, when it is 3-1 at the end, you're not really, I'm not really thinking it's a 2-goal game. I'm thinking, okay, the guy who's winning that has clearly used the clock to win the game. I'm thinking there's no way that, you know, First Killer's in danger there, because when you've got a game that's 7-5, 8-6, you know, high-scoring 2-goal gaps, that's usually a back-and-forth close game. When you've got a 3-1 or a 4-2, a lower-scoring 2-goal game, the winning player, in this case First Killer, is probably just controlling the possession.
You remember Stadium, where you could bring the ball behind the goal? That's
Yeah.
what I would expect every 1v1 on Stadium to end. It's just like 3-1, 4-2. It's just a lot of possession and taking the air out of the ball.
Well, that's still, you know, transfers for Cheese to get some warm-up going, really. He knew he was the underdog coming into this one. It was always going to be difficult to take on First Killer. Oh, he's missed that open net, hasn't he? Yeah, it's not even close. And he doesn't get the demo either. It's going to be a goal for First Killer. It's a 2-goal miss. Should have been 2-1. Instead, it's 3-0.
Yeah, it's just the worst of both worlds right there. That's the second, just in the limited time we've been watching this match, that we've seen Cheese have an opportunity to clear one down into First Killer's net. Hasn't taken advantage of that opportunity. Can't get one back here either. First killer, sweep it across. Boom it downfield. I mean, I very much feel like first killer is just going to make Cheese actually bring it at him. I don't think that first killer will endeavor necessarily to go win this game 9-0. Just be counterattack after counterattack.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking based on the last scoreline. Like I said, I think First Killer is just playing very safe Rocket League at the moment. He's giving Cheese 0 chances. And when you are a level above your opponent in ones, that's a good idea to reduce the volatility, reduce the unexpected scenarios that can occur in 1v1. Just reduce the regularity of those, keep kickoffs to a minimum. And yeah, really just frustrate your opponent. Eventually, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a forfeit from Cheese here. He's got a great mentality. He's got one of the best, you know, team mentalities. Always spoken about as a great teammate because of that. But even he's going to be thinking, yeah, this is over. I'm not going to be able to win this one.
I mean, he's trailing by double what he's been trailing in this point in the series. 4-0 is basically, in this matchup is basically a 10-0, so, you know. They should probably be out of there.
Yeah, credit bottom right to Bora for really taking control against Wiz. Every game's been close. This one is 3-3, but Bora's coming out on top of those close games every time. Just like Diaz, just like First Killer. The closest game of the round, closest match of the round appears to be AJ Chronic when we, you know, look at the actual score lines. But yeah, Diaz is always fun to watch, even when he's dominating. He's one of the most fun players because this won't be the same style of win that First Killer is going for, just letting the clock work, letting the defensive play, counter-attacking, do the work. Diaz is going to try and make, you know, he's trying to put 10 goals past you every time. He's trying to clip on you. He's trying to make a highlight reel every single time he plays.
Worked out perfectly for Diaz, who spawns for him right over top of Loxy. And
yeah, even now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I told you, he's trying to put you in a highlight reel, even with an open net. He says, how can I clip this? There we go. You don't want one goal? Okay, I'll put it in backwards. No worries.
That's like kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's like you put your arm out, put it on the guy's head, and he's just flailing his arm trying to reach you. Like, nope.
Yes, that's actually bullying. It really is. That's the level Diaz is at. I mean, he makes people look silly. Loxy's doing well to keep in this one. This is a good shot from him. Taking his sweet time, baits in the challenge, low 50. But can he get kickoff possessions? Can he get relevant kickoff possessions? That's the way to win ones, is you need to control the ball from the center circle. And this is not going to go in his favor. Diaz is boxing him out of the play, gets the boost. And even though Loxy's got the ball right now, this is still Diaz favored. He's controlling all the boost, and he's just waiting for his time to strike. There it is. And that will be another goal for Diaz to go up by 2 again.
That was very ambitious from Loxy with nothing in the tank. You realize Diaz beat you to the punch. I mean, at that point, maybe you're hoping he makes a mistake, but if you're hoping your opponent makes a mistake, track record for that strategy, not the best.
Yeah, not against Diaz at least. He's just got such good control. So there are some players you can gamble on mistakes against. Actually, that is mistake.
I'm right here, Johnny. You don't have to keep going.
Even in this tournament, though, there are some players who will they'll try to go closer to the line where they're right on the border of what they're capable of. But Diaz is not that guy. This is well within his capabilities. Air dribble, double tap, no problem. I mean, he's going at 80 to 90% here. He's not for going to the limit. He's got a little bit of boost left over there. Look, 23 boost left after he's double tapped the ball. He always has something left in the tank to recover with.
It was a 7-0 First Killer over Cheese there in game number 3, and that is going to be a sweep. First Killer taking out Cheese. See AJ and Chronic continuing to be very, very close. Wiz and Bora, high scoring and also close, but Bora, with everything he needs, can he hold on for 2 minutes?
It's going to be a tough one for Wiz because, you know, just because you're in closer games, it doesn't make it any easier to stomach the losses. Sometimes it's more painful because you've been right there. You've been within 1 goal every single time, but you keep losing. It starts to be a mental battle with yourself where you start thinking, am I ever going to be the guy winning these games? And Bora, meanwhile, looking really good out there. He's one of the dark horses, I think, for this tournament. As for AJ. You know, is he a dark horse? Well, looking at the score lines, I'd say yes. If you can beat Chronic, you can take down just about anyone.
First step in this bracket, especially in this group, is going to be the hardest for a lot of these guys trying to pull off big upsets. None bigger than what Loxi's up against right now as Diaz has added another. But yeah, for AJ, you know, you get Chronic out of the way. By comparison, everything else just looks like, all right, well, you're playing with house money at this point.
Oh,
that's great follow by Chronic.
Yeah, Chronic's peaked on him there. Necessary as well with just 13 seconds left. Crossbar down into the keeper, into the net. Chronic's going to be looking for possession here, I imagine, off this kickoff. With 13 seconds to go, he does not need to force an early goal here. He's going to try to take this ball into a safe location if he can, but AJ's got control. Chronic's got the ball, but he does not have boost to really do something.
Whoa!
AJ too fast to the boost advantage.
Oh, I thought he had him. He just couldn't get any forward momentum. And then he's dead, and then the game's over. Oh, man. What a recovery by AJ.
Yeah, Chronic, he needed a better kickoff than that, really. He just needed to be able to take the ball to a back corner, a minimum. And now we got Bora running up the score, actually, against Wiz. We thought this one would be one of the closer matches of the round. Wiz, yeah, he's forfeited that one. So, like I said, you know, just being closer doesn't make you feel any better about the losses. 22 seconds left, 3 goals is more than doable, but he's had enough. He's thinking it's not meant to be today. And, yeah, he's decided to call it.
Loxi, yeah, Loxi got a goal there. I don't think it's going to stand ultimately, so that isn't going to help Loxi's case at all.
We'll see. We'll see. Well, it was crazy because we had 0 sweeps in Group B or in Group A, excuse me, and then Group B, which we'd say is the more competitive of the group, starts out with at least 2 sweeps so far. Bora over Wiz and First Killer over Cheese. We'll see if Diaz can close it out against Loxi. But Chronic and AJ, that one also when we went to Game 4. No, it's going to Game 4. They're about to get into Game 4 here, so that one not quite over yet.
Yeah, it's still some chances there for Chronic. I think he's been pretty close in all the games. AJ is a player he'll know from a long time, and AJ, he's been almost ahead of the meta in ones for a long time because he was so good in the air, and now that is where the game is played. So he, instead of, you know, he used to be the guy in the air versus players like Lion Blaze back in the day who'd be dribbling and focusing on a ground offense. You do still have those specialists these days, you know, no less obvious than Moxie. But everybody needs an aerial game these days, and AJ's always had that. So Chronic knows what he's up against with AJ. He's just going to need to simply play better. It's not about figuring the guy out. It's just about executing to a higher level.
How the game has changed, too. I mean, you know, granted, the aerial game has been a big part of ones for a little while now, but, you know, you go back to the prehistoric days of the RLCS, it feels like, and when the ones game was still in the spotlight, granted outside the RLCS, it was very much kind of a ground and pound attack. And now you don't see a whole lot on the ground. You just see a lot of counterattacks, a lot of kickoffs, and then somebody gets the ball in the air and it's almost a foregone conclusion. You can tell when they're going to score.
Yeah, kickoffs are still obviously a huge part of the game. What you're not likely to see these days compared to the old days is the same kickoff goal multiple times in a row. I remember back in the day, you could easily see 3 or 4 of the exact same kickoff because players didn't have a kickoff repertoire per se. They would just pull up with their one kickoff that they know. And if it doesn't do very well against the other player's kickoff, they'd say, oh, well, I guess that's tough luck for me then. But these days, you know, with all the delays and the fakes and everything, you're not going to see that as often. You can still have dominant kickoff matchups, though, although I don't think that's what we've seen here. I think AJ's, he just misread that bounce off the wall, ended up out of position on that touch.
You mentioned the straightaway kickoff where you just don't see many goals very late. Maybe it was CJ that mentioned that. Either way, like, you don't see many goals on that straight-on kickoff. And certainly used to.
Yeah, you used to get, honestly, you used to get more on every single spawn, but the kickoff that got the highest degree of volatility and the most, you know, immediate goals is the diagonal spawn. This is the slight offset spawn here, so you do get some, but not as many as on the diagonal. But yeah, players are just so fast at recovering now. Even there, Chronic with no boost, he's able to get back and make a clutch touch to keep the advantage at bay for a little bit longer. Not that it matters, as he always a bit tilted there, throwing the camera around as AJ scores again.
the understated aspect of ones at this level too, right? You don't see guys get tilted very often once you get to this stage in the tournament.
The two big signs of tilts in Rocket League, in my opinion, but especially in 1v1, you got one, what you just saw there, player throwing their camera around. It's either with the right stick or by spamming the reverse camera button over and over again. And the other one is just stopping after a goal goes in, just completely stop, like no movement whatsoever. If you see either of those things happening after something like an air dribble bump or a demo or a kickoff goal, 100% the player is tilted. You do not need the camera to, the real life camera to know.
One aspect we don't see on this end because, you know, we just don't have access to it, but I wonder how prevalent quick chats are between the players.
Oh, no way. I don't think it's that common, but oh, AJ went for a spawn demo there.
Oh.
He's really trying to annoy Chronic as much as possible. This is genius from him. He's got to be careful though. He's only ahead by 1, and Chronic is extremely good in defense. You know, you overextend for a bump or a demo and you're getting scored on, as is though. AJ's not overextending, he's picking his spots beautifully. He has scored again, it's up by 2 now.
Man, still got it.
I think he's doing it in a way that I didn't expect, honestly. He's really been able to control the match from what we've seen here. I thought that it was going to be Chronic who'd have the majority of the possession. Has he got him again here? No way.
He sure has.
He has.
Wow.
Chronic's going to be fuming after that one. Chronic's going to be absolutely fuming. He will not believe what just happened. He got tapped right before he was going to save this. Like, honestly, a millisecond before Chronic's going to get a crucial touch on that. He gets contacted, and that's all it took.
Gotta have one here, though.
There he goes.
There you go. Get one back.
Yeah, it's going to be a kickoff goal. It's a little push to the right, and then AJ not able to read what Chronic was going for there in time. Chronic kind of left it a little bit as a surprise, whether he's going to go play for the mid boost or go for the direct shot. The latter is, of course, what he went for, but then notice AJ not wanting to go for the same strategy again, just fake kickoff. Now the possession is his. This is what we were talking about earlier. You rarely get the same kickoff loss twice. He doesn't even give Chronic a chance to score 2 kickoff goals in a row. Here we go. No way have we just seen. We've seen a parallel parking out play. Look at this. Just parks in front of him. Chronic can't reach the ball. AJ's stolen his parking space.
Mine.
And then jump, barrel roll, flip for the goal. That was, I feel like I've seen everything now.
I mean, all of these goals, well, I'll tell you one thing. They're really, really frustrating goals for Chronic to concede because he's in the area. He's so close to the goal line. He's so close to every single shot. He's okay. He's pulled the wool over AJ's eyes there. AJ going flying past the ball. Chronic's still in this, but...
Did he think Chronic was going to flick this?
Yeah, he thought Chronic was going to hit this a bit sooner than he did, but Chronic's honestly played for a 50-50 there. He's not even trying to shoot the ball. He's just going for a 50, but AJ fakes it. The Chronic delayed kickoff. He's got a top corner open here. Has to be a good shot though, and it is.
Bang!
Perfect finish, and I expect to see AJ go for another fake kickoff or a delay here because he's not having a good time with the standard kickoff.
I haven't seen the delays work a whole heck of a lot here in the opening round. Oh, it certainly didn't work this time for him. AJ was ready. Didn't jump into this at all.
Yeah, good awareness. You could just see the nameplate wasn't getting close enough. He saw that one and goes ahead by 2 again. This will be a really big upset if AJ can win this. Completely blows the group wide open. You'll have AJ against Bora for top 6. But we've had upsets in every single region so far for one. Sam, EU, and Mena. So NA looking to join in on the action.
Oh, Chronic. Like he had him beat, but he couldn't and run forward, knock AJ out of the play. He's got him with no boost now. Got it in the corner.
Great shot. Accuracy on point here for Chronic. And he turns around with a half flip here. Just a little half flip pop. Reposition. Get ready to attack the ball. Chronic has had some direct kickoff goals. He's had some pretty quick kickoff possessions here. So this is easily a tie game if he keeps that trend going. He does. He's not going to give AJ any time to get boost and defends the ball really well. AJ, honestly, he covered a lot of the goal there. That's not a bad save attempt, but Chronic's just done a bit too well with the air double ball. Good save.
Yeah, that's an excellent job by AJ with all that he had to contend with. But in the end, final result, we're all tied up. Been a 52-second game.
Yeah, you know, if AJ's making a video about this game, it's going to be, yep, another kickoff goal for him, another kickoff goal for Chronic, and yet another kickoff goal for Chronic. So he'll feel like he's winning the midfield game here, the open play aspect of the game. But he's getting beaten by Chronic's kickoffs at the moment, and Chronic's going to try and go ahead with just 25 seconds to go here. Oh, huge early challenge. Can AJ get back to this? He's going to need to play it off the bounce. Chronic's in the area. AJ takes his time. Gonna go down to the ground. Chronic's sideways. AJ can't quite get it past him. Oh, the bump didn't connect. That would have been a goal if AJ clipped Chronic. It still might be.
He got him! He got him!
8 seconds left. Cannon hold.
Unbelievable. AJ rolling back the years. 8 seconds to go. He's got to get at least a big boost on this kickoff. There's been quite a few where he's been boost starved against 100 boost and possession for Chronic. Delayed kickoff for Chronic. AJ does not fall for it. He barreled through the ball there, and he's just got to try to get one more good touch. And that's it. He's done it.
Wow.
Huge upset. AJ.
Wow.
Take it down, Chronic.
Incredible. Incredible result. And to see him win it, think of how many goals AJ scored in Chronic's box. Go back to the parallel parking goal. There was so many small touches directly in front of the net. What a play. We're used to seeing him win it in the air. He won that one on the ground, and he has earned himself a spot in the upper semifinals.
I can't believe it, because he struggled in Swiss. He lost to Loxi 3-1, and now he's just beaten Chronic.
Yeah, you talk about relevant RLCS experience between the players. Just bear in mind that AJ might, in a way, be the most prepared for ones, because his most recent teammates have been Garrett and Squishy from their retirement homes. So, like, he's used to not having reliable defenders behind him.
He's been playing 1v3 for a while now.
A lot of people are saying this, a few people are going to think this is, even match, because historically it would be a very close match, but Chronic just beat Diaz last week, and he also beat Wiz, he beat Magic Bear. He qualified 3-0 in Swiss, whereas AJ got swept by First Killer, lost 3-1 to Luxie. So this is a big main event step up for AJ. Chronic is in the lower bracket, round 1. Has to win 2 in a row just to make Saturday.
If Chronic beat Wiz earlier, he's going to have to do it again. That will be his lower quarterfinal matchup. Cheese will be taking on Loxie, while AJ will take on Bora. And we get the rematch, the grand finals here. First Killer versus Diaz will be for playoff Saturday in our upper semifinals. There were 3 other matches that happened other than the Chronic AJ one, but they all went 3-0. We didn't actually see the end of the Diaz-Loxie match, but he did in fact close out that third game, no problem, with a sweep. This is where all the action was. AJ versus Chronic, that was a top play. AJ to slot that one in.
Yeah, the games in this series, not much between the two of them. 5-2 for AJ in game 1. Chronic wins by 2 in game 2, and then they go a pair of 1-goal games, going back and forth at each other right down to the closing seconds. With this goal with 8 seconds left to put it away for AJ. Great series.
Yeah, immediately the upset coming out of the group as well. I mean, we're wondering, will we have to wait for round 2 for this one? As I really did think that Chronic would be too much for AJ, given his recent form in RLCS and his form last weekend in Swiss. But yeah, how far can AJ go now? He's got a great next round. Bora, rematch. No, sorry, not a rematch, but tough match, I'll say, after his impressive sweep over Wiz. That's not
top 6 AJ?
I thought, but yeah, Bora, AJ, they're both gonna like the look of that one. I mean, when you look across, you see First Killer Diaz in the other semi, you're thinking, hey, I've got a good semi-final for myself.
I mean, AJ did make it through to top 6, or to top 8, excuse me, top 8 in 2025. He got beat by Zapatos in the upper rounds. He beat Wiz to get to that upper semifinal, and then managed to beat Tricky. But then, in that lower bracket round 1 on Playoff Saturday, it went to Game 7 against Chronic, and Chronic took the win to knock AJ out of the tournament 2025. So lo and behold, here, getting the victory over Chronic, he is now in that upper bracket against Bora, and with that win, he would earn himself a second life. We'll see if he can get it done as the stories continue here in North America. Wiz will face off against Chronic. Cheese will face off against Loki. First Killer versus Diaz, though. All eyes going to be on that match there, Stacks. A rematch from the Grand Finals of 2025.
Yeah, and obviously you can't look too far ahead as a player, but those 2 lower quarterfinal matches in the first round, eventually, to make your way through, you're going to have to beat, if everything goes according to plan, the loser of First Killer and Diaz.
Yes.
Good luck.
It does feel like this is a matchup of who gets in through the uppers and who gets in through the lowers, is what it feels like for First Killer and Diaz. They're definitely favorites, and no matter what happens coming out of this matchup, but we got to get there, folks. We already had one upset on the group. Will we get another? We're going to find out after this. Taking a quick break. We'll be right back on the RLCS.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
0 sweeps in Group A, and then we got the brooms out of the closet here for Group B. First Killer, Diaz, and Bora each winning 3, dropping none to advance to the upper bracket. AJ let go of 1 game against Chronic, but still got the job done. And now all those players 1 win away from a top 6 on playoff Saturday, having 2 lives on the bracket. You love to see it. Can they get it done? Meanwhile, Cheese will be taking on Loxi. We'll see Chronic taking on Wiz for their tournament lives here in that 1v1. Can they earn the opportunity to be the North American regional champion? The road's long for those players, but man, exciting day, exciting goals. And hey, you know what we do when you have the blowouts, or I don't even call these blowouts necessarily, but the sweeps, I feel like you get a little bit more of that spectacular, the spectacle we were asking for there, CJ. You know, yeah, the poo goals are worth the same as the pretty ones, but when one player is distinctly better than the other, you get a few more flashy goals.
You've been big on the poo goals today. We had a few of them in Group A, that's for sure. But no, Diaz came out of the... Yeah. I mean, he was... You said the brooms were out of the closet. Diaz came out and was just absolutely firing on all cylinders. You got to pay your dues as well, Johnny. We can have 3 sweeps in that first round because we now get First Killer versus Diaz. This is a main event in any stadium in the world, and we can't wait.
Yeah. And it's because Diaz lost in Swiss to Chronic. That's why we're getting this match so early. First Killer didn't do anything wrong in Swiss. He looked pretty flawless. Looked pretty flawless so far today. But Diaz, if I'm not mistaken, played Swiss from Brazil. Lost to Chronic in 5. Now he's flown in for the main event in the US. So he's got low ping for the main event. He's taking this seriously, trying to defend his title.
We'll see if he can get it done. We'll see if he can get it done. This is going to be a huge matchup again. This was our final 2 competitors in 2025 for the title of North American Regional Champion. First Killer and Diaz facing off here in the Group B upper semis. Definitely not the end of the road for either player. If they win, they will be through. If they lose, they drop to those lower semis. We'll take on the loser of Wiz, or take on the winner, excuse me, of Wiz versus Chronic there in that bottom matchup. So big games still left to be played. All the players loading into the lobby, and we'll be getting started here. I mean, AJ, obviously the surprise of the tournament. How do we feel about Bora here, CJ? I mean, Wiz, again, made it all the way through to playoff Saturday. Last year here, Bora wasn't even in the tournament at this point. Getting the win there, 3-0 in particular. That feels like a pretty big win for Bora.
Yeah, definitely the scoreline. I'd say it's a 50-50 match going in that Wiz Bora first round. The fact that he 3-0'd Wiz, who is a solid 1v1 player, he can create a lot of upsets himself. Yeah, the fact that he's done that in style, Johnny, I think it surprised us when we did our predictions. So it's definitely not the matchup we're expecting in the upper semifinals. Probably thinking, you know, Chronic Bora or Chronic Wiz. The fact that AJ's there, it's 50-50 match.
Yeah, I thought it was a good quadrant for Chronic. I thought, okay, looking down there, Chronic definitely. The other ones where I'm more in the fence, Diaz, First Killer, got to see how they're going to go. But it's the other way around. It's Chronic who's already in the lower bracket, and he's going to be, no, he's not going to be avoiding, sorry, the loser
he's
of
in
First
trouble.
Killer, Diaz. He's on the bad side of the bracket. So, yeah, bracket of death there. Loser of First Killer, Diaz, projected to play Chronic, but that's only if he can get past Wiz, that's not free by any means.
We'll see. He's going to have to bounce back after, well, appeared to see a lot of tilt on stream. So, and AJ was playing in a particularly tilting manner. These are the broadcasts. If you want to check out some of the individual runs to the tournament, I will say that Dignitas stream does not appear to be live. So they may have been deceiving us here and not covering it, which is maybe that works out in Bora's favor. I forget. Fewer cameras on them. I don't know. We'll find out as the tournament progresses. But it didn't work out for 5up on that one. Check out some of the other broadcasts, though, all across the Twitch directory. Here are the matchups we'll be playing. Chronic versus Wiz. Again, we were just talking about that one. Cheese versus Loxi. Loxi, how did we feel about Loxi in the bracket play here, Johnny Boy? Do we think that he's gonna fare better against Cheese?
I do. I think he's probably the favorite here, looking at their Swiss qualifications. Cheese struggled a lot more in Swiss. He's the more accomplished RLCS player, but he lost to Zapatos and also Skippy, who's got a bit of ones history. But you know, those aren't those are not confident results for Cheese compared to Loxi beating LJ, beating Life, beating AJ, who's now, as we see, in great form. So I'm taking Loxi, the you know, the RLCS unknown maybe, but I think the favorite based on their Swiss quals.
We'll see, CJ. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for that run. We saw it in EU, obviously, with OSAFT and the like, and Red Mob. We're kind of looking for that next up-and-comer as well in NA. So I'd love to see Loxi. He had a slow start, obviously, in that first matchup against Diaz, but it's Diaz. You're expecting him to absolutely wipe the floor as he's the tournament favorite. So I'm sure he won't be too upset about that.
And what a better warm-up match could you possibly have? Everyone else is going to feel like the training weights came off after you're used to the pace of play that Diaz is putting you up against. And I mean, I think you bring up a really fun thing to think about here. Part of the 1v1s that is missing in both the 2v2s and the 3v3s is that we feel there's always that question of like, wow, this player seems good, but they just haven't been able to put together a team. 1v1s, the one format in RLCS where that's not relevant. And we saw players like OSAFT and Red Mob making a name for themselves, and we might see them on stronger 3v3 rosters moving forward, especially if they're willing to play in those formats. So who knows, Loxi might be a player you start to see more of in 2027 RLCS in the 3v3s if he were able to get a solid win here. Getting up against Cheese would help raise that pedigree.
Pretty good job interview this whole tournament, Johnny, I'd say.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that this is a way, it's always been a way into competitive Rocket League throughout the history of the game. You know, players who can't get in a good team, you just go and either get high rated in 2s or win some 1v1 tournaments and show matches. And now the biggest of them all, you can just win RLCS or 1v1 or 2s. So it's the perfect, I think, feeder system to getting a good 3 team.
And I think we can, you know, establish the 4 matches and then quit all the nonsense and take it straight to the top left. I mean, where else do we want to be right now? This is a grand final matchup. First killer Diaz. Wavy, another favorite as well, JB, who kind of disappointed in Group A. You know, obviously had to go through the lower bracket. We were kind of expecting him to at least, you know, 3-0s and 3-1s through the upper bracket. So it's good to see these two in form with 2 sweeps already.
Yeah, and it's all about going for your shots. It's about playing your game. We've seen that from all the players who have actually succeeded in RLCS 1s last year and this year. They're not players who back out of clear-cut opportunities, chances that they would usually go for. So Diaz is one of those players. He will go for his shots in the air. Oh, First Killer actually had a bit of an open net there. Don't think he knew about it. But yeah, you can clearly see First Killer is getting in Diaz's face. He does not want to give him any air dribbles off of his back wall, which a couple of years ago would have sounded insane to say. It's like, well, why would you want to stop him from doing that? This is why, ladies and gentlemen. He's so efficient. He always arrives with boost left over, so you keep doing this again and again.
Yeah, 2 players with pretty unique play styles in 1v1. Unfortunately, their cars not so unique as the most popular decal 100. Oh, there he is. That beautiful start from Diaz. He had First Killer panicking, took to the skies and just got a little bit high, but the options that Diaz has there, he could have ripped that to the backboard, hit a double.
Yeah.
He's got so much control.
I still feel like to this day he's the most efficient player in the air in 1v1. You've obviously got Zen looking like Zen over in Europe and Middle East and you know, East South America. Rest of NA, great aerial attackers, but none of them are as efficient as Diaz. Nobody can arrive at your net with a reset and all the options like you talked about, and still have still have boost to recover. It genuinely looks like his boost is doing more when you watch him play.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, and that was his signature shot. That I mean, other people could hit that, you know, end-to-end air dribble, but as you said, not with still 30 boost in the tank, and he's off to an absolute flyer here. 3-0 over FK. He loves this matchup as well, Diaz.
He does. He's got a lot of success against FK. FK, like we saw earlier on against Cheese, he likes to let his opponent play a little bit. He'll let them attack him, and you know, he'll just stop what they try to do. He'll make their attack look silly, hit them on counters. Whereas with Diaz, it's not going to work most of the time. Looks like First Killer will get one here. Diaz bit off more than he can shoot with the little pre-flip flick attempt. That was about as all in as you're going to see Diaz today. Yeah, he didn't have any boost after that one.
There's just not many high-level players that would try that, though. You know, you're looking at the low 50s. You know, Raziers, even Wavy in Group A would just never have gone
Maybe
for that
Evo?
at this stage of the game. But
Evo
maybe
could.
Evo, who just keeps sending the house. But I think you mentioned it in the last round as well, Diaz. He's always looking to add flair to every goal, even if it's open, and that's why he's so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's just the Brazilian in him coming through. He's probably got all the dances, all the celebrations as well after the goals, which we don't get to see during the game. But yeah, 2 minutes ago, it's been Diaz controlled. First killer's only goal coming on a counter-attack, which is what he likes to do. It's how he came up in ones. But you're not going to beat Diaz doing this. That's why I think he was going for more of a high press earlier in the game, kind of stepping outside of his comfort zone. And unfortunately for him, Diaz was unfazed, just continued to control the game.
Looking pretty clinical at the moment, Diaz. He's making first killer look like Scotland out there, JB. A hot start off the rip with 3 goals.
Because first killer scored a goal, so it can't be an analogy. Yeah, I'm going to back it.
That's probably a fair point, actually.
What have we got elsewhere? Can we get the other matches up, production, please? We'll see what else is happening.
Can we get a little cheeky 4-box? Here we go. Okay. Everything else is close. Once again, we picked the wrong featured match. It's happening in Group A as well. Fear got it completely wrong. Everything else is close. Diaz has got his 5th. So maybe we need to head across to even Bora. AJ 4-4. It's looking pretty strong over there.
Yeah, that is the match for top 6. It's the other match for top 6 in the group. First killer and Diaz playing for top 6. Loser of that will go down into the lower bracket. Bora, AJ are in the same position, so it's the dreams upper semi-final really for both players to be able to play each other. Oh, look at that by Bora. He has dominated the aerial 50. Continues on with the double as well.
Yeah, haven't seen much of this guy in 1v1 at all. Pretty much just going on his form and his individual ability in 3v3, and reminiscent of what we saw from Zach. It is funny, the transition now. We are seeing, and I spoke about it with Fear, the 1v1 mains not being phased out, but being less dominant. Obviously, Moxie didn't get the job done, and the form from 3v3, you look at Nas and Zen, making the grand final, probably the 2 best 3v3 players we have as well over in Europe. So it's kind of cool to see that it is a transition while still being a different enough kind of game mode.
Yeah, you can absolutely still make it through the tournament as a one's main, but the game modes are maybe trending more towards each other, because I think there's a lot more transferable skill these days with the increase in aerial game in 1v1. Players look like they can just move into 3s more easily. We've seen that in EU this past weekend. A lot of the guys who are surprising us, they look so good in the air, and we're all just thinking, yeah, get that guy in a 3s team, get Red Mob in a top team, get Osaf in a top team. If you're looking for a new player, why would you not be considering these guys? But hey, maybe another player that teams need to be looking at is AJ. Somebody sign this guy. What is he retired for?
He did the retired part, but he didn't do the unretired part, which we saw from Zach and everyone else of the like. So that's the secret. That's the key to success. He just hasn't hit step 2 yet, but he has found a 5-5. This has been the most common tight scoreline all day long. Seen so many matches at this point of the game. 15 seconds, it'll be AJ with the last crack. Bora is going to grab this mid boost. AJ just pulled that ball away from him. Does he give him the ball? AJ almost pinched it, but maybe a chance here for Bora. Up top. Keeps it in the air. He's going to be pretty low. It's going to be a huge reset. And it's be with the dunk. AJ panicked for a moment. Still up for Bora. Here we go. Off the roof. Has the reset. It's going to be pretty low. Finds the ball.
My goodness.
Is AJ going to steal it? Someone call an ambulance, but not for me. We get overtime.
What a sequence at the end of the game. Bora had some seriously good chances to win it right there. Couldn't take either of them. Yeah, nearly loses off a 50-50. And now AJ's in a favorable spot. Bora's got to be careful here. He's got to avoid overextending, but he wants to keep the pressure on. I think he might have overextended though. AJ's not hit that with maximum power. Instead playing for the boost steal and the follow-up, and he wins it.
AJ wins game 1, upper semi-final, top 6 on the line as well. What a start there.
What is
Wave punt. What is happening?
It's crazy. Also, Cheese takes game 1. Chronic took game 1 as well. So big bounce backs from players who dropped matches there in the first part of the game, then the last round they played there. Incredible stuff from AJ though. He's becoming the story of the tournament right now.
I mean, what a regain. Somebody sign him. I mean, get him on a on an RLCS team again.
Well, not even his teammate, Johnny, Garrett G, would predict this. We gave him a chance as well. I said, Garrett, is AJ in form? You know, you're teaming with him, you have team with him. He said, no, I don't really believe in it. And now he's just proving him wrong as well.
It's just crazy to see. But that's what can happen when you've got that play style that's kind of ahead of the meta. I think he was ahead of the meta for a long time, AJ. He was already fully focused on the aerial game when a lot of other players are still dribbling. So he's been doing this for years, and he's obviously so mechanical. And now he's got no pressure, all the pressure on his opponents. Because as AJ gets older, more and more unk, then they're supposed to beat him.
But they're just not. And I've got a terribly disappointing update on AJ as well. He's already signed up for LCQ with Jamaican Coconut, so you can forget about the retirement. My goodness.
Oh, no.
Is it still? Can you still sign up? Sign-ups haven't closed yet, have they? I think you might.
Have they locked the teams?
Coconut, you might be in a little trouble unless it's a signed contract. Good luck. AJ is going to be a wanted man, a free agent as well over this side of things. So Cheese got that first game. Loxy, haven't seen anything about this guy from Canada, but yeah, got a lot of potential, and the Swiss run was pretty impressive.
Now, Garrett told us he's a very mechanical player. We often ask, you know, our younger,
senior unk,
taller co-host, our youngest unk of the podcast,
North American unk expert,
about North American players, and that's what he had to say about Loxy. Very mechanical player, very good at twos. Obviously, he's good at ones as well. That's a nice fake on Cheese there. Loxy up by 2.
Yeah, 2. I mean, he started slow against Diaz. He didn't score in that first game. It was nearly 8-0, I think, in the end, and then pretty much 1- and 2-goal games for the sweep. So it looks like a sweep on paper, but he was still close with Diaz, not to be taken lightly, and off to an absolute flyer over there as first killer's looking to bounce back. Diaz not able to find the net on the top left-hand side, which will take a bit of interest in that as Cheese gets his first goal of game 2. We've also got Bora in the lead, looking to bounce back on AJ. And Wiz 3-0 up over Chronic. So we're seeing some revenge across the board here.
Yeah, a lot of close games. And yeah, that Wiz win is, I think, the most interesting. He's just scored a 4th, actually. He read Chronic's delayed kickoff, chipped it past him. So Wiz is really giving Chronic a hard time here. That's lower bracket round 1 as well, just to show you how stacked this event is. Diaz, first killer, continues to be a bit of a chess match. Diaz took game 1. First killer leads 1-0. With 2 minutes gone in this game, he's got a pretty good position for himself, boost advantage. Diaz is going to try and trip him up, but doesn't get the right timing on it.
Yeah, great decision from production as well. I was just about to call us, get us in the top left. It's where we want to be, and first killer looks like he's perhaps found his groove here. It's always a little different, you know, going from round to round, and clearly the competition in North America, there's, that's a nice beat from first killer as well. Diaz got a little bit trigger happy off that wall, look for a free jump, but there's one thing that everyone kind of says about first killer, he just hits the ball harder than pretty much anyone in the world.
Yeah. He's always had that extra bit of power. It's interesting to see because over the years, you can still clearly see when people discuss the skill ceiling in Rocket League, you know, are we at it yet? The answer is not even close, because you'll see some of the best players in the world hitting shots that are lacking power. Not an issue for first killer, never has been an issue for first killer. He always seems to get the maximum power from every single angle, from every position. It's all about those little adjustments he makes as he's coming in for the finish.
Yeah, he sometimes it's a problem for him. He hits the ball a little bit too hard. We have seen on occasion as well. Crossbar often his friend, but Diaz, interesting position for him. We know he's strong in game 1. We saw it against Loxy as well, but now 3-0 down, almost 4-0 down, and with no boost, could be in another compromised position right here.
Yeah, this is another controlled game by FK. He did this earlier today as well, where he took a game 3-1 against Cheese, which doesn't seem like a dominant scoreline. But when you got first killer in the pitch, you know that he's letting the clock do a lot of work. When he gets these advantages, he just lets the clock chip away at that little bit more, and that little bit more. Oh, he's got to be careful here, though. The double bump was a good idea, but it almost overcooked it. Now Diaz is in a good position, but first killer closes the gap. He's, again, just knocking 20 seconds off the clock, 30 seconds off the clock, like a little bit more, never taking a risk.
I just love seeing the kind of difference in 1v1, the amount of work you do with the camera with that right stick. He was just watching Diaz whilst also watching the ball, but he has been beaten here. Can Diaz get back to it in time? He can. First killer try to find the dunk, but it's off the post and in. Still a lot of time in this, and he gets his first.
Yeah, First Killer mixing things up there, just going for an earlier challenge. Did not think Diaz would be ready to move the ball in that engagement. And Diaz always aware. He's always got those extra touches, those extra outplays that he needs. He's going to be conceding here, though, if First Killer gets his turn right. He does, and it is going to be First Killer by 3 again.
He's brought the physicality in game 2, that's for sure. Diaz just couldn't hit Supersonic, didn't quite have his first flip and get any momentum, couldn't grab a boost pad either. And that's that 4th goal for First Killer, and a little bit of breathing room if this kickoff goes his way, which it hasn't quite. But once again, it's the bumps that are getting him out of a little bit of trouble.
It's really impressive from First Killer. A lot of players would have panicked there. Diaz was trying to bait First Killer into the air with a boost disadvantage. He's still scoring on him, but I think First Killer made that about 5 seconds later than many other players would have.
Yeah, and he just didn't get a big enough clear on that ball. He kind of been pumping him up, hitting the ball hard enough, but he just didn't make the best contact on that occasion. Still has lost that kickoff again, or at least boost control off it. It doesn't land a bump. Diaz playing a bit of cat and mouse with him. Now looks to launch it on net. Will First Killer get back in time, grabs a couple of pads and his corner boost, but Diaz will keep possession.
Looks like Loxi has taken Cheese down in game 2. Cheese has just forfeited, 27 seconds left, down by 4. Top left, Diaz does make it a 1-goal game as Bora and AJ continue to battle closely, but AJ leads up there, so it could easily be 2-0 for AJ by the time that we're done watching FK Diaz game 2.
FK, it was comfortable, but this is the beauty of 1v1. You're 4-1 up, and then 10 seconds later, it's 4-4.
Wow. Well, just like that, Diaz, inside wall, big kickoff win. First Killer did not cover that. That is the old faithful, the classic kickoff goal. Will he go for it again? Diaz might be trying to go hard on the right wall here. First Killer's got to get goal side. No, it's a delayed kickoff by Diaz, trying to predict an anticipation from FK. Oh, First Killer's really mishit that ball. He is not feeling too good right now. And it's in his net again. He's completely blundered it.
He was 4-1 up. He's conceded 4 goals in 40 seconds of Rocket League right here. First Killer, I'm not sure what he was thinking here. And now another kickoff. He'll be shaking in his boots because Diaz has had his measure. This time muscles his way through, gets the middle of the ball. Step 1 for him. Diaz, he could be in a little bit of trouble. Low boost, it's got to be First Killer now. How is he in this situation? That's what he'll be thinking. But he's got 4 seconds to get himself out of it. He's going to take it straight at Diaz. Up top, 40 boost, has the reset. He looks for one more for the bump. Diaz makes the save, and it's 2-0.
Wow.
AJ holding on too. In their game, Diaz, what a final stop, though. Now with the forfeits we have a nice stagger here. As Cheese and Loxi will get underway with game number 3. Chronic and Wiz as well. Both of these matches going 1 apiece. And the elimination matches tied up.
That's very close. Should we go down to Wiz? Yeah, can we have a quick look at the Wiz Chronic? We haven't really had a look at Wiz. We actually had him at a 1v1 land, Johnny, around the Essential Protocol. And absolute superstar, great bloke as well. But it's just been a while since I've seen him in the 1v1 scene, so I want to know his form. He wasn't happy with his qualifiers. He went to round 5. He's got a lot of potential, though, as we're seeing here, tied up with Chronic.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Wiz, my favorite memories of Wiz, Ascension Protocol, was just how much he enjoyed, was it Japanese barbecue with Banana Head. Like, those two guys were in heaven at Japanese barbecue. Korean barbecue the very next day. Oh yeah, Wavy also, yeah, absolutely loved it.
Absolutely in heaven. It's like they'd never eaten anything else outside of meat and potatoes in their life. So it's good to see the personality coming out some of these North American 1v1 players. And Wiz is looking for a strong performance here. He will be the underdog against Chronic, but Chronic not in the best of form, finding himself in the lower quarterfinal.
Oh, he's turned well there though. Wiz trying to surprise Chronic. He's just survived it here. Chronic's had overall the control for a while now, but that is a big kickoff, or sorry, not kickoff, big 50 into the sidewall. Actually too big, as Chronic unable to get the open net. It was coming back at him with a bit too much heat.
Yeah, Chronic's trying to dance with Wiz, who is refusing to leave the ball. He actually had time to duck out for Chronic's corner boost. Chronic's looking for that huge flick instead of the fake. The threat of that top right. I don't blame Wiz for trying to cover it, and he gets faked.
And that's the kind of thing that you've got to be paying attention to tomorrow when we do just have the one match at a time. Those moments where a player gets a fake out on their opponent, it will not just give them a goal right now, but next time Chronic's dribbling, Wiz is going to be more incentivized to stay low, and that opens the door for the flick to actually work. So it's such a good move to pull off. I mean, either one, if you can flick over your opponent, oh, what a save, or fake them out, it increases the strength of the opposite.
Yeah, it just punishes spacing more than any other game mode 1v1, and Wiz has found the space on that left side of the net. So able to be nice and quick to this as Chronic was tracking back. That was the only place he could find the net, and he does so off the post.
Great finish. Chronic's had a tough day here. He probably liked the look of his bracket as much as we did when he saw that Diaz and First Killer were in the same one. But you've got to win those games once you earn the good bracket out of Swiss. And Chronic is not having a good time here. He might be down. He is. Wiz calls his bluff. Chronic could have eaten into this, but he was really hoping that Wiz would back down. Wiz does not. Great turn and shot.
Yeah, maybe thinking that Wiz was going to go for the mid boost as well, just get every single resource on that side of the pitch, but he turns, recognises Chronic slow. Minute 40, chance to take the lead. This would be an upset. We're kind of thinking, okay, Chronic's going to get through this and then probably lose to that loser of First Killer Diaz, but he could be getting knocked out by Wiz, who's found a goal. The 2-point players, Fizz, as off the kickoff. Looking around the grounds, Diaz has grabbed the lead back. He's 4-2 now. Cheese is up 4-1. Looking to get that go-ahead game. And AJ's trying to sweep Bora for a top 6. That's just crazy.
I can't believe this. I mean, all around, it's not making a lot of sense. And Chronic struggles for me are the biggest surprise. But yeah, huge performance out of AJ as well. He was in Fear's top 8. He's got the 1v1 history, but he's showing us that he's not done right in his history. He's still got more pages to add. This one is going to be, I think, one of the most unbelievable ones. Because in this day and age, with 1v1 being where it's at, and the mechanical level being where it's at, it's crazy to see a player coming back and doing this.
Absolutely. It's inspiration for all the unks out there, as we've been saying. 50 seconds left here for Chronic. Only does get over the top. Has a chance. There's plenty of time in this one, as I believe we didn't quite mention that top left. Diaz is just a couple minutes away from sweeping First Killer, and there's your 1v2 matchup right there. So that's not a good sign for the rest of the competition if First Killer can't get close to him either.
Yeah, looking good here for Chronic in this kickoff, but Wiz staying with it. He's not got a lot of boost, but he's going to keep going for the ball anyway. He is just annoying Chronic. Chronic thinking, leave it, it's my ball. Just go away, let me attack with my 100 boost. But Wiz is not leaving, and he's going to win 100 boost for himself. I can't believe this. Chronic has got to have expected Wiz to have left him for there at least one time.
Demo doesn't land either. Chronic's got to back off. This is a great position. Wiz, he can just buy time, and he's got to buy time. 13 seconds with the lead here. Going to take it up and then rip it downfield. Get it away. Get it out of harm's way. Chronic, can he get possession? We know that Wiz will not leave this ball alone, but at what cost? How much boost will be used to do so? He finds the ground and match point. Wow. Oh, First Killer.
Ooh, 6-6, halfway through. What a high-scoring game.
Yeah, bottom left as well. I mean, we've got close games. Loxy tied with Cheese. Loser that is eliminated. Well, not this game, but the series. And Bora starting to fight back against AJ. He's realized Unk's got hands. Starting to lock in, start to lean forward a little bit more. Would it be the first reverse sweep we've seen today?
It wouldn't, but it'd be... Well, yeah, maybe AJ, the Unk status, the fatigue is setting in. We know it's a bit more mentally fatiguing. Loxy has broken that 5-5 deadlock with a minute left, and Diaz is still pressing First Killer after conceding 2 or 3 goals, I believe. He had a 3-goal lead over First Killer, but now it's back to 6-6. 5-6 over that side of things, and AJ does get a goal back. So we've got a couple of games coming down the wire with a minute left. Well, all 3 now into that final couple minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Diaz.
That's a great shot.
By 1 again. He's just so constantly confident in his aerial game. As soon as First Killer jumps, he just pulls the trigger. Perfect top corner.
Yeah, He just saw First Killer take off a little wide and then just realised, well, that left side's got to be wide open here. And now he's won another kickoff. He's going to take it straight upstairs. First Killer grabs the corner boost. Diaz doesn't get the flip reset. Oh, he doesn't. FK had no idea. And the pinch was phenomenal.
That is disgusting from Diaz. I mean, it's just unreadable. The burst of the acceleration on the ball cannot be predicted. If First Killer didn't move preemptively there, he just had no chance. And if he does move preemptively, he leaves another part of the net open. You just have no way to defend against this from Diaz. If you can't get out and challenge him early like First Killer was trying earlier in the series, I just don't think anybody's stopping this offense.
Loxi on to match point 2-1 now over Cheese. He's won the last 2 games. Probably the favourite in that match, although if you're just watching 3v3 RLCS, you'd expect Cheese to be the favourite, but not as known as a 1v1 player. Bora gets the first win over AJ to mount his comeback. First Killer gets one back over Diaz. It's time to lock in. We've got a minute left, and he's trying to keep that upper bracket dream alive.
Yeah, it's hard to win these tournaments through the lowers, although Nas did in Europe, so it's not impossible. First Killer with a good chance here. That's a nice bump. Can he get it on target? No, he can't. And Diaz gets a good touch to just delay him a little bit more. It's excellent shooting by First Killer, though. Once again, power shot's what he can go back to with reliability.
Yeah. And he just saw Diaz go into net. Look at this. He tried to go up the wall to get off the ceiling with low boost. As soon as he saw Diaz just climbing back into the far side of the net, he throws it on, uses that power we were talking about. 8-8 wave punk, it's on.
It's so close.
Whoa.
It's so close. FK needs this one, wins the kickoff. Has everything he needs to keep the series going. On the wave dash.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting because we've got a lot of time left. There's still time for mind games on the kickoffs. There's time for multiple layers of mind games with offense and defense. Diaz playing for the low boost shot. First Killer will save that, but Diaz has earned himself a boost advantage here. He beats First Killer to it. First Killer's gone. He is getting back though. I don't know how he's recovered that quickly. Diaz with the boost advantage. First Killer beats him to it, and that's crucial that he got touched.
This is where Diaz wants the ball in his own back corner, but he doesn't go off the wall. First Killer fake challenge into the instant jump. 17 seconds left. Diaz trying to pop it around, and First Killer trying to stay close.
Oh my.
That shot almost off First Killer's bonnet and in. There's the demo. Will give space. First Killer will spawn. Diaz doesn't go for the instant shot. Then he rips it on net. First Killer past the ball. 9-9 game on.
I can't believe it. Diaz has just got that aura of invincibility in NA1s. First Killer was doing so well, but Diaz finds a way, and he's one kickoff goal away from winning this one. He's won the majority of the kickoffs from my estimation. It looks like First Killer's going to win this one, though. It's in his back corner, but he's going to have the boost and the ball. Diaz tries to get it. Yeah, he's trying to get this one into overtime, I think. I don't think he's really going for this, and he does get OT.
Yeah, smart play from Diaz staying on. He didn't want to give First Killer space to set anything up at all. This time, Diaz wins the kickoff. Doesn't go for the instant shot. Lets First Killer get boost, who's reversing onto the ball. It's a fake challenge. There's the ball just touched by First Killer. Would have been in. Still a chance here. Diaz reads the fake challenge, throws the flick on. First Killer with the save. He's low boost. Will this be it for him? He's in a little bit of turmoil here. He's only got 20 attack. He dodges the bump. Diaz with a little pump fake. First Killer gets bumped into the ball. He goes to the pitch on net.
No way.
Just on the post.
I can't believe this. What a game. Grand final preview potentially, like we're talking about. First Killer's reading this as off the target. Great read. But Diaz has got him in a bit of trouble again. First Killer's following him the whole way. Ground pinch angle for Diaz. He decides against it, playing for the higher percentage boost play. First Killer is defending like his tournament life depends on it. Upper bracket does.
Oh, what a read from First Killer. If you missed that, it was a goal. And Diaz, you saw before, didn't go for the ground pinch. He's going for the safe play, but this might not be the safe play. Has the reset, goes the fake, and First Killer with the save. Can he turn it into a counter-attack? Diaz, he grabs the mid-boost, ball off the bonnet. Awkward for First Killer.
Wow.
Probably wants that play again, and Diaz gets the ball back with the 50. Boost won by First Killer. Is this got to be it if he grabs the boost? Diaz, now he's in trouble. He's in a world of hurt. Reset, First Killer finds the shot. And keeps the series alive.
What a game. Minute and 22 of overtime in ones. That is the equivalent of like a 7 or 8 minute overtime in threes, maybe even more. Rare to see, especially at this level, but what defense out of First Killer. Clutch and offense at the end also.
Oh my goodness, and while we were watching that spectacle, AJ has been running the score up on Bora here, 6-1 after Bora finally got a game, and here we'll get another goal here to make it 4-goal deficit. Still over half the game left to play, so not over, but AJ, not happy to let a game slip here.
Bottom right's getting very ugly for Chronic as well after a fantastic bracket. He has found a goal back to tie it up. 49 seconds. If Wiz can steal this, he'd want to end it here. He back Chronic with the pressure on in a game 5 on Champ Field, but Wiz could create an upset, playing the loser of first killer Diaz to make the playoff.
Crazy to see Chronic in this situation. When you put Wiz against him, you know it's going to be tough, but the fact he's in an elimination match is still so unexpected. He gets a kickoff goal to go ahead by 1, but still a long time to go here.
Kickoffs at a premium. Chronic has had the upper hand the last couple, but he's going to lose both boosts. And now this is a tough spot. He's going to lose this race. Surely Wiz can throw a shot on net. Chronic won't be able to get back. And that's the price you pay if you're going to hang around in the offensive or the offensive corner with no boost, Johnny. It's very, very risky.
Yeah, he's paid the price there. And I would have expected a different line of play there from Chronic, given the time remaining and the fact that he was ahead by 1.
Oh, he stole the boost.
Wow, how did he get that? I can't believe it. It looked like he was going to play low boost. Chronic into his own crossbar. What a save. Dodges his ammo as well. Trying to force a game 5 with a high flick. Wiz not able to get the double to the corner. Chronic couldn't get the next shot on target. Not close enough to convince Wiz that he's in any danger. Wiz has jumped here though. Needs to be careful. It's going to be Chronic in the closing sequence, or is it? I mean, that is just a bit of a giveaway. That is nothing.
What was that from Chronic? Is he in trouble now, Chronic? Off the post to himself. Wiz is going to sneak around with the pop. Has he overcommitted? Can Chronic keep it up? This could be it. Chronic is showing, he's throwing some of the worst shots I've ever seen on net. That doesn't lead positive signs for this overtime. Wiz will want to end it here, as he said. Doesn't want to give Chronic momentum. Doesn't want to go to game 5. He gets space, 100 boost. He takes it up. He's looked fantastic in the air all series long. He's looking for the bump. Puts the brakes on. That's a great play.
Oh, Wiz! Surprising Chronic again with the low boost play. Chronic caught out with the demo. It's open. Can Chronic spot in time? No, he can't. Wiz has eliminated Chronic from contention.
3-1 in style. Chronic gone. One of the contenders. Wiz, huge upset here in the NA 1v1. Group B providing the goods. We've got Loxi. That's a 5-5. Diaz. Game 4, he's a goal up as well. We got a pause on the top right. AJ, looks like that's a forfeit, is it?
Yeah, I bet that's a forfeit. They were leaving the lobby.
AJ top 6.
Wow. I can't believe this. I mean, it's all happening in RLCS 1s this year. There's upsets all over the place. Unlikely names making deep runs, whether it's new players or older players making a comeback. We thought it was all predictable looking at the names that have signed up. All the favorites are here, so we thought they're going to be winning through. Not the case, and Loxi's trying to hand another loss to an RLCS established name in Cheese.
Looking pretty good on the ball as well. There's a nice throw on net. 5-5, 50 seconds. Can we see another game 4 upset, perhaps? Loxi has to play a bit of defense here. It's a nice fake. But Loxi gets an incredible save. It looked like he had no momentum, was going to fall into his net, but he still keeps the ball to the side. 35 seconds. Will this be next goal wins? Cheese goes low, finds the touch. Loxi with the defense. He's showing all the prowess, but he has no boost, and Cheese just switches up the pace, throws it on though. Got a little bit rush perhaps on that attack. Still with so much control. He's going to try and bury this off the crossbar. Throws it down. Has he overcommitted? Loxi to the left boost now. He doesn't go for the early shot. Takes the touch. Steals boost. Cheese in a little bit of trouble. 7 seconds left. Loxi's going to get line last crack. Has Cheese overcommitted? He's in a very awkward spot. He's got 0 boost. And here we go. Loxi up top, off the ceiling. Cheese, he's been fakes, but it's down.
That was so close to Loxi. We'll wish he went a bit higher with that one. Went for the ceiling shot. I think from that range, just the air dribble would have been better, but it doesn't matter. He gets the standard kickoff goal. It's been scoring goals for players since 2015. Just win it to the inside wall. Cheese did not see it coming, and he is out.
Now it's just our featured match. 1v2. Game 4, Diaz in the lead. AJ's through to top 6. We've got Loxi moving on. Oh, Wiz moving on into that lower bracket a little bit further on. And First Killer trying to reverse sweep Diaz.
Yeah, just in case anyone is confused, when CJ says 1v2, we have not given Diaz's opponents a teammate to make things fair. I believe you're referring to Seed 1 against Seed 2, at least in our estimations. I know somebody's going to be confused, but First Killer is trying to make it 1 against 1. I mean, these guys might be in a league of their own today. What a shot that is, First Killer. Remember, he's got a reverse sweep here, but he's well on the way.
Put so much power on that last pop, didn't he? And just knew Diaz was only picking up a couple of pads. He just took a lower line off that sidewall. And First Killer, it's 2 goals in a row, grabs the lead. Like we said, trying to force Champ Field. He got completely written off the pitch early, but that's another goal there for First Killer. That's 3 in a row. Is Diaz starting to crumble a little bit, Johnny?
Oh, that's interesting. First Killer actually using the roof of the car there, almost a blocking style kickoff. We do not see that very often these days. I do really think it's an unexplored strategy though, and it looks like it's worked out well for First Killer there. Just trying to keep the ball under control. You need to do that against Diaz. You do not want to give him possession, because he is not stoppable. Once he gets it, reset by Diaz. He didn't get really behind the ball though at any point there.
Flick there, Diaz, and he's missed this. He's going to be in a terrible spot. There's the shot. Oh! Posted in. He's goal, and he had no choice. He tried to pre-flip to make the save, but First Killer is 3 goals up.
That is so unlucky for Diaz. He was going to be in a lot of trouble either way though. And now he is in trouble with 1:19 left. Still, the kickoff is pretty good for him. He's going to get his favorite possession if he wants it. Oh, instead he opts for the ground game. No time wasted. No time to go to your backboard. He just goes straight for the goal, and First Killer makes it look easy to defend.
He just nosedives to that corner boost, then throws it on net, almost over Diaz. But one more goal could just about be enough here. First Killer looks for the shot. Oh, net. There it is. 7-3. Still time, but game 5 looming.
It's a great shot. Diaz, you know, he had to, yeah, he's going to forfeit here. It's a Diaz classic. He does forfeit with, you know, enough time left mathematically, but he's like, nah, just go next. He always does this. And it has worked for him historically, so I can't be too critical.
We had a full conversation, Stacks and CJ and I, earlier about the forfeits. Johnny, what are your thoughts on it? Do you think it's you protecting the mental, or should it be more of a no, you've got a free 54 seconds to try and figure out a little bit more of what you should do against First Killer here? Should Diaz stay?
I think it's very situational. With Diaz, there's evidence to suggest in the past that he can take an early forfeit and then dominate the next game. There's sufficient evidence to make it look like a good move. But if this was, let's say, World semi-final, a major final, World's final, one of those, I'd say absolutely not. Why would you not play that on? These tournaments online, you need to save your energy. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint, so you do want to just try to get in as efficiently as possible. There's more Rocket League to play tomorrow and Sunday, but if it was, you know, if we're looking at Sunday and he does this, I think, come on, you've got to play on from there. You can win that.
Yeah, got to lock it in there. I mean, CJ, this is now. The players are sitting there, collecting themselves, both First Killer and Diaz, 5 minutes away from punching their ticket to playoff bracket. If they lose, they have to play an entire extra match here today.
Yeah, and it's, well, they probably thought the Chronic was going to be awaiting them in that lower bracket, but it will be Wiz. You still want to make it through the top 6. As Johnny said, it is a pretty fatiguing format, so you want to give yourself as little games as possible to get that win and be the NA representative at the World Championships for 1v1. But game 5, here we go. First Killer with all the momentum, winning the last 2 games. Can Diaz fight back and we'll close out this series?
Oh, tough read for Diaz early. He's done well there, but First Killer follows him the whole way and wins the race to the back corner boots. That's excellent defense by First Killer. He's really got Diaz second-guessing himself in offense, which is not something you often see. Really only, I think in the major final, in the Rally major final last year, did we see Diaz start to doubt that his offense is sufficient. Is he going to have any doubts here? Oh, he's cut it in for the boost steal. He might even be able to slot that, but he didn't want to risk getting dunked on, I think.
What a reset. That should be a goal there for Diaz. He tugs it in. That was an enormous spot reset. Have a look at this. Waits until the last moment. He actually faked the air dribble and then has ripped that over FK for the first goal. 1 minute in.
That's exactly what Diaz needs. But will he be able to control the match? Because when First Killer gets in front, he is almost impossible to come back against. He never takes risks that are unnecessary. He never gives you anything for free. Just wears you down. He's been able to do that to Diaz a little bit so far this match, but thinking back to game 2, Diaz did win from behind. So First Killer's led a lot of this series, won 2 games, and he had the lead for game 2 for a large part of it.
First Killer recovery was a fantastic challenge. He has been demoed. First Killer would have had a goal if he just landed quick enough, as Diaz doesn't go for the signature that time. We just saw before, he didn't go for the instant reset, but that's a huge pop over the top of First Killer. That extra touch, enormous, and Diaz gets the second as well.
Yeah, it looks like First Killer knew the bump was coming. He's gone as high as possible, but still not high enough. Just had to get a little bit more speed in the air there. He's trying to hedge his bets though, because if Diaz doesn't play for the standard air dribble, then First Killer does need to hover. Demo's available. First Killer doesn't time it right though. That does make things a little bit more awkward for him, but he's still got an advantage. Still booms it. I mean, Diaz couldn't get away back to the ball.
Yeah, just zero nonsense from FK. As soon as he got that boost, he knew that Diaz was low, facing the wrong way, and a good shot would have found the back of the net, which it did. 2-1, and another back. I mentioned just Diaz, when he's confident, he looks unreal, but this is what First Killer can do. He can ruin your confidence a little bit, knowing just how quick he is on the ball, how clinical he is. He doesn't give you too much space either. Here he is with some space of his own, working it down as Diaz is shadowing off the corner. Won't be a first-time shot, but Diaz still throwing himself at the ball. He has earned possession back.
Yeah, Diaz also did well there, avoiding demos, and now he's baited First Killer in for a 50. That is open. Diaz gets the goal and the follow-through celebratory demo as well. That was First Killer getting baited into the low 50 from the Brazilian.
That'll feel good for Diaz. A little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room, but it's 1v1. We're seeing big comebacks. A 3-goal lead would be enormous, but he doesn't get the shot. It is saved. My First Killer thought Diaz was going to bite on this. He does that time.
Wow.
First Killer's overcommitted. Can Diaz get back? Because he is low boost. He has missed his shot, and he might have done it's a 2-goal swing, Johnny.
Wow, Diaz went for it, and he has been punished. That was unnecessary. He didn't need that. He could have maybe just popped it into the crossbar, waited for First Killer to choose which side he's going to save it towards, steal the boost, and continue attacking, but he thought he could score it, and you know, you might be right, maybe it was scoreable, but instead, it's going to be an own goal in an attempt to clear it at the near post. Diaz has put it in his own net.
Yeah, it nearly looked, I mean, they had the same shot. It just wasn't Diaz. It wasn't First Killer's card hit the ball. He finds the demo once Diaz does make contact. 3-3 wave punk. Who you got from here? Prediction?
FK's got so much momentum here, especially after, like, this is the same story we had in game 6, or excuse me, in game 4. That's 5. But Diaz starting out with a strong lead. FK rallying back. And you gotta think that FK, a player that can struggle so much, it feels like, just like the momentum going the other way. He'll get another opportunity and he'll capitalize on it. 2-0-1 and the 1-goal lead for FK.
Yeah, Diaz in 2 minds there. It looked like he thought about dodging, but his dodge timer ran out before he could do it. So Diaz is starting to make those mistakes that they're so unusual to see from him. Are we going to get another upset in RLCS 1s?
It just feels like Diaz, when he is aerialing, Johnny, he's spending a lot of time looking at First Killer rather than just backing himself in. But the ground game, the flicks are still on. He does get that tying goal.
Interesting that after this one, Diaz is motionless. Usually, you'd think that players put their controller down to slam the desk or something. I just wonder what's happening here. Is he taking a sip of water?
He's got the towel.
Yeah, has he got the towel out, maybe? No, well, we'll maybe find out tomorrow if we get a cam on, but today we're going to need to guess.
He still needs to get through. That's the big question. Top 6 awaits. It's a huge 50 from First Killer. He's up quick to this. He's going to be able to throw the shot on net.
Wow.
And Diaz can't get back in time. First Killer, unfazed by that Diaz goal, grabs the lead.
Oh, what a 50 as well. First Killer masterfully controlling the engagement. Diaz didn't even think First Killer was going to go for this, but First Killer's gone in and he scored. Never mind taking the ball off him. Still time, but Diaz, like I said, has lost all momentum and he's missed an open net. That was Definitely an open bottom corner.
Still a chance. Still a chance right here. Tried the early flick. This time, First Killer can read it. His low boost grabs the mid, and Diaz has given up. There's been too many mistakes in this game 5 from Diaz. He hands the ball to First Killer, 6-4.
Yeah, he's trying to fake a wall play there, but First Killer can easily block that as well as the direct dribble towards the net. It was the same line of defense for First Killer. Diaz taking a risk there. He's open. First Killer's not paying attention. He does get the ground shot through though. Nice. It's good placement. It was necessary as well. If he misses this or if First Killer saves it, it's a goal to First Killer.
Yeah, he just made First Killer hesitate, didn't he? Just a little pump the brakes, and as soon as First Killer lost a little bit of momentum, that right side became more and more open. 1 minute 14. Still another goal required for Diaz. The kickoffs have been largely in his favor, but it's a bit of cat and mouse offer. Diaz gets possession early. Flick. First Killer's been done. 6-6.
Oh, fair play. You know, we wondered what Diaz would go to when the game's not going his way. It's the ground game. The flicks have been perfect. The shots have been perfect. And he's done such a good job keeping an eye on what First Killer's doing in defense, picking him apart. What a match we're being treated to. It's only Friday and it feels like a grand final.
Feels like a final indeed. Wave Punk, you're still confident on that First Killer prediction. Diaz is starting to move.
I know. I'll point out I don't think I made a prediction here, but First Killer going to try and get out of the out corner. This is a neck and neck. Who could know? Who could tell?
I would say by your standards that was as strong of a prediction as we're going to get. Saying that First Killer's got all the momentum. That sounds like a prediction to me.
That's an observation. That's not a prediction of the future. It's a statement of fact. He has momentum.
How open? Not open. First Killer's back. Diaz didn't go for it. He wasn't sure about what kind of bounce he's going to get. Instead going for the long game, and it might pay off for him. Yeah, it's another flick. 6-7 kids.
Don't say it.
It's 7-6, okay?
The chat was waiting for it. Oh dear. They're in trouble. 26 seconds left.
There they are.
They are. They've woken up. They were waiting for it. 26 seconds. First Killer, what do you got for us? Diagonal kickoff. Diaz wins out. Goes for the early shot. First Killer's not back. 2-goal lead.
6-8. Okay, stop. Stop, Mena. Stop. No longer 7.
It's over. It's over. The pace of play for Diaz, the quickness of his decisions. It has scored at least 4 goals in this game just because he was able to line up the shot.
Hang on.
See the line first, but the kickoff goes the other way. First Killer says, I can play at this pace too.
It's a huge kickoff win, and that's is that the unlikely kickoff strat or placement to get a goal from 17 seconds?
He crushes it, absolutely crushes it, and now we go to the slight offset spawn. First Killer's got time here. He doesn't need to take any risks, but that's a big win by Diaz. He's going to play for the boost.
Oh, he misses it!
First Killer didn't get it. No one got the boost. First Killer with the boost steal, though. First Killer's got a good chance. He's got a bounce to play with. He shoots it.
What's he doing? Off the wall.
I don't know why. Why did he shoot? I swear he just had a free air dribble. I'm so surprised he shot. Maybe he thought Diaz was going to pre-jump him or something, but Diaz didn't have any boost. I can't believe the shot.
What an anticlimactic ending. It wasn't a great save from Diaz or anything. He just First Killer threw it at the net, and Diaz, well done. He moves on.
Wow.
I mean, First Killer put up a hell of a fight to create that potential reverse sweep Wave Punk, but what a Group B. We're getting treated over here.
It would have been a reverse sweep too. The drama was intense enough. The gameplay was dramatic enough that we weren't even talking about the series-long stakes there. But man, we can go back to that game 3. This overtime here at 10-9, FK win to start that comeback with a super long overtime for the format, and then managing to win it up here as Diaz struggles in game 4. But the pace, he locks it down. We already skipped over him, but the pops that Diaz was able to hit over FK to get those at the initial lead in this game 5, crucial to finishing it off and getting that top 6 finish here on day number 1.
Yeah, not the only one. It's AJ, who's also making the run straight into top 6. I can't believe he's done it because the bracket he had didn't look like it was going to be an easy one. We thought he'd need to, go down to the lower bracket maybe, take a journey through there, but he avoided it by beating Chronic, one of the tournament favorites, who is not just no longer a tournament favorite, he's not even a tournament contender. He's been eliminated. It's all happening in Group B.
And Boris going to have to go down to that lower bracket. AJ making him forfeit in game 4. Then we had Cheese Loxi. Loxi, an unknown player from the 3v3 setting, but certainly put his name in the spotlight in the 1v1 scene over Cheese in a strong performance as well. That was finished in 4. It got close there on Utopia there, game 4 wave, but a huge result for Loxi, and just more wins like this, putting his name in the spotlight, could be putting his hand up for 3v3 as well.
Chronic and Wiz. Chronic making the early exit here. We talked about the 5 members of our top 8 from 2025 were in Group B here. Both Wiz and Chronic were in that pool. One of them had to lose here, and it was Chronic that makes the early exit here. Wiz has an opportunity against First Killer in the final round. It's a heavy opportunity. It's going to be a lot of work to get it through, but Chronic just not quite having it here on Friday.
Yeah, I think he just got a bit bullied physically in this game, and Wiz just refused to leave the ball. You know, we're not listening to Chronic's comms, but I would imagine he's just saying a lot of why is he chasing, why isn't he leaving? Just go away. Maybe, you know, variations of that, but Wiz just kept on ball chasing, but smart ball chasing. Yeah, smart chasing, shall we call it. Ball chasing's got too many negative connotations.
True. Yeah. You can definitely chase in a smart way here. And now I gotta ask, Bora versus Loxi. After what we've seen so far today, CJ, you were pressuring me for predictions earlier. You're not going to be on the desk for this final segment here. Loxi and Bora, who do you think is moving forward?
I'm going to go Bora. I think that 3-0 over Wiz is aging beautifully. The fact that Wiz then 3-1 Chronic in that lower bracket. So I'm going to lean Bora, but I like to see Loxi. I'd like to see some new talent. So I hope it's a game 5 at least.
Either way, we'll get one of those, get new players here into our top 4. Meanwhile, Wiz and First Killer, again, both of them made it to the top 8 in 2025. Can they get it here in 2026? Only one can continue. Wiz has his work cut out for him. But First Killer, hey, coming off of the loss, gonna have to bounce back here during the break. We're gonna take a quick one. When we come back, the RLCS continues right here for the 1v1s.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a motto. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
the magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Baby, I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Baby, I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar. coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the
We've reached the top of the hour. We've only got 4 players left and only 2 spots left on Playoff Saturday. Who's it going to be? Bora versus Loxi. First Killer versus Wiz. The final 2 matches. And how about AJ? Making it through top 6 guaranteed. And who knows? Maybe he'll play for the title of North American 1v1 Regional Champion. Fear, which one was more surprising to you? The Diaz First Killer Game 7 craziness or AJ making it all the way through?
It's got to be AJ. AJ is such a crazy story. Diaz, he loses games here and there. We saw him, kind of destroy First Killer in the grand final last year. It is a new year. Diaz's lead is maybe not quite as heavy as it once was. AJ rolling through, though. I mean, I had AJ on my list, but I wasn't expecting him to beat Chronic, who I had higher on the list. And then going into the top 6, playing like it's a couple years ago, that has to be a surprise.
Yeah. No, Stacks, I know you're a big fan of the old heads getting some wins here on the RLCS stage. How's it feel watching AJ still winning here in the big 2026?
Yeah, seeing AJ still getting it done, I mean, he's kind of a player that it kind of slipped past everybody's consciousness a little bit, and then all of a sudden 1v1 is like, it's my time to shine. And we talked about how he's always been an offensive powerhouse. Why not in this format? And he looked real good today.
We'll get to see him play tomorrow, but he can take the break for now. Big wins over Bora. Bora going to drop to the lower bracket here and now. These are win and in, lose and out matches. The highest stakes you can have in a tournament here. One of these players going to be playing tomorrow. One going to be watching from the sidelines. Loxi's been making a name for himself, though. Didn't manage to get a game against Diaz, but had a big series of strong wins to get to this point in the tournament, and then was able to take out Cheese just moments ago to earn his spot here against Bora. So will the player from Dignitas advance, or will the Canadian be in our bracket tomorrow? Wiz on the other side played in the bracket last year. First Killer made it all the way to the grand finals. Only one story can continue here. And Wiz, I mean, I feel like obviously First Killer is the favorite in this matchup sphere, but think about imagine this matchup for how you would imagine at the beginning of the day versus now. Do you feel more confident in Wiz's ability against First Killer after having watched him play today, or do you feel like no, First Killer's definitely got this one right now?
No, I think it's still heavily First Killer, because if we look at Wiz loses to Bora. Bora could end up being, a pretty strong player. He loses to AJ, but at this point, it's like, do we have AJ number 1? I mean, AJ's played an amazing day, so, keep AJ up in the lead. If we look at Wiz's games, he gets 3-0 swept by Bora, and then he beats Chronic, who's kind of like the inverse AJ in the sense that maybe Chronic has just been off today. Maybe a win against Chronic isn't as good as we thought. So I think coming into this one, it's still First Killer favored against Wiz. Wiz has played decently enough, but First Killer has only one loss today. It's to Diaz. Everyone's going to lose to Diaz. It's the one loss you can be forgiven for. I forgive you, First Killer. I think he's still the favorite.
When you think about First Killer and the strength of him as a player, he's considered one of the best players in North America, period, in any game mode he gets put into. From the 1v1 perspective, you watched him from mostly here. Does he have a weakness? Is there one thing that you see players consistently exploit, or is he able to consistently adapt and cover the different weaknesses as the match goes on?
I would say a weakness in the game is not necessarily what you're asking for, but the weakness is just the level of focus he's probably had for one. So once upon a time, First Killer was grinding it a lot more, was playing in the tournaments, and was king of North America. It's actually kind of interesting. North America's had the crown passed back and forth between people. First Killer held it for a long time, and then he kind of didn't even hand it over with a loss. He kind of handed over with inactivity. Just kind of stopped playing the mode, let Daniel take over, and then only when he was kind of forced back into 1v1 by a tournament that had 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3, that's when he came back and realized, he's no longer on the top. So I think that's his big downside. I don't know how much he's been grinding it recently or playing in matches and tournaments to prepare. So that's his weakness. The reality is that First Killer grinded it hard and made ones his main focus. He's probably, putting even better games against Diaz, even though he's already doing that, even without maybe the extra focus that Diaz does have.
Well, we'll get to see if First Killer can lock it down here against what is definitely an opponent he is favored against, but you said like focus is a thing that can strike at any time against any opponent here. So we'll have to make sure he has it locked up for at least 3 games against Wiz. Meanwhile, Bora and Loxi. Bora with the up and down day here. Loxi sort of with up and down day. I mean, you don't get to round 3 stacks in a group stage like this without having won some and losing some. Do you feel like there's a favorite in that matchup?
Well, on paper, I would imagine Bora would be the favorite, but I think more importantly for Loxi, he's got to get off to a good start in game 1. Because, you know, game 1, granted, you forgive anybody for struggling at any point against Diaz, but that was the game where he got shut out. The rest of the games in that series, 7 goals, 6 goals. What did he do against Cheese? Only 3 goals in his loss. He scored 6 goals each of the next 3 games to take that 3-1. Starting off the series, been a struggle. After that, you know, he kind of gets a lot more comfortable, but Bora would be a heavy, heavy favorite in the series, especially so in game 1.
It's worth bringing up that Bora and Loxi, you know, I talked about losses that are forgivable. Loxi had lost to Diaz to get sent to lowers today, a very forgivable loss, but his one other loss is actually a loss to Bora in the Swiss. So the last time they played, it was 3-0 Bora. It's interesting how much that'll play into their heads, knowing that Bora had the edge early, but we're seeing tons of goals. Wiz and First Killer already at 1-1, where Bora sits in the lead against Loxi.
Wiz is not going to come in like afraid of First Killer by any means. I don't think there's any intimidation factor there, and I don't think First Killer is just going to get, you know, a whole bunch of time and space to play around with the ball. I think Wiz is going to be all over him, and you know, I think there are some players, and I don't know Wiz well enough to say one way or the other is First Killer is going to get one here. But there are some players who definitely have the mentality of like, you know, everybody sees that I'm the underdog and doesn't give me a chance, and they take that very personally. And Wiz, the way at least he's played in this tournament so far, suggests he has quite the competitive spirit that everybody else in the bracket needs to be aware of.
Yeah, I was able to meet Wiz at that first LA LAN back after we had such a big break, and he was, you know, so psyched. Like anybody is when you do get a chance to go to a LAN, you just want to hop on the game right away. The difference between Wiz and the rest of us in the crowd is that Wiz is actually pretty good, and he grinds the game and makes it to one of these events, whereas we all just go and lose our ranked game. But you know, Wiz, he's a determined player. Once upon a time, First Killer had that edge you were talking about against everybody in North America. You know, he barely even had to show up to the game because everyone was so afraid of what he could do. I do think he's lost a lot of that edge. People know that he's not unbeatable, and Wiz will be very aware of that, even though First Killer gonna get a nice 50 to take an early lead. We have seen a ton of goals here. 1 minute down, already 5 goals, and I feel like a very volatile game could help favor Wiz if these are going back and forth. Lots of different goals. You know, the variability maybe gets up higher. Maybe a few more kickoff goals that Wiz could dominate in. Nice fake from First Killer though, and he's gonna make it a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I love this where, you know, Wiz kind of sets up shop on the right side, and First Killer, after the flip reset, understands that Wiz is in a spot that he can't actually adjust to get over there. He almost did, but First Killer had him beat from that point on. Doubles his lead. Now the kickoffs, boy, they're a heck of an equalizer, and he gets one back.
Yeah, Wiz just forcing the standard kickoff through. First Killer trying the wave dash kickoff. I don't know if he was expecting to get a touch there on that back wall to try and stop Wiz, but it bounces over the top of him. We're back to the kickoffs again. Wiz intentionally delaying this time around. It makes up from what he just did in order to get an advantage. Has to try and shoot down, which is a situation you want to try and avoid for the most part in ones. It can lead to really bad counterattacks with you floating off into no man's land, but a good read on the First Killer challenge will equalize.
Like, come here, come here, come here. Got something for you. Whoop. Goodbye. Love that.
Yeah, it's great to be a reactionary player if you feel like you have that level of improvisation, and it's so important to have that in this ones game. Wiz just letting a bad challenge come to him. You also see players do that a lot in later parts of the game when they're winning. Now, Wiz is technically behind, so First Killer doesn't need to be in a rush, but we're early enough in the game that that 1-goal lead doesn't matter much. First Killer, air dribble. I mean, the aerial game is always going to be First Killer's edge against just about everybody except for maybe who he played previously in Diaz, so he uses that to retake the lead.
Wiz spent most of that exchange without any boost at all. First Killer recognized that, knew Adam Dead to Rights could just barrel right through him in the goal. First Killer, big boost pick up there and able to make the save. Wiz will try and starve him out, but FK left so much in the tank, still had 60 by the time he started going downfield. And that's, you know, an aspect that, of course, players at this level easily grasp. They don't just burn all their boost on every attempt. They're able to keep plenty in reserves, as Wiz had 70 there to make the save. First Killer still got plenty to work with, and he'll just play the possession game.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid boost steal there for First Killer too. Actually, as you talked about, it stole the midfield, forced Wiz back. But then what he did with it was just about nothing. He threw a flick that was very tame on net. I would have expected more from him when he gains a bigger position. What a pop! He needed to get this up directly in the air to make sure that Wiz could get no contact, which is hard to do. Normally you want to take a shot towards the net, but he sends it just straight up and around Wiz, and now the net's free.
Plenty of fireworks between two players who have had varying levels of success offensively in this tournament. Wiz comes in, the only player I think that scored fewer goals in their run so far is, or at least per game, is Loxi, who again got shut out in the first game against Diaz. You forgive that. But what a shot. First Killer just had Wiz sitting in the net. Meanwhile, 30 seconds left. Loxi and Bora locked in a battle. Bora about to get a huge insurance goal and lets an extra second run off the clock by letting it trickle in rather than just taking a full-on shot.
Yeah, Bora had control over there with the game winding down. Loxi was going to have to dive at some point. I do think he dove a little bit early. Bora's going to get another one. Right as we pull this one up full screen, Bora just about gets the kind of comfort that is not going to get taken back by Loxi. We probably still need to look at the next kickoff to get a full idea, as we have seen probably 2 or 3 goals in as many seconds as we have left, you know, leading up to this moment. But with a Bora kickoff win, this one will probably be secured. So Bora going to go up against Loxi in this game 1. He's continuing. He's going to be 4 straight games. There's a forfeit from Loxi, as he now has lost 4 straight times to Bora. Gonna have to try and figure out a way to get him down. Now First Killer, 2-goal lead, minute 20. This one could still go either way. Lots of time on the clock.
Yeah, when we stepped away, it kind of felt like First Killer was getting well into the driver's seat. Hey, come on, production. What are we doing? First Killer got one.
Yeah,
just had Wiz in an awkward spot at midfield. 3-goal lead now, 1:06 to go.
Big kickoffs, as always. Minute left to go is the mark I like to bring up more often, is when you can start adjusting how you're playing the ones. You know, even with a 3-goal lead, not until there's a minute left can you really change it up without allowing too many goals. But you can see Wiz maybe trying to chase First Killer down. Maybe that is his adjustment as a way to try and make up for the fact that he's behind, needs something quick, needs to play aggressive on 0 boost, couldn't connect on the demo or the bump. So he is headed back to the kickoff, which still, you know, that's not the worst thing in the world. If he gets kick-up possession and can get a string of them going, it could maybe be better than playing a midfield battle. But First Killer has, at the very least, won the first couple touches and has the boost again, so very likely to kind of starve Wiz out here and probably secure game number 1 for him.
One thing on that last play with Wiz, I really thought he was going to at least get the bump on First Killer, and that can be something that frustrates players too, because it certainly looked like he had at least grazed him on the back, and then didn't register as any contact at all. They're not even going to bother to get one here, as Wiz will just be content to dribble out the clock. First Killer, maybe not so much. I want to add one more to the tally. Nope, he won't, as Wiz takes him out, and we go next.
Yeah, it looks like we started up in Bora Loxi. Loxi has, at the very least, gotten himself a lead against Bora, and is in possession right now as well, as he heads back out to the midfield. Bora's chasing him down, but surely Bora's going to have to leave eventually. At least that's what Loxi is expecting, because he's got all the boosts. He's making sure to keep all the boosts, grab the midfield as well. Bora finally gives the space that Loxi's been waiting for. Now, I don't know if I love what I saw from Loxi after finally getting a bit of advantage. Not much of a great shot and a great counter from Bora. He has the opening for a split second, and he takes advantage.
Yeah, he had such a huge advantage there. Didn't even get the corner boost when he ended up over there. and just gave it away with a very pedestrian shot. Bora immediately counters, and maybe not necessarily a 2-goal swing. It's certainly not automatic that Loxi should have scored there, but it should have done something a lot more with the ball at that point. He'll make up for it here by getting one back on the board and jumping back in front, but it's just those little lapses that can certainly build up over time over the course of a game in a series that if you come out on the losing end, you're going to look back at it and go, really left some opportunities on the board here. So you got one here off the kickoff.
Yeah, he's making up for it with a couple nice plays. But I think one of the biggest things that you talked about, or the result of what you're talking about, is you train the defender to not panic. And when they see a shot like that, even when they have a ton of space, and you get something very easy to save, Bora decides, oh, I don't have to worry about you at all. I can give you space, and you're still going to give me the ball. And the effects of that make the game so much harder over the course of the entire series. So you kind of have to show the defender that you can have a little bit of venom in your shot. Oh, like this! Bora has definitely taught Loxi that you have to try and stop him, because if you give him any sort of space at all, this is what he does.
Yeah, look at what I can do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thanks for showing us the replay, guys. We appreciate that.
Bora hasn't had the best kickoffs, though, but this one's actually not going to matter too much. Even though he doesn't get his wave dash landing, he still gets his possession, and the way he is moving right now on offense makes me believe everything has a plan. That setup was not good from Bora. He just slammed into the ceiling off towards the corner. But because of what he's been doing previously, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Turns out there was nothing planned. It is just going to be Loxi goal.
Yeah, great last touch getting around Bora. Well done. Back to a 2-goal lead. Again, Loxi, game 1 of all 3 of his series now. Definitely been his weakest. He's locking in a lot more here, taking advantage of more opportunities than not against Bora. Might need more than 6 or 7 goals, though, as this one goes through for Bora. He caught Loxi on the ground, back within 1.
Yeah, and this is a great setup for Bora. Previously, he did so much through the air. It's no surprise that Loxi is up high, doing his best to stop any use of the reset. This time, Bora doesn't take it, goes all the way to the ground, uses a side flip, and Loxi's already moved past the net. Right now, though, he's leaning on the back of his kickoffs in order to stay up on this one. Decent kickoff there. Bora does manage to recover and make the save. A little bit of a straight attack on his dribble that he's not able to adjust the height of it, and it gets easily read, and Loxi gets a counter.
Kickoffs and counterattacks. I mean, listen, if your neutral game is relatively weak, but you've got the other 2 to your credit, you're going to go very far in ones. And Loxi's trying to kind of ride the kickoffs and his transition game to an upset over Bora. And he may have another one after the bump on Bora. Long range, got it under the bar.
And he's playing better from his own half right now, and maybe that a little bit of that has to do with what Bora is doing. Bora needs to recognize that he's leaving too many nets open. It's kind of interesting considering what we talked about before. I mean, when Bora's waiting in net, Loxi has looked not scary at all. So Bora could just camp it out and wait to play his own defense counterattacks. Instead, he's trying to stay all over the ball and hasn't been able to. And again, he's just so aggressive, just chasing it down as soon as he sees the ball on the wall, pinches it away. But this is a position that he's been good in so far. Loxi, again, that dribble isn't the scariest dribble ever, and Bora very likely to score from it.
Yeah, Loxi chased him into the net, got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Bora does go back and waits for the oncoming attack. Creates a counter of his own off it. Back within 2, still a long way to go here in game 2.
Especially with how the kickoffs have been going for him. Loxi not going to this kickoff, has to stay around the ball though, which is kind of a problem. It means Bora gets to pick up the 100, and Loxi's not in as good of a position as he would like. Bora reset, kept it high, got a demo as he flipped through the ball. It was a double purpose flip, and he's within 1.
Yeah, I think Loxi was really doomed from the start after that kickoff. Just never had any momentum, never had any boost. Bora all over it. At least he barreled through there and knocked Bora away after he slowed it up. But Bora will be back, and areas is where he's been pretty all right. Loxi hasn't been that threatening, as you mentioned, when Bora just kind of waits and lets Loxi bring it to him.
And we'll see if Bora makes a slip up here. He hasn't had the best couple defensive touches, but man, how could he not want to just pull Loxi in with the way it's been going for him? Every time he got a little undercut there. I got the boost late. Loxi.
Oh.
Nice demo. He won't be able to immediately punish, but he will be able to set up his side wall. He's so good at it. Gets the reset super early, and at least he's going to maintain possession here. That one never really stood a chance of going in, but he's going to get another opportunity. That's a great first touch. Bob has the ball in a perfect spot. So hard to defend when you get that good of a first touch, and he's going to equalize.
As not going to be the prettiest goal from Bora, but it gets the job done. Just going low against the challenge in the air. All knotted up. All this work that Loxi has put in. Bora has made the adjustments. He's battled back. Be a little frustrating for Loxi as he'll dribble in now, and Bora showed his hand early. Does at least force that to the corner. Loxi couldn't win it cleanly through. Round 2 also goes to Bora.
It's kind of wild that Loxi has managed to flip my mindset on who has an advantage. Right now, if I see Loxi with the ball, with space, I'm actually just assuming that he's going to get beat, which is kind of crazy. You know, normally a player gets the ball and you're expecting them to have a better chance at scoring, but right now, Loxi with the ball, Bora shadowed. It almost feels like Bora is a foregone conclusion. That's what he does right there. He gets himself a goal in 13 seconds. Loxi has had a good kickoff. When he gets kickoff possession quick, he's been able to convert, so he could extend this game at least a little bit. Bora's recovered, but no boost to work with. He's got just pads. Loxi, ooh, got Bora to dive in, but Bora, that'll do it. Couple bumps in a row. Bora, 5 straight game wins against Loxi, trying to get one more to advance to the top 8.
Bora led that game for all of 13 seconds. Unfortunately for Loxi, it was the last 13 seconds. That was his only lead, and he held it. Meanwhile, very low scoring affair over here. First killer, 2-1 over Wiz. We saw something very similar from First Killer against Cheese earlier. Some low-scoring games with games that you always felt like he was fully in control of. See if Wiz can mount any kind of a comeback here. It looks like he's struggling to get anything going against FK.
Gonna
need that midfield boost.
That First Killer line earlier, that 3-1, it made me think, maybe I've seen a 2-1. 3-1 might be just about the lowest score I've ever seen. I've never seen 2 or 1 goals scored in a 1v1. So just about as low as you can possibly get. And it seems like this is a game that's on track for another. I'd have to imagine we're going to see at least one more goal, but maybe not. Here is going to that's going to guarantee another one as well, because Wiz has beaten out First Killer on the dive and equalized.
I thought First Killer had this all the way, and Wiz just barely ahead of him. First Killer might be shaking his head like, how did he really beat me on that? But he'll take it.
Big kickoff from Wiz to get possession. First Killer sticking around to force him to play off of the corner, but ultimately backing off after Wiz didn't get the best first touch. Now Wiz having to retreat back. First Killer loves to just boom the ball and get away with it when he can. He prefers his speed and his power whenever it's possible to use it. It's not always the case when you have an awaiting defender. Right now he's going to have to go for an air dribble. Wiz saves it, but First Killer extended attack. He's got 24 seconds to get the goal, so he's not necessarily in a rush. He just wants to keep putting Wiz in a tough spot. High pops to get double jumps out of the, the boost bomb. So unfortunate. Yep. First Killer got there too soon. Wiz got 100.
That's a huge break for Wiz. First Killer was just running back and forth. Now Wiz gets the last look at it in regulation. Big win by First Killer. It's wide open. Let's stay up. No, it's short. No, it's in.
You never test First Killer's strength. Never test his ability to boom the ball. This was not going to be free. If he made it hit the ground, it would not have been in. It was 0 seconds, but First Killer is the king, getting a power shot, and he does just that to make it 2-0. Loxi, though, over here, entertaining that this might be the first game he breaks the streak. He's again in the lead. We'll see if he can hold it.
Absolute heartbreak for Wiz. Loxi's got to be feeling snake bitten after leading the vast majority, almost wire to wire in game 2. Bora battled back, from a couple goals down. I think it might have been 3 goals down at one point. Battled all the way back to steal the game in the last 13 seconds. He's got an equalizer here, 90 seconds in. Another kickoff, though, for Loxi straight away. And Bora does well to recover and prevent Loxi from getting a quick shot.
Yeah, and we know how Loxi has looked in the midfield when he doesn't get his quick shot. Didn't get to see how he scored his goals. I think we arrived before them, but I imagine they were probably not in the open field because it's not how we've seen him score at all so far. He's going to try and steal the midfield 100, which he has done right here, and Bora has been beaten. The net is available for Loxi to make it 3-2.
That's just a big goal for Loxi, too, for the simple fact that, again, it's a more sustained, longer rally. He comes out on top, winning the midfield battle. I haven't seen him do that much against Bora in this series. Gonna need to do it a few more times. Gotta be careful here. Bora just missing on a very difficult shot attempt.
Oh, nice little pop. Little risk there. Oh, and a great carry as well. Bora taking advantage of a tough position. This ball bouncing off the back wall. It can be awkward to try and deal with. And instead of trying to take it to the corner, he backflips underneath it to pop it and set up the counterattack. And now the camera looks too, looking back at Loxi. You know, Loxi doesn't get to experience that. We get to experience it. Bora knows that he did the look backs against him, but of course, Loxi can't tell where his camera's looking.
I think he might have some idea, though, that Bora's taking his sweet time, letting the ball go through. Not in any hurry to get to another kickoff. What a shot here.
Bora is absolutely
He got
on
2 of
fire.
these?
Yeah, nice.
Oh.
Double reset for you. Crossbar down and in, by the way, perfectly placed. When Bora is on the ball, he has looked like the better player. When he has shadowed, he has looked like the better player. He has not allowed Loxi in at all. The times that he hasn't looked like the better player is on the kickoffs, like we see right now, and when he tries to get just overly aggressive, try and steal possessions at the midfield that he maybe doesn't necessarily even need to try to steal. I could see him go back to net and at least test Loxi and say, beat me at least once, you know, with me waiting in net before I play this midfield battle with you. That's not how he's been playing it. He's been sticking on the ball, and this is just ridiculous. The fact that he's able to easily get back to this after the bump as well to tap it in off the crossbar.
You know, sometimes you see players go into more of a prevent defense where they hang back and wait for you to close in a little bit. Been more of a Hail Mary kind of defense for Loxi, just throwing caution to the wind. Got burned that time. That goes off the frame and comes out nicely for Bora. Able to get in the way of Loxi's shot attempt. He doesn't have anything in the tank. Bora's going to try and pick him apart, and Loxi got just enough to recover, and now he's got an open net the other way, and Bora's just going to concede it.
I thought for a second Loxi managed to miss it. He would have been able to follow it up either way, but counters and kickoffs continues to be the story for Loxi, and I wonder how confident Bora necessarily feels in this series, because it's been close score lines. He's even losing, but in the moment, it just felt like Bora, I mean, Bora's going to get beat again at the midfield. He's playing a little bit too many of these. This is the kickoff loss, essentially, because Loxi gets control. But it just feels like if Bora really wants to, he can camp it out and get his win. So I wonder if he feels comfortable in those positions. But a little peek over at Wiz and First Killer as well. I saw First Killer down, so maybe Wiz about to shake it up there a little bit. Gain number 3 for them. First Killer won those first 2. Maybe Wiz can switch that, and maybe Loxi can switch that as he still holds the lead here with a minute 30.
Well, decent pinch to relieve a lot of pressure, but he won't find any boost downfield at all, so he's going to pick up has to be from elsewhere. That leaves Bora on possession from the ceiling flip. Reset! What a play to tie it!
These guys are getting their goals in completely different fashions. Bora is getting a clip every single time down the field, and Loxi is countering whenever Bora's clip misses and winning kickoffs. And the unfortunate or great thing about 1v1 is they're all worth 1 goal. This is a tie game either way. Loxi could even pull it out. Bora on the pinch on the wall is going to make it 7-6.
In style with the last 2. Oh, always a thing of beauty. Sometimes you feel like you need more of a run up to it. Not so.
cooks are in the house somewhere. Somewhere out there in the world, his ears perked up.
Lux is going to get beat again, too. Bora starting to establish full control here. 1 minute to go. 3 unanswered goals. 2 of them have been absolute bangers.
And it's like crazy to say, but, and this is why I was asking whether or not Bora feels this way. I just felt like this would happen. Like the way Bora and Loxi are playing, it just feels like Bora will end with more goals, even when he's been down 2 or 3. And I wonder if Bora, he's kind of playing like he has that level of comfort. Like, yeah, well, at some point I'll get my goals. So comfort that he almost puts it in his own net, but he knows he's not going to. Now, out of the air, he's going to try and go for a reset here. Felt like a position where it would have been inconvenient to maybe try. Did he just own goal? He's trying
he almost got
to own goal.
I think he got bumped into that. Yeah, he is playing with fire, and I understand having confidence. He is about to take a 3-goal lead unless Loxi can turn on this, and he just does. But Bora now firmly in control. Loxi has to chase him down, and that opportunity going by the wayside should just about secure it now for Bora. He gets around Loxi one more time, and Bora's got a sweep into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Loxi, he was within 1 for game 2. It was a little bit more one-sided in game 1, but that was one of the most one-sided sweeps. You know, considering the scorelines looked like they were kind of close that I've seen. Bora just felt like the better player all the way through, and he's got 6 straight against Loxi. Eliminates him. Good tournament from Loxi. You know, not a bad performance from him, but Bora, the guy who has been making waves a little bit in the NA scene, is going to get a chance to continue that tomorrow with some tough matchups, because we got some big names down in the lower bracket, so it is not going to be free. And First Killer is technically down in this lower bracket. We assume he's going to make it through, but he has not done that yet. He's got 41 seconds to try and get another goal to at least get OT here against Wiz.
Yeah, talk about again, a player that's been battling. Wiz has been battling tooth and nail with First Killer this whole series. First Killer, one big shot away from tying things up. He's got an open net. He'll do it again.
First Killer is inevitable. Great outplay, sending it straight to the ceiling. Just prioritizing Wiz, not getting a touch on the ball. He believes in his ability to follow up quicker, especially when Wiz is low on boost. A jumping challenge that doesn't make contact is going to send Wiz so far away from the play. First Killer can be sure that he'll find a way to score. He's got it around Wiz again. He's just playing keep away, and he's done it to get 2 straight.
It has to be so frustrating for Wiz. It just felt like with that high bounce, had to feel like, all right, I got a chance at it. First Killer still beats him to it. And now this lead that Wiz had built up has completely evaporated.
I don't know if I like that shot from Wiz. I don't think it's good enough. He was hoping for a demo. Maybe if he got the demo, I could be converted, but without connecting, he's in big trouble. He did steal this boost, though. Got a demo there.
Oh,
but
so
it's not going to
close.
be the freest trip back around. First Killer elects to respawn on the opposite side. Wiz wave dash catch flick. Oh! Wow, Wiz going to force OT.
Oh, this is amazing. Yeah, again, First Killer gets to choose, right? He's going to come from the far side, and Wiz just manages to keep this alive to send us to OT.
Wiz has got to make it worthwhile now. 8-8, support kickoff, double delay! Double delay. First Killer is the first one to touch the ball. He does force it into the back corner. Wiz controls, but First Killer is going to be all over it. He loves to play the fast game. He believes himself to be faster. Wiz recovers, so it's not going to be an instant goal. First Killer sees that the respawn, a boost is going to happen. So now he's starved Wiz out. Wiz is going to get some separation, but it's going to lead to a tough play. First Killer wants to bring this ball straight back to net as soon as possible. Take advantage of Wiz being out of position, but Wiz got the 100 in. First Killer overshot it.
I think Wiz was worried that First Killer was going to be able to make a quick turn on that. Did all he could, and boy, he has done quite a bit in some very difficult positions. Managed to keep 40 in the tank here. Doesn't up for the pinch. At a disadvantage boost-wise. Goes for the shot. First Killer the save. Wiz does get that corner steal. Can he land? Oh, First Killer spins him out and forces Wiz off the ball.
Super crucial bumps. Now another 50 and a demo. That should be it.
GG.
Will finish it. First Killer through, so we got sweeps here in the lower bracket. First Killer gets the 3-0 against Wiz. This one felt a bit closer, but both of them going to our favorites. I would have had Bora and First Killer coming in this one. They made light work, and they're on to top 8.
Wow. What a run there. Wiz gave it his best effort, Stacks. An incredible final few moments there, incredible overtime. And yet, it's still First Killer alive in playoff Saturday.
Yeah, when is a sweep not a sweep, though? First Killer had to earn every bit of it right there. That was not all sweeps created equal, but yeah, in the end, no real surprises at the end of Group B.
I mean, Loxi also, though, put up quite the effort. 1-goal game in Game 2, a 2-goal game in Game 3. It was, while obviously that one was a bit more of a sweep there, Fear, still not as one-sided maybe as the 3-0 makes it look.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, I just felt like it was super one-sided. The scores seemed close, but watching it, Bora just, you know, you can see the clip, the highlight reel. First, we're going to show First Killer and Wiz, but when we get to it, you'll be able to tell. I'm sure it's just going to be all Bora clips, even though technically they both scored a decent amount of goals. But First Killer, you know, he didn't want to be here in the first place. We had a grand final matchup early with First Killer and Diaz. There's a really real chance that that ends up being the grand final, just like over in EU. We had Zen Nas, and then it happened again. That's a very real possibility. First Killer doesn't really belong down in the lower bracket of an NA tournament, and he proved that here against Wiz.
Yeah, again, just I was surprised that he was down as much as he was in Game 3. And I fully agree with you on the other series, too. As close as it looked, you know, this one looked like a battle. You know, Wiz was never, you know, outmatched. But here, even though Loxi led multiple times in this series, once Bora took over in a game, and it seemed inevitable that he would, you know, he never really relinquished control back. You know, once he went ahead, it felt like he had just kind of locked Loxi out. You know, Loxi had his tricks and he had his strengths, and he played to them very well. But Bora filled up the highlight reel with goal after goal after goal and banger after banger, and just outclassed Loxi, unfortunately for him, in this one.
Yeah, I haven't been counting all the highlights, but Loxi got 2 of them. Loxi's got 2 of them, or it has like 6 or 7 or 8. It's been quite a bit. They gave Loxi that one. That was just like following in an open net. So I mean,
it was exactly what you said during the game, that it was Bora hitting the clips and Loxi getting the counterattack when Bora missed his clip. You know, it was very much the flash versus the fundamentals, it felt like. But in my mind, there's something really special about somebody who's like, look, you have me so out-mechanicked, yet I understand this game well enough that I can hang with you, you know? Obviously, he didn't really hang with him. He didn't get a single game there. It was absolutely Bora moving forward, who had the game on lock as well as the mechanics, and he has earned a top 4 spot. He will play on Playoff Saturday, as well as will First Killer, AJ, and Diaz. An exciting group, a back-and-forth group. It's interesting, Fear. It feels like Group A was a little bit closer in terms of no sweeps, but it felt like Group B had all the surprises.
Yeah, there were some surprises for sure. I mean, AJ is that big one, right? He was able to win against Chronic and then followed up against Bora. AJ against Bora is not necessarily, you know, a big surprise, except for the fact that, you know, we wouldn't have expected that to be the match. You know, Chronic probably should have made his way through. Yeah. So Chronic out early, that's probably the biggest surprise. First Killer Diaz could have gone either way, but we were expecting to see Chronic maybe even in that upper bracket, you know, late into the final day. Instead, he's already out.
Well, Group B was exciting. You guys might remember we've already played through Group A as well, way back at the beginning of the day, with Evo, Zach, Wavy, and Zapatos making it through there. Love seeing the Sentio player continuing on in the tournament, Stacks. And I mean, this one did have so many fantastic matches. Saw Game 5 4 times, never had a sweep. Everyone making it competitive throughout the course of Group A.
Yeah, Group A was very, very competitive. Like going into those lower semifinal matches, both groups were, I think they were averaging all their games overall, I think 11 goals per game. I think Group A had slightly more goals overall, but plenty of offense, plenty of excitement. Even though Wavy tried to kind of lull us all to sleep with just, you know, kind of Farah-esque goals where we're not going to do anything flashy. You know, I'm just going to win games and advance. His only loss was to Zach as he goes through into the top 8. So very curious to see how all these play styles kind of clash as the weekend goes on here. And again, we're looking for an opponent for NAS and for ultimately whoever comes out of Mena, of course, would be a huge favorite, which that might segue into something you've got for us.
It might. But first off, tomorrow, folks, we have our playoff bracket set. So we've got 4 quarterfinal matches to play through. We'll play through all those matches, and we will have a bit of a team kill here. Zach versus Diaz, teammates in 3v3s, going to be going up against each other here in round number 1. That only knocks you down to the lower quarterfinals, though, since it is an upper bracket match, and it really does speak to the strength of why SSG has been such a threat in 3v3s as well as 2v2s, the strength of these players here. AJ will take on Evo, Bora takes on Wavy, First Killer, and Zapato Sphere is a lower bracket round 1 match.
Yeah, those are 2 players from our top 6. They can't both be top 6. Only one of them, and you got to lean First Killer. I think looking down at that bottom bracket, First Killer, Wavy, those were both top 4 rankings for me and Johnny coming into this. So I think we're expecting to see those guys move into the quarterfinals. But, it might be a battle of Bora's clipping versus Wavy's, ground drive-throughs. We'll see if that could actually work out. Or if Bora plays to that, insane clip level, we might see him surpass there. But it's going to be good. It's going to be a good day tomorrow. Lots of strong 1v1.
Every one of these matches has something to talk about. Every one of these matches has a story in it. AJ up there in the top as well, taking on Evo. Should be a great, fantastic match for Saturday's broadcast. And those are the 4 matches we're going to play for North America. Notably, Middle East, North Africa going to be playing their championship tomorrow on Saturday. So we will see their matches being played out. We'll keep you updated on those matches as the day goes along. But we'll also be covering their grand finals because it's just so important to know who the Mena 1v1 champion is. So we'll be doing that. We can tell you their playoff bracket as things have shaped up today. We did see TRK versus Nobu at the end of their broadcast. We were keeping up with those games as things were going on. TRK did end up dropping that match, Stacks, but he's still alive in the bracket.
Yeah, drops a match to his teammate, the GOAT, maybe, Nobo, who was just so dominant in the MENA region in the 1v1s last year. He absolutely booed into oblivion every time he sets foot in the country of France now after his match against Boxy. Trying to run it back. And, again, 2 matches. All he's got to do. He likely have to face killers to get there. But imagine a Nobo TRK final over in MENA would be epic.
That would be wild, folks. We'll get to see that. After we play our 4 matches here, we will be playing the Mena Grand Finals, so definitely stick around after the conclusion of Zach versus Diaz. But what a way to start the day. What a way to end the day. It's going to be a fantastic day of Rocket League, and because of that, the day will be starting a little bit earlier than usual. The first match will be at 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, where usually it's at 10 a.m. Pacific. So set your clocks set your alarm clocks maybe like an hour earlier there. The pre-show will be starting at 8:30 a.m. Should be a lot of fun. But that's our show. That's all we have for you today. Congratulations to the players that made it through, and best of luck to the other 8 that didn't manage to make it through. And we'll see them play, I'm sure, next year as well. Should be a fantastic time. We have our World Championship coming up a little bit later on, folks, but we got to crown a North American Regional Champion first. We'll see you tomorrow for Playoff Saturday.
Solar eclipse.